Chapter 3199. Just destroy the formation and blow it up. Tian Chenzi, no matter how wrong Long Shen is, he is still a direct descendant of my eternal dynasty. How can we allow you to bully the weak and capture him as you please? Without waiting for Tian Chenzi's explosive shout to finish, the face of the elder Long Ziwen, who represented the immortal dynasty, had already sunk as he retorted in a stern voice. Although he had a personal grudge with Yi Xian, he still had to protect the face of the royal family of the eternal dynasty under such circumstances, even if it was just for show. What are you saying, fellow Daoist Ziwen? Long Shen harbored evil intentions, framed me, and wanted to bring chaos to the sixth palace. How can I not do anything about it? At worst, we won't hurt him. We'll just hand him over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for a public trial. Besides that, this exalted one is an almighty figure of the universe. How can I personally deal with such a junior? Tian Chenzi seemed to have seen through Long Ziwen's perfunctory intentions and smiled faintly. He pointed to a blue-robed young man behind him and said, "This battle will be fought by Jiyu Daozi. He is also a new junior and his cultivation is also at the Black Hole realm. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" Long Ziwen frowned and seemed to be lost in thought. However, Yi Xian could tell at a glance that this was obviously a pretense. It was obvious that he was going with the flow and didn't want to interfere in this matter anymore. He immediately snorted coldly but did not point it out. Instead, he curled his lips and revealed a look of disdain. Anyone could see what he meant. Long Ziwen's old face was slightly hot, but he pretended not to see it. Seeing that he didn't say anything else, the upper echelons of the various clans from the second universe secretly sneered. They walked out from the crowd and stood in front of the two supreme beings of the universe. The silver-robed old man from the Enji clan snorted lightly. He ignored Tian Chenzi and turned to look at Yi Xian. "Child of the Long family, since your temper is to my liking, if you can tell me everything that happened in the Death Star Vortex in detail and provide me with some clues, I will guarantee your safety. Even if there is a dispute, I can guarantee that I will hand you over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for investigation and public trial. I will never let you fall into the hands of evil people." "I should thank you, Senior. However, I'm afraid that the sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes won't be able to keep me here. You don't have to worry about it." After cupping his hands, Yi Xian still had a carefree expression and didn't care in the slightest. He actually directly refused the good intentions of this great figure from the Enji clan. When he saw the great figure frown when he heard this, he immediately continued. "As for everything within the Death Stellar Vortex, I've indeed seen and heard it, so I'll naturally speak frankly. The truth cannot be hidden forever. All the battleships that hid in the Death Vortex of stars, including the powerful warriors in the universe, have indeed died. Only Ian, Tian Chenzi's devouring clone are left. The Death Stellar Vortex of stars nurtured a large crystal egg. Its entire body was the devouring origin crystal. After we entered, perhaps because Tian Chenzi's primordial spirit had already entered the egg, the giant egg immediately exploded. A crystal body appeared, opened its eyes, and used its devouring ability to tear apart all the battleships on the spot. All the experts who fell out of the battleships were sucked dry. And the reason why I was left behind, as you can see, was because Tian Chenzi had prepared an overt scheme to resolve the crisis. After all, in order to nurture his devouring clone, the entire vast star region had turned into a land of death. It was truly a great disturbance. He was afraid that this matter would blow up, so I escaped with my life. I was captured by the devouring clone, stepped into the one-way transmission formation, and returned to the sixth palace. Oh, that's right, he still has a backup plan. The appearance of the devouring doppelganger, this old guy actually changed it to look like this junior. Obviously, he is preparing to blame this junior when this matter is exposed. This is something that I have to explain in advance. There were lies in these words. As long as Yi Xian's devouring clone was not captured, no one would know the truth. But it was clear that everyone was inclined to believe Yi Xian's words. Even the higher-ups of the other 9 palaces behind Tian Chenzi frowned and looked displeased. They were obviously blaming Tian Chenzi for hiding something from them. The devouring clone was clearly in his hands, but he said that Long Xian had taken it away. I see. What a big deal. He paid the price of the destruction of an entire star region just to nurture a clone of yours. Tian Chenzi, aren't you afraid of angering the public? There have been rumors in the outside world that Tian Chenzi's status in the 6th Palace is very high, far higher than his status in the Shao Palace. It is suspected that this is a clone of Tian Chenzi, and it seems that it has been confirmed. The primordial spirit in this clone was prepared by him for the devouring clone. That's right. No wonder Tian Chenzi did not hesitate to self-destruct that day. It turns out that the body was already something that could be given up. Later on, the primordial spirit did indeed rush into the Death Star vortex. Even the child of the Long family could come to the 6th Palace through the teleportation formation. How could Tian Chenzi not know? Why did he not appear today? With the means of Tian Chenzi, what is it to reconstruct a body for the Shao Palace? It is obvious that the primordial spirit has already entered the devouring clone. Quickly hand it over. As these words came out from the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the Second Universe, Yi Xian's words were completely confirmed. It was reasonable and reasonable. Even if Tian Chenzi had 100 mouths, he would not be able to defend himself. Fat, little brat, you are slandering me. What are you waiting for? If you don't do something, I will kill you on the spot. You are killing me. Yi Xian's trick really angered Tian Chenzi. Even the higher-ups of the 9 palaces next to him were suspicious. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He immediately roared. The last roar was obviously directed at the blue-robed young man. The latter's body trembled, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and rushed out, heading straight for Yi Xian. Whoosh! The power of the perfect level 9 black hole surged out of the blue-robed young man's body like a giant waterfall. It instantly turned into a giant hand that was about 100 feet long. It covered the sky and the earth and slammed down on Yi Xian. Rumble. At the same time, the sound of thunder came again from the top of the giant mountain. The great protective array of the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates actually responded at this moment and released an invisible pressure that pressed down on Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the 10 Ultimates immediately cried out softly. How can a mere Black Hole Realm Junior of the 6 Palaces have such means? He can actually summon the Great Protective Array to assist him? Only the Deputy Palace Master can have such authority. Too shameless, Tian Chenzi. Do you dare say that this blue-robed young man is not another one of your clones? How can a perfect level 9 black hole use such a method against a level 1 black hole? How shameless. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. No wonder Tian Chenzi dared to send a black hole realm cultivator to deal with him. How could he not know that he had killed an origin realm cultivator before? After all this time, he was waiting here. Chapter 3200. One arrow collapses the heavens, break the formation. Just blow it up with one arrow. Hearing these words, the surrounding experts were all stunned, their expressions becoming strange. The broken formation Yi Xian was talking about was the ancestral land Great Protective Formation of the 6th Absolute Palace. It was probably not much weaker than the Star Defensive Formation of the Immortal Royal Capital's Immortal Star. Yet, here he was, saying that he could break it with one arrow. This was absolutely impossible. No one took it seriously. Some of the experts had already curled their lips when they came to their senses. Some of them even sneered sarcastically. At the same time, the front end of Yi Xian's raised left arm suddenly blazed with brilliance. A giant golden bow in the form of energy appeared without warning. Yi Xian held the bow in his hand. The shape of the giant bow was simple and ferocious. The bow's body was clearly the body of 2 humanoid creatures. Yi Xian held their connected feet in his hand. What connected the energy bowstrings were the 2 humanoid spirits' gaping mouths. Wang. Following the appearance of the giant golden bow, a golden light flashed in the middle of the bowstring. A dazzling golden energy arrow quickly condensed. As the arrow was drawn and released, an extremely sharp and invisible intent instantly burst out, causing one's scalp to go numb and giving birth to an inexplicably strong sense of oppression. The arrow was still on the bowstring, but it already showed an unstoppable momentum. This is A divine ability. What a sharp arrow intent. It seems to be able to cut through everything. It has a terrifying pressure that can reach the heavens. What kind of divine ability is this? This energy arrow seems to contain an incomparably majestic force. It has the aura of cultivation, the power of blood and chi, and even a faint vitality. Heavens, is Longxian crazy? Although the power of this divine ability is impressive, the price is too high. After shooting this arrow, will he still be able to stand steadily? All around, many experts spoke out in surprise. Some cried out in alarm, while others whispered. When Yi Xian heard this, his mind was not shaken in the slightest. This arrow had indeed absorbed a large amount of cultivation energy from his body, and even a little bit of his life force had been injected into it. However, the current Yi Xian was far from what he used to be. In a short period of time, after experiencing 2 large increases in cultivation, his foundation was already extremely strong. Although he was still unable to display the strongest power of the divine ability of the heaven-falling bow, he could completely control the amount of energy he consumed when shooting the arrow. He did not use his full strength for this arrow. He poured about 80% of his cultivation power, the same amount of spiritual power, and a little bit of his physical chi, and even weaker vitality. The arrow shot seemed to have a miraculous effect, as if it was a part of flesh and blood, as if it was an arm, as if it was a finger's finger. Swish. As Yi Xian released the 3 fingers on his right hand, the energy arrow that was already fully drawn instantly whistled through the air, causing an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. As if it had teleported, it directly arrived in the sky above and pierced into the palm of the giant palm of cultivation. Boom. Without any suspense, the huge hand of cultivation suddenly exploded. The blue-robed young man suspected to be Tian Qianzi's clone opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face immediately became as pale as paper, tottering on the verge of collapse. Under the backlash, he had been heavily injured, losing all of his battle prowess. But this was far from over. As the blue-robed young man's giant palm exploded, the golden energy arrow that pierced through the palm streaked through the air like the fastest meteor. Its sharpness did not diminish in the slightest, and it instantly plunged into the surging thunderclouds even higher up in the sky. Immediately after, a series of even more violent explosions rang out, resounding endlessly, and the entire giant peak seemed to shake a few times. The layer of rolling thunderclouds in the sky that was condensed from the supreme array power of the sect protecting great formation of the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes was completely penetrated, and a hole with a diameter of about 10,000 feet appeared, as if a gap had collapsed in the sky. A single arrow had collapsed the sky. The scene shocked everyone. Even Tian Qianzi, the silver-robed old man from the Federation of the Second Universe, and the green-haired man, opened their mouths reflexively and slightly raised their heads to look at the sky. Shock was written all over their faces. When this arrow was shot out, they could clearly feel the change in Yi Xian's cultivation. The originally abundant cultivation energy instantly disappeared by 80 to 90%, but even so, he was only in existence that had just entered the 8th level of the Starry Sky realm, and was only at the 1st level of the Black Hole realm. Even if his physical strength and cultivation were to be completely exhausted, it would still be impossible for him to possess such terrifying power. Even a supreme almighty of the universe realm would need to use his full strength to break the sect-protecting array of the 6th Absolute Palace. What a weird technique. Not only is it able to instantly condense and compress one's cultivation base into an arrow for a killing blow, but it also has an invisible amplification effect, greatly increasing the power of the arrow. This is a desperate attack that far surpasses one's cultivation base, and it already has the qualifications to be a trump card. That's right. It's indeed shocking. The attack of a black hole state cultivator has an effect close to that of a universe state cultivator. Its power is at least hundreds of times stronger. It's too shocking. The silver-robed old man and the green-haired man exclaimed in shock. There was even envy in their eyes. The power of the arrow was truly amazing. If they could master it, not only would they be invincible in the same level, but they would also be able to kill the 16th level experts of the star state, who had surpassed the universe state. As expected of the best of the younger generation of the dynasty. You do have some skills. Unfortunately, Although this technique is amazing and terrifying, it's like a broken boat. Once the arrow is shot, you won't be able to continue the battle. In the distance, Tian Qianzi was still in the thick fog of the protective formation at the edge of the mountain peak. His figure was faintly visible, and there was also a hint of greed in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision as he spoke. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. "How dare you destroy my protective formation? I won't let you go today, I must suppress you." Boom. Thunder rumbled, but Tian Qianzi didn't move. He only slightly raised his hand and formed a seal in the air, causing a 3,000-meter-long claw to appear out of thin air. It enveloped Yi Xian's body like a cage and quickly closed. He clearly wanted to take advantage of the fact that the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man were unprepared to capture Yi Xian at lightning speed. Aside from the great hatred in his heart, the main reason was probably because he had his eyes on Yi Xian's heaven-falling bow divine ability. He wanted to interrogate the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man before they could make a decision. "Don't you think your table manners are too ugly? In order to get this prince's fallen sky bow, you don't even care about the face of the universe state." Yi Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold and his voice became sharp. "Since even the universe state doesn't care about face, what else do I have to worry about? You only have yourself to blame for everything. Don't blame me later. The great calamity of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates today is all because of you." As soon as he said this, there were exclamations all around. What was going on? Did he have more powerful means? Chapter 3201. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan with a purple bamboo forest, 100 meters underground. Just as Yi Xian took out the fallen sky bow and shocked everyone with his arrow, the devouring avatar, who had been hiding under the bamboo forest, also took action at the same time. His figure quickly descended, approaching the immortal purple spirit root that was 1,000 meters below. This action was also very important. Once he successfully obtained the immortal purple spirit root and quickly refined it, Yi Xian's system title exploration mission would be completed instantly. At that time, even if his original body was in trouble in the Peak Central Territory, he could activate the universe coordinate jump ability at any time. Just this alone would make him invincible. The distance of 1,000 meters was passed in the blink of an eye. The devouring avatar, who was diving quickly, suddenly stopped. About 10 meters to the right, a purple root that was half a palm long and 2 fingers thick came into sight. To be named after the immortal, this thing was obviously extraordinary. The purple gold brilliance was restrained, and the surface of the spirit root was covered with mottled lines, exuding a thick and ancient aura. After a slight hesitation, the devouring avatar suddenly made a move. The devouring talent was fully activated, and an invisible force wrapped around the immortal purple spirit root and pulled it closer in an instant. Rumble, almost at the same time, deep in the ground under his feet, a dull roar suddenly came, and the surrounding soil and rocks gently shook. It felt as if there was a terrifying giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years under the ground, and at this moment, it was suddenly disturbed. The giant beast turned over, and the earth was turned upside down. What was even worse was that with this huge roar coming from the depths below, the immortal purple spiritual root that was wrapped by the avatar with an invisible devouring force and was about to be absorbed into the avatar's body to start refining suddenly became incomparably heavy at this moment. It seemed to be connected with the entire giant peak, and it was difficult to move for a while. It couldn't be absorbed into the body. The expression of the avatar suddenly changed, and his heart sank. He gritted his teeth and was about to make a move again, using all his strength to forcibly absorb the immortal purple spirit root. From between his eyebrows, a small exquisite tower of about 3 inches suddenly appeared, protruding out like a vertical eye, embedded in the middle of the avatar's eyebrows. It was the Tower of Desolation that was moved into the avatar's body by the headless baby corpse. For some reason, at this moment, it appeared on its own initiative and began to show its power. Hua, the sound of a waterfall suddenly rang out, and a grey chaotic fog poured out from the Tower of Desolation. Like a mini river, it quickly flowed and fell on the immortal purple spiritual root in front of the devouring treasured body. Without waiting for the devouring treasure body to come back to its senses, The grey chaotic fog had already wrapped around the immortal purple spiritual root. In an instant, it retreated into the Tower of Desolation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After that, the small pagoda disappeared from the space between the clone's eyebrows and went back into his body. Screech. Rumble. At the same time, in the depths of the ground below, there was another roar. It was far louder than before, and there was even a sharp cry like a phoenix. The surrounding soil and rocks shook even more violently. The giant beast did not just turn over, but seemed to want to break out of the ground and rush up. What was even worse was that with the sound of the phoenix's screech, the surrounding soil and rocks were also affected by some kind of force, becoming extremely tight. In an instant, it gave the avatar a feeling of being trapped in a sticky swamp, and it was unable to quickly escape. In addition, there were countless thick and thin purple roots spreading out from all directions. They should be the roots of the countless purple bamboos in the purple bamboo forest on the ground above. They were not visible before, but now they suddenly appeared together as if they had a life of their own. They intertwined together to form a large net, surrounding him from all directions. This was clearly the rhythm of not being able to escape even if he had wings. The complexion of the avatar changed again. He hesitated for less than half a second, but then he clenched his teeth and made a decision. He activated his devouring innate skill again, and an invisible devouring force burst out of his body. This time, there was no specific target. In the blink of an eye, a vortex black hole with a diameter of 10 feet appeared around his body, enveloping the avatar. His body disappeared as he hid in the vortex black hole. The next moment, some of the soil and rocks closest to the vortex black hole quietly loosened, and the mysterious force on them was swallowed up, so they were no longer like a sticky swamp that bound creatures. Whistling from the upper right, the first dozens of purple bamboo roots that approached from the upper right also suddenly stopped at this moment without any suspense. The originally extremely rich purple in the roots quickly dimmed, and the energy was swallowed up, invisibly sinking into the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. They withered in an instant. Moreover, this strange momentum of defeat was still rapidly spreading outwards, and the range of its influence was gradually increasing. Screech. Screech. Rumble. In the depths of the ground below, the angry roar like the cry of a phoenix came again, 2 times in a row. All the soil and rocks were no longer just shaking, but began to undulate like waves in the sea. There were waves, and there were waves. There was no doubt that the entire giant peak was affected, and it shook easily. If the underground was so turbulent, the ground above must have already been shaking. With such a big movement, this was definitely not a giant beast turning over. The endless huge shadow in the depths of the ground should be struggling with all its might, and it was about to completely recover. At that time, it would break out of the ground, and its real body would soar into the sky and descend. The avatar, who hid in the vortex black hole, seemed to feel the danger. Although its figure did not appear, it urged the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. While it was swallowing the energy in the soil, rocks, and purple bamboo roots, it slowly but continuously floated up. The aura from below was getting stronger and stronger, and it was too terrifying. It could not stay here any longer. On the ground, in the central area of the peak, just as the immortal purple spiritual root was successfully absorbed by the chaotic grey fog from the Tower of Antiquity and refined in an instant, Yi Xian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal purple spiritual root. Grade: Starry Sky Treasure. Quality: Innate Spiritual Root. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the immortal purple spiritual root. System title: Exploration task completed. Current title: Interstellar Trailblazer. Interstellar Trailblazer. This title has a halo effect. On the basis of the original title of the first 3 levels, it adds a primary plane coordinate jump ability. Primary plane coordinate jump: the system ability to perform a coordinate jump between different universe planes, ignoring the barriers of the universe planes, and directly jump to the destination. The primary level is limited to the adjacent universe planes connected by the universe wormholes. Ding! The system explanation is complete. Do you want to perform the coordinate jump immediately? Did I succeed? Yi Xian was instantly energized. In such a short time, not only did he obtain a section of the innate spiritual root, which was a starry sky treasure, but he also obtained the coordinate jump ability to cross the universe planes. Chapter 3202. Seal Demon subduing leader. What happened? There seems to be movement underground, and it doesn't seem to be small. Damn it, it's actually the purple bamboo forest. Stinking brat, what did you do? This sovereign has an extremely bad feeling, as if something big is about to happen. Following the sound of the system beep in Yi Shen's mind, the first rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. The surrounding experts even felt the ground beneath their feet slightly shake. After being stunned for a moment, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. As for the palace master of the sixth palace, Tian Qianzi, his expression suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were about to split open as he stared at Yi Shen and roared. At the same time, the 3,000-meter-long claw print condensed to the extreme, turning into a claw-shaped cage, trapping Yi Shen in a space of about 10 feet, and quickly shot towards Tian Qianzi. You're quite fast. Tian Qianzi, do you think this sovereign is blind? Either we keep him here, or we fight. Within one breath, it's up to you. Swish. Swish. Seeing that Yi Shen had already been captured and was currently flying towards Tian Qianzi from within the claw imprint cage, the silver-robed elder and the green-haired man seemed to have finally made their decision. At the same time, they let out a fierce shout, and a boundless and mighty force surged out from their bodies, causing the surrounding space to vibrate and resonate, causing a muffled thunderous sound to ring out. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle that could happen at any time. If Tian Qianzi did not remove the claw print cage within one breath, these two supreme experts from the Federation of the Second Universe would not hesitate to attack with all their might. Once a battle of this level began, it would be very difficult to end it. At this moment, like Tian Qianzi, the other upper echelons of the 9 palaces who were hidden in the fog of the sect-protecting formation had a hint of hesitation on their faces. Unfortunately, in the end, they still chose to remain silent. This kind of silence represented their support. They were also tempted by Yi Shen's heaven-falling bow ability. 10 extreme heavenly palaces. Do you want to start a war with the imperial dynasty? How can you take away the direct bloodline of my dynasty as you please? Stop immediately and leave old 18 behind. Otherwise, we will fight. We are all humans. Once the two strongest factions turn against each other, the consequences will be severe. You have to consider it carefully. At this moment, the imperial court's elder, Long Ziwen, who had already given up on supporting Yi Shen, suddenly changed his mind. His cultivation surged as he sternly reprimanded, "This matter was started by all of you. The imperial court will not be responsible for any consequences." How interesting. In the blink of an eye, this prince has become a hot commodity that everyone is fighting over. What a bunch of shameless bastard. Within the claw print cage, Yi Shen stood proudly with his hands behind his back, and he muttered softly as if he was muttering to himself. A wisp of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face, and he actually sighed in the end. Alas, what a pity. All of you are bound to be disappointed. This prince seems to not have reached the point where I can be bullied by others. Lightning Emperor Seal. Rise. Yi Shen suddenly shouted the last sentence. Then, as if in response, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within his body. Boom. Accompanied by the roar of thunder, an azure gold light whizzed out from between his eyebrows and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into an ancient fist-sized seal that hung about a foot above Yi Shen's head. Endless azure gold light burst out from the seal and condensed behind Yi Shen. The light burst out, and it actually evolved into a strange scene that illuminated half of the sky. The aura of this scene was simple and unadorned, and it revealed a dense and desolate aura. It was like a distant expanse of the starry sky. Hazy green mist and golden radiance suffused the sky, and at the deepest depths of it, an enormous golden lotus was blooming extremely brilliantly. It emanated boundless golden light, and it seemed as if it was nurtured by the heavens and the earth and was born from space. It was extremely enormous, and even the stars seemed extremely weak and tiny before it. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was clearly a lotus seed. It was a mysterious azure green color, and its shape was actually like a seal. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, extending and retracting endlessly. It was exactly the same as the thing hanging above Yi Xian's head. Seeing this strange scene, the divine souls of the surrounding experts shook violently, and the sound of cold air rose and fell one after another. No matter how imaginative he was, he would never have imagined that Yi Xian actually held such an extraordinary lightning emperor seal in his hands. It seemed to have been nurtured from a giant golden lotus with an aura that almost covered the sky. Was this the rhythm of defying the heavens? It was absolutely a natural object, absolutely a starry sky treasure. Rumble, boom. The strange phenomenon behind Yi Xian was still, but there was always the rumbling of thunder, shocking everyone's mind. Amidst the rumbling thunder, countless tiny golden lightning bolts gradually surrounded the lotus-like golden lightning seal on the lotus canopy, expanding and expanding without end. Around the entire golden lotus, countless green lightning bolts continued to explode, becoming denser and denser. In the end, they turned into countless gigantic golden lightning bolts that destroyed countless stars, and in the end, all of them surged into the golden lightning seal on the lotus stem. Swish. Rumble. At this moment, a weak and sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out, accompanied by the sound of endless thunder exploding, giving off the feeling of surging thunder in the heavens. Immediately after, the entire strange phenomenon exploded with a brilliant light and instantly collapsed, transforming into a blazing golden light that rapidly spread out like a tide. The degree of heat was so intense that even the supreme experts of the universe realm, such as Qian Qianzi, the silver-robed elder, and the green-haired man, couldn't look straight at it. They subconsciously narrowed their eyes and turned their heads to the side. When they turned their heads again, the golden light formed by the explosion of the strange phenomenon behind Yi Xian had completely spread out. Like melting snow under the scorching sun, it silently and without any suspense, directly destroyed the claw print cage that imprisoned Yi Xian, merged into the void, and disappeared. The claw print cage dissipated, as if there was a backlash. Tian Qianzi's figure clearly swayed twice, and his expression was extremely ugly. His face was ashen, and even the corner of his mouth had a faint trace of blood. A sharp light shot out from his eyes. At this moment, Tian Qianzi clearly had the intention to kill. You should be proud of yourself for being able to break free from the divine ability of a supreme being of the universe. Unfortunately, although the power of this lightning stamp is passable, it is still lacking if you want to shake me. It's a little disappointing, but it's only SOSO, Poochie. You old thing, do you think that's the end of it? Just now, I was just trying to create an atmosphere to show my solemnity. The main character is still hanging above this prince's head, so it's obvious that he hasn't activated it yet, okay? But there's one thing you're right about. A dignified supreme expert of the universe being injured just by creating an atmosphere. It's truly disappointing. Shaking his head and sighing, Yi Xian rolled his eyes, then raised his hand and pointed at Tian Qianzi, who was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, and suddenly shouted, "Golden lightning repels evil, green lightning slays demon leader. My seal shall suppress this fiend. Quickly kill him." Swish. Chapter 3203. Translator, Naiwabo Studio Editor, Naiwabo Studio Ferocious. Back then, when Yi Xian's cultivation was only at the 4th realm, the planet realm, he had already used a Thunder Origin Pearl to successfully kill a Heavenly Legacy clan upper echelon who was at the 9th realm, the Origin realm. Now, he was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Black Hole realm. His control over the Thunder Emperor treasure seal had improved greatly and was far from what it used to be. Because of this, when he used the Rai Di seal this time, the strange phenomenon of the Thunder Emperor treasure seal appeared behind him. Even Yi Xian was surprised by this, but it just so happened to help him dissolve the claw imprint cage. It could be considered a small surprise. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape from the claw imprint cage, he would have to spend some effort and method. At this moment, as Yi Xian suddenly made his move after escaping, a weak ray of light instantly shot out from the azure gold Thunder Emperor seal that was spinning endlessly above his head. Its speed was so fast that even the supreme expert of the universe, Qian Qianzi, was unable to react in time. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him. This faint light was a Thunder Origin Pearl. Previously, in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb in the first universe, Yi Xian had condensed a total of 10 Thunder Origin Pearls. He had used one to kill the high-level Tianji clan member Shan Bo, and this was the second one. There were only 8 left in the Thunder Emperor treasure seal. Although the Thunder Origin Pearl looked unremarkable and was only the size of a thumb, in fact, every Thunder Origin Pearl was formed from countless blue Thunder Origin Pearls that were compressed by the power of the Rai Di seal to the extreme. Its power was extremely terrifying. When it had just been condensed, it had been able to instantly kill an Origin Realm upper echelon member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now, it had been nurtured in the Rai Di seal for such a long time. In addition, Yi Xian's cultivation had skyrocketed to the Black Hole realm. After he used the treasure seal, the power of the treasure seal was far greater than before. This part of the treasure seal's power was imperceptibly applied to the Thunder Origin Pearl, causing its power to increase again. With the combination of the two, the power of the second Thunder Origin Pearl that Yi Xian had blasted out was far more powerful than the first one. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rumble. Catcher. At this moment, as the thunder source bead blasted out, the void along the way was torn apart, leaving behind a thin black line. Endless thunder and lightning descended, densely packed, causing people to feel numb all over. The vast Hu Central Territory was instantly enveloped by a formless thunderous emperor's might. It was so terrifying that even the pressure of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates was weakened or even completely covered. All the experts in the surroundings were shocked at this moment. Their hair stood on end, and the hairs on their backs stood on end. This is impossible. As the target of the Thunder Origin bead, Tian Qianzi felt it the most intensely. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It enveloped his body and mind, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He cried out in shock. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. The young man in front of him, who was only at rank 1 Black Hole Realm, was originally like an ant in his eyes. However, the young man had repeatedly taken out powerful treasures. Now, the young man had actually made him feel a sense of crisis that threatened his life. Shame. Anger. This was simply a disgrace to him. A Black Hole Realm ant was actually clamoring to suppress a universe master. Moreover, it really made his hair stand on end. No matter what, he couldn't accept this. He was about to go crazy. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human anymore. The shame and anger that he had never felt made Tian Qianzi completely furious. After roaring furiously, he looked up to the sky and howled crazily. However, he quickly retreated. Although the green gold light, which was full of terrifying thunderous emperor's might, could not kill him on the spot, if he took it head-on, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. It was reasonable for him to be lightly injured, but it was also possible for him to be severely injured. How could a mighty figure of the universe be injured by a Black Hole Realm ant? Although it was also humiliating to avoid the attack, at least it was better than bleeding in public. That would be the real end of his life, and he would be left with an eternal mark of shame. At this moment, Tian Qianzi had already made up his mind to kill. While retreating quickly, he planned in his heart that after this attack, he would immediately counterattack with all his strength. He did not even want to use the magical bow and arrow, he only wanted to kill his enemy and avenge his humiliation. Boom! Just as his shoulder shook and his body was about to move, the green gold light, which had already shot close to him, suddenly exploded without warning. The terrifying explosion shook the entire giant mountain, and it shook violently. The rolling mist formed by the power of the great protective array in the sky was instantly dispersed and completely collapsed. Some of the weaker powerhouses directly vomited blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They were on the verge of collapsing. Some of them were the disciples of the 6th palace who had retreated earlier, and some of the followers who had gathered behind the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man. Tian Qianzi, who was closest to the source of this terrifying explosion, was even more shocked, and his qi and blood were a little unstable. Everything was too sudden, and he was caught off guard. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous and weak light would explode before it even touched his body? It was too sinister. At the same time as the explosion, the originally weak green gold light, after exploding, instantly poured out a large amount of thunder and lightning, as if a river of thunder and lightning had suddenly appeared in the sky. The amount was so large that it had turned into a tide, and it spread out with a loud bang, drowning the roaring Tianquanzi in the first moment. The entire lightning river covered a radius of several miles. In addition to Tianquanzi, the other 9 heavenly palace higher-ups from the other 9 palaces were also affected. Although they were at the edge of the lightning river, they were caught off guard and were also drowned. Ah, boom, catcher, damn it. What the hell is this thing? Everything happened too suddenly. Retreat quickly. The green-gold lightning river churned endlessly as countless bolts of azure lightning exploded. The dense golden lightning weaved into a fine net that enveloped the area. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, the upper echelons of the 9 palaces all cried out in alarm and anger. Tianquanzi's voice also rang out, but there were no more substantive words. It was as if he was venting his anger, and this was clearly the rhythm of him being angered to the point of madness. In the distance, the hundreds of experts from the various great powers who had gathered together were completely stunned. The situation was too strange. Prince Xian, who was only at the Black Hole realm, had actually taken care of all the upper echelons of the 10 great heavenly palaces by himself. Among the 10 of them, Tianquanzi and the palace master of the other palace were all supreme beings of the 15th great realm, while the other 8 were all supreme beings of the vice palace master level. Their cultivations were all at the 14th great realm, the cosmic light realm. They were caught off guard and were actually wiped out. Too sullen. It was simply savage. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the gazes of the experts towards Yi Xian changed again. This time, even the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man seemed to have some fear in their eyes. Chapter 3204. Undead Dark Phoenix. The Great Thunderbolt River appeared abruptly. It came quickly and left even faster. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, everything was completely annihilated in less than 3 breaths. The area within a radius of a few miles regained its tranquility. Only the cracks in the void that looked like black lines silently showed the terrifying catastrophe that had happened here a few moments ago. The void was blasted apart, and the earth was charred black. In addition, 10 battered and exhausted figures appeared. The 10 higher-ups of the Celestial Palace were all existences above the cosmic light realm, and 2 of them were universe masters. Obviously, it was impossible for them to be killed so easily. Even if they were caught off guard, the 9 people who were at the edge of the Great Thunderbolt River did not even suffer too serious a blow. The extent of the impact was limited. At most, it was slightly more serious than a superficial wound. As for Tianquanzi, who happened to be at the center of the Great Thunderbolt River territory and was immediately submerged by the endless waves of thunder and lightning, he only had blood at the corner of his mouth and his injuries were slightly more serious. He did not even lose his combat strength. The supreme pressure of a universe master was even more fierce. This was the result of anger. However, even though the 10 of them were unharmed, their current appearances were truly unbearable to look at. They were in too sorry a state. Their clothes were tattered, and their heads and faces were charred black. Tianquanzi, who was located in the Thunder Great River Center region and had been caught head-on, had all of his hair blown off. His bald head was just like his face, completely black. Only his pair of eyes that were glaring furiously were as red as blood. At a sudden glance, he looked like a braised egg that had come to life. There was even white smoke coming out of his mouth and nose from time to time. It was obvious that this guy had been struck by lightning. A dignified universe master, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes, had been tormented into such a miserable state today. This was more hateful than killing him. At this moment, Tianquanzi was about to explode with anger. The only thought in his mind was to kill. His eyes were like a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage. Fierce light flashed, and it was about to choose a person to devour. As expected of a universe almighty, Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh as he shook his head and sighed. His head was blasted into a soy egg, but is completely fine. He didn't even lose a single limb. He's really freaking resistant. Pu. Hearing this, Tianquanzi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It had nothing to do with his previous injuries. It was completely due to anger. What did he mean by really resistant to beatings? This brat's mouth was too despicable. What did a dignified, almighty figure of the universe become in his mouth? Was it a human flesh machine that was specifically designed to be abused by others? Today, you will definitely die. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Qianqianzi gritted his teeth and was about to attack to vent his anger. This kind of thunder pearl is very difficult to condense. Every time you use one, there will be one less. I don't believe that you have the ability to condense a large amount of thunder pearls. Do you dare to use another one? He was indeed a universe almighty. A terrifying existence who could remain unscathed even after his head was blasted into a soy egg. After being struck once, he actually knew the ins and outs of the thunder pearl. From his words, it was obvious that he was certain that Yi Xian didn't have any more thunder pearls. He was no longer afraid. I'm sorry to disappoint you again this time. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. With a thought, he activated the Rai Di seal that was suspended above his head again. With a whoosh, another ray of greenish-gold light shot out. I don't have many thunder pearls with me. I only have about 70 or 80 thunder pearls, less than 100. It's a little too little, but it's barely enough to plow your 6th palace's ancestral land. What? He really has more. This kid is going to defy the heavens. Such terrifying thunder pearls. If he really has more than 100 of them, who would dare to provoke him? If he keeps blasting them one after another, I'm afraid even a universe almighty would be exhausted to death by him in the end. Rumble. Seeing another ray of greenish-gold light shoot out, Qianqianzi, who was on the opposite side, was stunned. The expressions of the 9 people behind him changed slightly. They frowned and quickly retreated without hesitation, as if they were avoiding the god of plague. On the side of the experts from various races from the second universe, there was a large number of gasps and exclamations. At this time, the ground under the feet of the experts suddenly shook again. This time, it was even more intense than before. The entire mountain peak was shaken, and a terrifying roar came clearly from the depths of the earth. It was accompanied by a fierce roar that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. It was as if an ancient fierce beast had been awakened from its slumber deep underground and was about to break out of the ground. Hearing this angry cry of a phoenix, the expressions of the 9 celestial palace higher-ups, who had just retreated, changed drastically. It was as if they had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. They exclaimed in horror. This is a phoenix cry? Not good. The dark phoenix has been awakened. Qianqianzi, what the hell did you do? The 6th palace is finished. The inheritance is no longer safe. There must be a problem with the immortal purple spirit root. Otherwise, why would the dark phoenix wake up early? Something big is going to happen. Qianqianzi, hurry up and take this kid down. The saint beast of the 6th palace has gone berserk. We need to work together to pacify it. Rumble. Catcher. Hua. Without waiting for the 9 people to finish speaking, the second thunder origin bead had already exploded. Without any suspense, a river of thunder suddenly surged out and covered Qianqianzi, who was still in a daze, completely drowning him. At the same time, the shaking of the entire mountain peak became even more serious. Rocks rolled down one after another, and accompanied by the sound of explosions, a terrifying crack rapidly extended from the distance. Such a towering mountain peak was actually torn apart by a terrifying force from the depths of the earth. This was the rhythm of splitting one into 2. Swish. As the earth shook, a black light soared into the sky from the depths of the terrifying crack in the distance. It was clearly a vortex that was like a black hole. As soon as it came out, it disappeared into the air. The devouring avatar stepped out with a solemn expression, glanced at the chaos here, and without hesitation, turned around and fled into the distance. Screech. This time, it was incomparably clear and real. The sound seemed to have some sort of mystical power that actually pierced through gold and cracked stone. When it entered his ears, even Yi Xian's soul couldn't help but tremble slightly. If it wasn't for the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly burning and instantly dissolving, just this phoenix cry's ruthless howl would have caused his primordial spirit to be minimally injured. Along with this terrifying roar that shook the heavens, a black claw-like object suddenly stretched out from the terrifying fissure that was rapidly spreading in the distance. Every claw was over 100 feet thick, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was like the ghost claw of the emperor of the underworld that came from the 9 hells. It stretched straight into the sky and slapped towards the devouring avatar that was fleeing into the distance. F***CK. A single claw is like a towering tree, dozens of feet thick. How terrifying is this beast's body? Even the legendary rock is only like this, right? It can cover 90,000 miles with a flap of its wings. Chapter 3205. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation both ran away in less than 3 breaths of time. The lightning river that appeared after the second thunder origin bead exploded disappeared, and Tian Chen's figure was revealed. This time, his head seemed to be even darker, shining with a black light that shone brightly like a black watermelon. At first glance, this was clearly the sign of a braised egg that had successfully transcended the tribulation and was about to be born. The radiance was too dazzling. Unfortunately, although the braised egg's head had turned into a spirit, Tian Chenzi was still the same. He was still unharmed, and his legend of resisting powerful existences had not been destroyed. Yi Xian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Thunder Origin Pearl alone was not enough to shake the supreme Chenkuan realm expert. Perhaps in the future, when Yi Xian's cultivation level increased and he could unleash the full power of the Rai Di seal, it would have such an effect. As for now, since the Thunder Origin Pearl was ineffective, the only method left was the headless infant corpse. This was Yi Xian's true trump card, and he did not want to reveal it too early. Coincidentally, the devouring doppelganger had escaped far away. Although there was a terrifying undead dark phoenix chasing after it, the latter's main body had yet to appear. No matter how long its claws could reach, there was a limit. It would not be able to catch up for a while. Besides, with the desolate ancient inheritance tower, Yi Xian was not worried about the safety of the devouring doppelganger. He had already dug a hole beforehand. Although the devouring doppelganger looked exactly the same as him, most of the experts on the mountain peak thought that it was Tian Chen's doppelganger. There was no way to explain the yellow mud falling into one's pant. Yi Xian had already thought of retreating. It was time to escape. The commotion was too big, and the Thunder Origin Pearl could not truly deter the experts. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the devouring doppelganger, it was better to leave it in the cultivation camp. He could use Tian Chen's name to devour energy and cause chaos. After all, there was already someone to take the blame. When he thought of this, Yi Xian took advantage of the fact that Tian Chenzi was in a state of shock and could not react for a moment. He turned his head and grinned. The almighty Chenkuan really knows how to play. While my original body is up there enduring the lightning strikes, transcending the tribulation as if I'm taking a bath, my doppelganger isn't idling around either. He's down there playing with the big bird he's rearing. He's not afraid even if his nest is torn down. As expected of an almighty, Yi Xian waved his hand and said, "Bye-bye, bro. That blackbird looks fierce. I'm not as tough as you, so I won't get involved. You guys take your time." Before he could finish speaking, Yi Xian had already issued a command to the system without hesitation. He immediately activated the universal coordinate jump function and jumped to the target's death spiral. The next moment, a faint light flashed, and his figure disappeared completely. In the eyes of the surrounding experts, it was as if he had teleported away. Although this was a little unexpected, the suppressive effect of the great protective array of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates was basically non-existent. The great protective array had collapsed and lost its power. Even an existence of the black hole realm could teleport away. Therefore, Yi Xian left very calmly and was not afraid of revealing anything. "Pu. You want to run?" Tian Chenzi spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ferocious. Before Yi Xian left, he did not forget to put a black pot on his head. This was too infuriating. In addition, when the devouring doppelganger appeared, he completely understood that the immortal purple spirit root must have been stolen. Otherwise, why would the Dark Phoenix be so angry? That damned guy. I didn't pay attention for a moment, and he actually provoked such a huge disaster. The entire 6th Palace was almost turned upside down, and even the undying Dark Phoenix was exposed. This was a huge crisis that could no longer be resolved. With a cold snort, Tian Chenzi fully expanded his spirit sense and instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles, searching for Yi Xian's figure. Even if an ant of the black hole realm could teleport, it would not be able to teleport 10,000 miles away. At most, it would be around 1,000 miles. Tian Chenzi was very sure of this. Unfortunately, the result was extremely strange. Not only was there no trace of Yi Xian's original body, but even the devouring doppelganger that had stolen the immortal purple spirit root and infuriated the Dark Phoenix had completely disappeared. Tian Chenzi could not catch a trace of it. Rumble. Boom. Tian Chenzi almost spat out blood again. Everything that had happened today was too sullen. The sixth palace was turned upside down, the immortal spiritual root was stolen, and the undead Dark Phoenix was exposed. After such a heavy loss, he still had to take the blame for someone else. As a mighty figure of the universe, even if he was carrying a head of a braised egg on his shoulder, he should not be so cowardly. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling and had started to doubt his life. As Tian Chenzi's roar continued, the entire mountain started to tremble violently again. Thunderous rumbles came from the depths of the ground. The terrifying fissure finally spread to the front. 2/3 of the mountain was cut open, forming a huge chasm. The sixth palace of the 10 absolutes was completely destroyed, and the ancestral ground had crumbled. Screech! Amidst the rumbling noises, the undead Dark Phoenix's furious roar soared into the sky from the depths of the heavenly chasm. Then, the giant mountain collapsed completely. All the experts were horrified, and they quickly rushed into the sky, fleeing as far as they could. Some of the weaker disciples of the sixth palace had their souls torn apart by the phoenix's roar. Their yuanshan was destroyed, and blood spurted out from their 7 orifices as they fell into the depths of the heavenly chasm. At the same time, a huge black shadow that almost covered the sky rose from the natural chasm. It was indeed a dark phoenix. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was surrounded by black dark fire. It spanned hundreds of miles. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a stream of black light that tore apart the void. It actually disappeared into the horizon in less than half a breath's time. What a terrifying aura. What is the origin of this dark phoenix? Something big is going to happen. A terrifying existence that surpasses the universe has appeared. Once it is angry, it will split the sky. The entire Federation will be affected. This matter is too sudden, and the consequences are unimaginable. We must immediately return to the clan and prepare for the upheaval. We have poked a hole in the sky and provoked a terrifying dark phoenix that surpasses the universe. Tian Chenzi, you must explain this matter. The Federation will soon hold the Tenju Celestial Palace accountable. In the midst of the shock, the silver-robed elder, the green-haired man, and the other high-level members of the Federation of the Second Universe exclaimed. There were even warnings and reprimands. After they finished speaking, they all turned around and left. Even the imperial family elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty and was also from the human camp, did not stay. With a cold look in his eyes, he glanced at Tian Chenzi and left in a huff. Facing all this, the eyes of the sixth palace master, Tian Chenzi, flickered incessantly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not say anything. On the side, the 9 high-level members and powerful figures from the other celestial palaces looked at each other with furrowed brows. In the end, the 5th palace master, who had a good relationship with Tian Chenzi, sighed faintly and turned to look at Tian Chenzi. The 6th palace has been destroyed, the spiritual root of inheritance is lost, and the dark phoenix of the ancestral land has fled in anger. This place is worthless. There is no reason to stay. Chapter 3206. Enraged demonic dust. Tian Chenzi and the other 9 upper echelons of the celestial palaces left in a hurry. The loss of the immortal purple spirit root was one thing, but the key was that the exposure of the undying dark phoenix was a matter of great importance. The consequences were hard to predict, and it had already affected some kind of arrangement of the entire Tenju celestial palaces. For this reason, Tian Chenzi even put aside his monstrous resentment towards Yi Xian for the time being. As for the messy 6th palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace, there were 3 deputy palace masters to clean up the mess. Besides, he still had countless doppelgangers here, so it was enough to clean up the mess. With the departure of Tian Qianzi and the other high-level figures of the Heavenly Palace, the area around the giant peak where the sixth palace was located fell into a complete silence. The experts of the sixth palace who had retreated because of the collapse of the giant peak all returned one after another. All of them looked extremely sad, and their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Everything in front of them was too messy and shocking. The entire giant peak had completely collapsed, and a deep chasm-like crack ran through the entire giant peak from west to east. The ancestral land of the sixth palace was completely destroyed. Even if a supreme existence who had surpassed the supreme being of heaven and earth used a heaven-defying divine ability, it would not be able to recover from such a degree of collapse. The sixth palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace controlled an extremely vast star area in the third galaxy occupied by the human clan. There were many disciples in the palace. Not to mention the outsiders, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples of the sixth palace stationed in and around the ancestral land all year round. This was only the number of official disciples, and some of the outer disciples were even more. The entire sixth palace was definitely a behemoth, and the giant peak where the ancestral land of the sixth palace was located was the spiritual symbol of this behemoth. But now, this spiritual symbol had completely collapsed. The calamity had come so suddenly that the disciples of the sixth palace who had gathered around the giant peak were still in disbelief. Their angry expressions were more or less filled with confusion and bewilderment. On the peak of a mountain not far away, 7 or 8 female figures stood there silently, gazing into the distance. Their gazes all fell on the giant peak of the sixth palace's ancestral ground that had completely collapsed. The woman in the lead had a graceful figure. She wore festive red makeup, and her face was covered with a layer of red light gauze. At this moment, she was standing at the edge of a dangerous cliff at the peak of the mountain, allowing the mountain breeze to caress her body and flutter the corners of her clothes. She actually emitted an otherworldly bearing that caused others to be dazzled, and she seemed like an immortal lotus on the precipice, peerless and independent. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, lifting up a corner of the woman's red veil. Immediately, a beautiful and flawless face was revealed. However, there were tears on her face, and her eyes were filled with grief and confusion. This woman was none other than Zhao Lingyang, who had covered her face and left from the main hall of the sixth palace. The 7 people standing behind her were her maidservants. Originally, there were 13 of them, but as the unforeseen events continued to happen, they were caught off guard. When the master and servant group hurriedly left the ancestral ground of the 10th and 6th palaces, several maidservants unexpectedly perished. To the current Zhao Lingyang, the unforeseen events that happened in a short period of time had completely overturned everything she had before. The home that she had grown up in was gone. Half of her close friends and sisters had also suddenly perished. Even her father, Tian Qianzi, who had doted on her since she was young, did not know if he could return safely after going to Tianju Palace to apologize. Or, when he would return. Compared to this heartache, the grief of being humiliated and ignored by Prince Xian was really nothing. At this moment, all the grief and indignation in Zhao Lingyang's heart had unknowingly transformed into bitter hatred that was engraved in her heart. It was even to the extent that the light muttering from her mouth seemed as if it came from the 9th level of hell, and it revealed a ghastly coldness that caused one's mind to tremble. Is this my heart tempering in the mortal world? Immortal mortal world? Ha ha ha. If the so-called Great Tao of Immortals actually requires the pain of the mortal world to cultivate one's Tao heart, then I don't want it. Although the Great Tao of Immortals has its Tao, it is definitely not a lonely mountain path. The mortal world is too painful, and the Great Tao does not know the way. From today onwards, I, Zhao Lingyang, will no longer have any sorrow or pain. From now on, I will abandon this mortal world and the immortal path without hesitation. From now on, I will no longer fall into the demonic path. Long Xian, there will finally be a day when I will kill you and offer your head to Mo Chen. Along with the soft muttering coming out of her mouth, the aura emitted from Zhao Lingyang's body also rapidly changed. In just a short minute, that fresh, otherworldly, and unparalleled arrogance and tranquility completely disappeared, transforming into a bone-chilling coldness, callousness, ruthlessness, and boundless resentment that wreaked havoc and killing intent that soared to the heavens. Boom! Screech! Like a sudden clap of thunder, the cultivation power in Zhao Lingyang's body crazily surged at this moment. Her cultivation, which was originally at the origin 7th stage, actually increased explosively, directly crossing a large realm and stepping into the grotto heaven 7th stage. She raised her head and let out a shrill howl, overflowing with hatred and resentment. Even her long black hair seemed to have been assimilated by some kind of mysterious power. As it danced wildly in the mountain wind, it was actually dyed with frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, the black hair on her head had completely turned into snow-white silver hair. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang had completely transformed. From her body to her divine soul, nothing was left behind. The proud daughter of the heavens had fallen to the demonic path in anger. "Miss, what's wrong with you? Oh my God, your hair, what exactly happened? Lingyang, you look so scary now. Can we not be like this? It's too scary." As Zhao Lingyang raised her head and let out a shrill howl, the black hair on her head was instantly dyed with white frost. The few maidservants who had witnessed all this with their own eyes were already scared out of their wits. As they pleaded softly, they subconsciously retreated slowly, even their bodies were trembling. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang suddenly became incomparably unfamiliar in their eyes, causing them to be fearful and not dare to approach her at all. "Even you are going to abandon me and leave?" Zhao Lingyang suddenly turned around. Her head of silver hair fluttered in the wind, and the veil on her face had long since been lost, flying away with the wind. What entered into the field of vision of the maidservants was a face that was savage to the extreme. It was pitilessly beautiful and evil, and it was faintly discernible while being enveloped by a layer of faint black qi. Moreover, its gaze was even like 2 sharp blades, and its invisible oppressive gaze actually revealed a strand of coldness that caused one's heart to tremble and suffused with killing intent. "Since you're not willing to accompany me in the demonic path, then I'll send you on your way. Go on your way first." Boom, an explosion shook the heavens, and a dense black qi that was vast and boundless yet cold to the extreme suddenly surged out from Zhao Lingyang's body without any warning. It did not stop at all, and in less than half a breath, it had already arrived with a loud bang, completely enveloping the few maidservants who were retreating in shock not far away. Screech! Just as the figures of the maidservants were submerged and disappeared in the blink of an eye in this shocking demonic qi, a familiar phoenix cry suddenly came from somewhere in the void in the extreme northeast of the mountain peak. Chapter 3207. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Return. In the central domain of the Third Universe, on the east side of the Death Star field in the crevice between the 2 human factions, in the deepest part of the Death Star vortex, where a shocking change had occurred and caused a huge commotion. A ray of light suddenly appeared without warning and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! As the almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the air entered Yi Xian's ears, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, the universe coordinate jump is complete. In the next moment, a feeling of weakness that he hadn't felt in a long time surged over like a tide, completely occupying Yi Xian's entire body and mind. The side effects of using the heaven-falling bow's divine ability finally arrived after completing this coordinate jump. Yi Xian's current cultivation was far from what it was in the past. When he used the heaven-falling bow this time, he had only used less than 90% of his cultivation power to condense the energy arrows into the giant bow. Such a strong sense of weakness should not have come. It was all because Yi Xian had immediately performed the universal coordinate jump after using the heaven-falling bow this time before he could recover from his condition. After all, he had crossed the distance of more than half of the universe in a matter of seconds. During the entire process, whether it was his body or his divine sense, the pressure he had to endure could not be ignored. It seems that my cultivation is still too weak. If I perform this kind of coordinate jump next time when I'm seriously injured and about to die, won't I faint on the spot after completing it? After checking the condition of his body, Yi Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. Then, he waved his hand and took out a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in his body. He threw all of them to the devouring system and immediately ordered the system to absorb the star core origin at full speed. After doing all this, he sat down cross-legged and suspended in the void in the deepest part of the Death Star vortex. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, absorbing the star core origin with all his strength to refine it and recover his condition. Half a day later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and there was a gleam in his eyes. After sparing no expense and throwing out a large amount of star core origin to absorb, he had completely recovered in less than a day, and his combat strength had reached its peak. Unfortunately, the expected system notification did not appear. After waiting quietly for about 10 seconds, Yi Xian smiled bitterly again and shook his head with a self-deprecating sigh. In order to recover as soon as possible, he took out the star core origin from his undying world and fed it to the devouring system. Not only was there a huge amount of them, the grade was also shocking. There were a total of 3 Class 99 colored star cores. According to his estimations, the simultaneous use of 3 9th grade 9 colored pills would not only allow him to quickly recover, but would also allow him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation base. He was the only one who dared to think of such a thing. The key was that he had been pleasantly surprised too often in the past. He had almost gotten used to it. As a result, he was unexpectedly unable to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, causing him to faintly feel a sense of loss in his heart. Could it be that after entering the black hole realm, even the effects of Class 99 colored star core origin have been greatly weakened? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian felt even more uneasy. If this was really the case, it would be a big problem for him to increase his cultivation base in the future. Although he had a lot of cultivation resources in his hands and had many types, in terms of energy grade, other than the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals that he had obtained from the primordial cage, which he had always kept and did not dare to use casually, there was no other type that could surpass the Class 9 colored star core origin. In fact, although the Class 9 nine-eyed golden crystals were not inferior to the Class 9 colored star core origin in terms of energy grade, and even surpassed it by quite a bit, the attributes of these two cultivation resources were different. The star core origin was a general-purpose cultivation resource. Whether it was the human race, the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, or even the demonkin and the mech race, all of them could smoothly absorb the energy from the star core origin. After absorbing it into their bodies, all they had to do was refine it. As for the speed of absorption, that was another problem that had nothing to do with the star core origin. However, the Class 9 nine-eyed golden crystals were completely different. This kind of cultivation resource only had an excellent effect on increasing and strengthening one's mental strength. Its effect on the cultivation base and divine sense of the human race was basically zero. It was completely negligible. This also applied to all other grades of multi-eyed sense crystals and even ordinary demonic sense star crystals. Therefore, even though the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in Yi Xian's possession were of better quality, it was impossible to use them to replace the Class 9 colored star core origin and absorb them at critical moments in the future to break through the bottleneck of the cultivation base and make a quick breakthrough. Moreover, there were only 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in total. When the mental strength source core evolved in the future, Yi Xian would have to rely on them, so he did not dare to squander them easily. It shouldn't be because my cultivation base has reached the black hole realm. Otherwise, why would those whose cultivation base is far beyond the black hole realm be so eager to obtain the Class 9 colored star core origin? Could it be because I've already used a few of them before? My physical cultivation base and divine sense have an obvious resistance to this kind of top-grade star core origin energy. Because of this, the breakthrough effect of the Class 9 colored star core origin energy has been greatly weakened. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, his mind worked quickly as he quickly analyzed the various possible factors that could have caused this unexpected situation. Gradually, he came up with an answer. Although this was only a guess at the moment, it made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley in an instant. It had not been easy for him to enter the ranks of the black hole realm experts. He had been looking forward to continuing to work hard and rushing to the Grotto Heaven realm, the Void realm, and all the way to the Universe realm in the shortest time possible. But now, it seemed that if he did not solve this problem and find a cultivation resource that could replace the Class 9 colored star core origin, or at least the energy level of the star core origin, the speed of his cultivation base improvement would come to a halt. It would be difficult for him to make rapid leaps and bounds like before. Fortunately, I've obtained a large amount of devouring origin. Although the devouring origin has been reduced to a system currency after entering the big space environment, and I can no longer refine and integrate it to improve my bloodline and cultivation base by directly absorbing its energy, but the devouring origin is obviously extraordinary. Even in the big space environment, the top forces, including the Heavenly Legacy clan and the various races of the Federation, are still scrambling for it. This alone shows its value. At the thought of this, Yi Xian's spirits were suddenly lifted. His originally depressed mood instantly rose again, and he even became a little excited. All the top forces of the three universes, including the Celestials' Legacy clan, were in desperate need of devouring source crystals, but none of them had leaked any information about the specific uses of this rare resource. This was far too abnormal and bizarre. Could it be that the devouring origin crystal has other uses? They don't even know about the devouring system and haven't mastered it. Chapter 3208. Gold squandering cave. After all his efforts, Yi Xian was greatly disappointed. The data in the devouring system's internal database regarding the source of devouring had not changed at all. Everything that could be learned was the same as before. Even after Yi Xian provided various clues and asked the system to make an evaluation and analysis, there was no particularly constructive new discovery. All his efforts were in vain. It seems that my thinking is still a little too simple. Since the major forces of the three universes are so keen on devouring source crystals, they must know some unknown secret. It's a pity that the information has been sealed so tightly that not a single bit of it has leaked out. In the end, Yi Xian could only helplessly give up for the time being. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the Tower of Antiquity has been transferred to the devouring clone. Otherwise, Tian Chunzi, as the remnant soul of the 6th Palace Master of the 10 Ultimates, would most likely know some inside information. But now, it's hard to count on him. Tian Chunzi's remnant soul had been directly thrown into the 9th floor of the Tower of Antiquity through the devouring system. Even if it was still lingering at death's door and had not fallen, there was no way to summon it in a short time. Then, Yi Xian thought of Uncle Kong and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. He was still not very clear about Uncle Kong's identity. The latter had always avoided this question, but according to Yi Xian's estimation, even if he was not a high-ranking member of the imperial family of the Immortal Dynasty, he must have an unusual relationship with such an existence. He might know a little about the secret of devouring the source crystal. After returning to Planet Triumph, he could definitely contact the Immortal Star and give it a try. As for Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, needless to say, this old man was at least on par with the 6th Palace Master of the 10 Ultimates, Chen Chenzi. Back then, he had roared and forced the 6th Palace Master, Huai Dongzi, to retreat thousands of miles away. It could be said that his ferocity was monstrous. Since then, the old man had become even more mysterious to Yi Xian than the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Yang Kai hadn't had the time to investigate this matter before, but now that everything in the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes had come to an end and Yi Xian's true body had returned to the Death Star field, after arriving on Planet Victorious Return, he would definitely investigate this matter as soon as possible. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai could ask Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher about the secrets of devouring source crystals. After calming down, Yi Xian entered the exchange shop to check. Yi Xian's harvest from the previous incident in the Death Star Vortex could be said to be extremely astonishing. He'd obtained more than 56,000 origin devouring crystals, and the other hundreds of rare minerals were nearly 10 million. The other rare minerals were not cultivation resources. Most of them were important elements and materials needed for refining and technological manufacturing. Yi Xian planned to hand them over to Naples after returning to Planet Victorious Return. The development of Victorious Return and the entire fleet needed to be accelerated, so these mineral resources were urgently needed. As for the 56,000 source Devour crystals, Yi Xian planned to keep some of them and use the rest to exchange. After the Devour system was upgraded to Starry Sky rank, all the products in the exchange shop had been completely updated. There were some things that even Yi Xian was envious of, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to exchange for them. Now, the opportunity had finally come. He even hoped to see if he could find the urgently needed cultivation resources in the exchange shop that could be used to replace the level 99 colored star core origin and had better energy quality. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian plunged into the exchange shop and browsed excitedly. In the exchange shop that came with the system, the host could exchange for all kinds of things, such as divine weapons, elixirs, martial arts, treasures, puppets, and so on. Before stepping into the starry sky, Yi Xian had used the devouring origin to level up the system and obtain some powerful bloodlines, such as the Sword God bloodline, the War God bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, and so on. Every bloodline had different abilities, but unfortunately, after entering the vast starry sky, all of these bloodlines were cleared by the system. At the same time, the exchange shop had also been updated, providing a large number of universe-level bloodlines that could be exchanged. However, although there were countless races in the universe, most of them had bloodlines that were not up to standard. The system had given him a Source Devour crystal, but Yi Xian had never used it. A single Source Devour crystal could only be exchanged for the most common bloodlines and treasures in the exchange shop. Now, Yi Xian had a lot of Source Devour crystals, but because he had the supreme primordial golden divine dragon bloodline and the mutated evolution of the demonic dragon attribute, it was as if he had two supreme primordial bloodlines at the same time. Therefore, he was not interested in the universe-level bloodlines that could be provided in the exchange shop. Some of the universe-level bloodlines were quite good, such as the immemorial Thunder Dragon bloodline, the Heavenly Demon Fire Phoenix bloodline, the Giant-tailed Celestial Fox bloodline, the Golden Flame Godly Eagle bloodline, the Feathered Winged Rock bloodline, the Sky-swallowing Colored Python, the Vaja Chief Wolf, and so on. If he were to exchange for them, he would need at least hundreds of Source Devour crystals, and at most thousands of Source Devour crystals. Yi Xian had been envious of them before, but now his vision was completely different. In addition, the exchange shop also had a large number of cultivation methods, divine weapons, magic treasures, and even battle suits, battleships, fortresses, and so on. Yi Xian carefully reviewed them one by one and soon found a problem that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Of the large number of treasures and resources that could be exchanged, nearly half of them were things that Yi Xian did not need, or he already had something similar in his hands. After all, he had first taken away all the resources that the Demonkin Scout Corps had collected in the graveyard of the meteorite for decades, then ransacked the Demonkin Star area, and extorted a lot of treasures from more than 10,000 Federation elites in the Myriad prison. His collection was already extremely rich and varied. Because of this, in the blink of an eye, only half of the items and treasures that Yi Xian still had exchange value were left in the system shop. Of course, even half of the items was still a huge number. The problem was that among the half of the top-level resources, 80% of them were things that Yi Xian did not have the right to exchange for. He did not even have the qualifications to check their specific attributes. Except for an obscure product name, everything else was displayed with question marks, including the number of Source Devour crystals required to exchange for them. Obviously, these top-level resources were not available for the time being, and some conditions had not been met yet. Although the remaining 20% did not have this problem, the exchange threshold was frighteningly high. Thousands of source crystals were required to exchange for them, and there was no one with less than 1,000 source crystals. Instead, there was a dazzling array of items that cost tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of source crystals. Seeing this, Yi Xian's back was dripping with cold sweat. He suddenly felt like an ordinary person shopping in a high-end luxury store. It was too scary. He originally thought that he should be quite rich, but after carefully looking around, he suddenly found that he had tens of thousands of source crystals in his hands. After all, he was still not out of poverty. Chapter 3209. Translator, Naiwabo Studio Editor, Naiwabo Studio Calamity Dragon Pill. After circling around, Yi Xian was disappointed in the end. He had hoped that he could temporarily replace the 9-colored star core origin, but he could not find a better cultivation resource in terms of energy quality. Perhaps in the small half of the items whose exchange price was still a question mark, there would be some among the items that were not normally released. But the result was the same. Even if that was the case, it was meaningless now. Yi Xian did not even have the qualifications to exchange for it. Disappointed, he had no choice but to put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. He continued to browse the other items and gradually understood what he should do. From the moment he first entered the starry sky environment until now, When he finally stepped into the black hole realm and became a true starry sky powerhouse, Yi Xian's path could be said to be extremely difficult. If it wasn't for his heaven-defying luck, he probably would have died countless times already. What was embarrassing was that Yi Xian had to rely on external forces to resolve the various dangers he encountered during the process, such as the weeping soul bloodhorn and the headless infant corpse. Although these external forces were indispensable for starry sky masters and were part of their overall strength, it was inevitable that they would rely on them at the beginning when their cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, they would die young before they could grow up. But now, it was different. Entering the black hole realm meant that he had officially entered the ranks of the true starry sky masters. The future path of growth would be even more difficult. Being a universe master was only the starting line of a higher level. When the time came, it would even involve the comprehension and control of the universe's starry sky principles. From now on, Yi Xian had to rely on his own strength, step by step, to become truly strong through the trials of life and death. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to go further on the starry sky path. He decided to improve his combat strength as much as possible and make preparations for this. In terms of cultivation strength, he could only improve step by step. He already had the best bloodline, cultivation methods, and magical powers, so he did not need them for the time being. However, there was still room for improvement in the three basic treasures of a starry sky master: the armor, the combat weapon, and the warship. At the very least, he had to upgrade all of them to quasi-starry sky treasures. In addition to the indestructible glass armor, there were still two more treasures that needed to be upgraded. They were the Dongshu shuttle and the Devil Bloodstar Tear's sword. These two treasures were both at the epic star grade. The Dongshu shuttle had undergone 6 fusions, while the Devil Bloodstar Tear's sword had undergone 5 fusions. Very quickly, Yi Xian found 2 exchange items from the exchange shop. They were the items that were most suitable for fusing with them and increasing their grade. Other than that, he also exchanged for 2 extremely rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He planned to use them to improve his bloodline and abilities. There were 4 items in total, but they consumed 90% of Yi Xian's 50,000 devouring origin crystals. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few thousand crystals left. Although it was a little painful, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and submitted the exchange request. The next moment, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host, the exchange is successful. 4 treasures have been selected. The total amount of devouring origin crystals required is 50,800 crystals. The system has automatically completed the exchange. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously probed his body. As expected, there weren't many devouring origin crystals left in his undying world, so they should have been directly consumed by the system. After all, the exchange items provided by the system store couldn't appear out of thin air. Bloodlines, divine abilities, cultivation techniques, and the like could be stored in the system as data. However, Yi Xian had exchanged for heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals. They were all physical objects. The system had digested the devouring origin crystals and used a mysterious method that Yi Xian could not understand to transform the energy. It created the 4 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for. Such a method was too shocking. After entering the starry sky environment, this was the first time that Yi Xian had exchanged for treasures from the system shop. For a moment, he was filled with emotions. At the same time, the system notification in his mind did not stop. It continued to ring out, briefly introducing the 4 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Great 5 Elements Annihilation Disc Array, Offensive Treasure, Solidifying Disc Array. It can transform energy into 5 types of annihilating lightning. It can be divided or combined. It can affect the whole body. If divided, it can penetrate the Earth's crust and destroy mountains. If combined, it can destroy an area and fall into the void. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality: Flawless Perfect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Withered Demon Blade, Replica. It is said that before the heavens and earth were separated, there was a great demon that lost its memory. The evil in its heart was no longer there. It hid in the depths of the void and was in chaos all day long. One day, the evil completely recovered. The great demon was born and turned into a withered blade. It shone with a black light and killed countless living things. The souls of the dead were destroyed. It was the withered demon blade. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality, Flawless Replica. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Avicii Origin Crystal, Energy Crystal, condensed from the endless Avicii 9 Underworld. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality, Pure and Flawless. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Calamity Dragon Pill, refined according to the ancient recipe. It is necessary for a great flood dragon to transform into a dragon. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality, Excellent Grade with slight flaws. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a treasure. Please check and confirm. As soon as the last notification sounded, Yi Xian felt a slight tremor in his body. In the blink of an eye, 4 different top-grade treasures appeared in his body. They were the items that the system had given him. A crystal the size of an egg, dark and shiny. This Avicii Origin Crystal was condensed from the endless Avicii 9 Underworlds. He wondered if it could increase the power of the fallen Skybow. After all, it was the bloodline ability of the ancient Yaksha. The aura of the latter was similar to this Avicii Origin Crystal. There should be hope. A golden elixir shaped like a dragon's eye. This elixir was specially prepared by Yi Xian for the black gold dragon scale in his Sea of Consciousness. Since it was a special elixir for the flood dragon to transform into a dragon, it should have some effect on Yi Xian's devil dragon bloodline. He might as well give it a try. As for the Great Five Elements Annihilation Formation Disc, it was only the size of a palm. It looked like a compass, but its surface was engraved with countless obscure runes. It had a strong ancient aura, and there was also a faint sense of endless sharpness. Yi Xian planned to use this formation disc to perform the 7th system fusion with the Dongshu shuttle. If there were no accidents, once the fusion was successful, the Dongshu shuttle's attack power would be greatly improved. After the previous 6 fusions, the shuttle was already relatively perfect. The speed formation, defense formation, and concealment formation were all present. There was also the use of space folding technology in the shuttle. In addition, the short-distance space jump and long-distance wormhole jump ability had been perfected. The only shortcoming was the main cannon of the shuttle. After all, the shuttle was less than 500 meters long. No matter how big the caliber of the star-obliterating cannon was, it could only reach 200 meters at most. It couldn't even blow up a giant fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. After getting used to the terrifying power of the 20,000-meter death ray cannon in the space fortress, Yi Xian couldn't stand the power of the star-obliterating cannon in the Dongshu shuttle. Chapter 3210. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Withered Demon Bloodblade. The last treasure to be exchanged was called the Withered Demon Blade. Just the name of this blade was already amazing. Previously, when Yi Xian browsed through this type of magic treasure in the system exchange shop, he was immediately attracted by it and quickly confirmed that he would exchange for this blade. Unfortunately, it was just a replica, which made him feel rather regretful. Even so, its grade was still at the epic star grade. Its appearance was eye-catching, pitch black, and the shape of the blade was extremely ferocious and domineering. Although it did not leak any aura, it imperceptibly gave off a domineering aura. It could be said to be overflowing with demonic intent. This blade was prepared by Yi Xian for the Devil Bloodstar Tear's sword. The two were one sword and one saber. He wondered what form they would take after the successful fusion. In fact, Yi Xian preferred the Withered Demon Blade. Although the sword was strong, the saber was more domineering. He was more inclined towards the latter and was already looking forward to it. Just as Yi Xian was excitedly playing with the 4 treasures to be exchanged, the system notification sounded in his mind again. 2 consecutive notifications asked Yi Xian if he would like to activate the supplementary system immediately and begin the fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused: Devil Bloodstar Tear's sword, Withered Demon Blade. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding. Congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused. Dongshu Shuttle, Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disk. Will you fuse them immediately? Yi Xian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative reply. Moreover, he wanted to fuse them together. After making the decision, he waved his hand and stored the withered demon blade and Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disk into his body again. At the same time, he handed the Dongshu Shuttle and Devil Bloodstar Tear's sword to the Devouring System, including a large pile of Star Core source that he had just taken out from the Undying World to use for the fusion. There were originally 1,000 mosquito beasts, 1,000 soldier ladles, and 1,000 demon slaves led by Gui Hai Idao in the Dongshu Shuttle. If the system was to fuse, all life forms in the shuttle would have to evacuate in advance. However, there was no need to consider this problem now. When Yi Xian started his preparations outside of the Death Star vortex, he had already sent out all the forces in the Dongshu Shuttle. Once all the preparations, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host. Fused, Devil Bloodstar Tear's sword. Progress 1. Ding. Congratulations to host. The 7th fusion of the Dongshu Shuttle has begun. Progress 1. Yi Xian heaved a long sigh of relief, but his heartstrings were inexplicably tight. From the beginning to the end, although he had fused his weapons, armor, and battleships many times, he had never failed. So far, he had succeeded 6 times in a row, and the Dongshu Shuttle had succeeded 7 times in a row. However, the further they progressed, the greater the chances of failure. Similarly, the further they progressed, the greater the losses to Yi Xian would be. Worried about the gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little anxious at this moment. However, the more successful the fusion was, the more time it would take to continue the fusion. This was really a torment. This fusion of the battleship and the battleship would take at least 6 or 7 days to produce a result, which really made people speechless. Not long after, Yi Xian finally calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. He threw this matter to the back of his mind and took out some weeping soul beasts. Since he was bored, he could cultivate his spiritual power to pass the time. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Yi Xian entered a state of cultivation. Soon, he forgot about everything and let time pass. He was neither surprised nor happy. After a few days, Yi Xian finally exited from the state of cultivation. As soon as he opened his eyes, the notification of the Devouring System sounded in his mind. The fusion of the battleship and the battleship had finally been completed. Congratulations to the host. Devil Bloodstar Tear's sword has been successfully fused for the 6th time. Treasure obtained, Withered Demon Bloodblade. Grade, Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. Quality, Flawless Perfect. Congratulations to the host. Dongshu Shuttle has been successfully fused for the 7th time. Grade, Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. Quality, Flawless Perfect. As expected, the fusion of the 2 treasures was carried out at the same time, and the result was still a success. There were no accidents, which made Yi Xian relax. What surprised him was that after the 2 treasures successfully completed the fusion, their grades were both upgraded to Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure, which surprised him. At this point, Yi Xian's 3 most basic Starry Sky Absolute Treasures, the battle armor, and the battleship, had all reached Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. If news of this spread out and was known by others, it would probably cause an earthquake. This kind of man-made treasure was not comparable to those natural treasures like the Rai Di seal. Basically, Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure was the peak. Except for the life fortress of the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, Yi Xian had never heard of a second man-made Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. After completing the 7th fusion, the name of the Dongshu Shuttle did not change, but the runes engraved on the surface of the shuttle were more complex. They were so densely packed that if one looked at them carefully, they would make one dizzy. This should be the result of the Grand 5 Elements Annihilation Array Disk being completely integrated into the shuttle, turning into an array pattern that covered the entire shuttle. As for the extent of the increase in the Dongshu Shuttle's attack power and the specific power of this array after it was activated, Yi Xian did not investigate it for the time being. When he had time later, He would find a suitable space to activate this array and blast it a few times to find out. After waving his hand and storing the Dongshu shuttle into his body, he turned his gaze to the withered demon bloodblade. Yi Xian did not like the name of the devil bloodstarter's sword to begin with, but the withered demon bloodblade sounded much more pleasing to his ears. More importantly, after completing this fusion, the form of this combat weapon had clearly undergone an earth-shattering change. Previously, it was a sword, but now, it was a saber. Moreover, it was a completely black and glossy, covered in fine blood runes, and its form was incomparably ferocious and domineering. It could be said to be perfect. Yi Xian's eyes burned fiercely as he fiddled with it for a long time with fanaticism. However, he could not find a single flaw in it. He was too satisfied. Only when his emotions calmed down again did he suddenly remember the sword spirit that was born in the devil bloodstarter's sword. After this fusion, the Starter's sword had completely changed, turning into a heaven-shaking demonic blade. Could the original sword spirit have been erased because of this? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly injected his consciousness into the demonic blade to investigate, but the result was a false alarm. The demonic blood of the sword spirit was still there, but its aura had changed. Amidst the familiar bloodthirsty demonic aura, there was clearly a very mysterious demonic aura, which was even more astonishing. However, it had fallen into a deep slumber, as if some kind of change was brewing. This is clearly the effect of the withered demon bloodblade's demonic aura, causing the sword spirit to transform and evolve. This is simply a pleasant surprise. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian quickly understood and became even more delighted. After this transformation, the demonic blood of the sword spirit would only become stronger. When this transformation was superimposed on the withered demon bloodblade, the most direct effect was that the demonic aura of the blade would become even stronger. Yi Xian was very much looking forward to it. He could not wait to immediately feel the supreme demonic aura of this peerless demonic blade. The words sword spirit and demonic blood are not very appropriate, but blade spirit sounds really awkward. Chapter 32:11. The crisis of the remaining chapters: battle weapons, battle armor, and battleship. When these three most basic Starry Sky personal treasures were upgraded to Quasi-Starry Sky grade, Yi Xian's battle prowess instantly soared by a large margin. But that was not the end of it. The Avici Origin Crystal and the Calamity Dragon Pill were still not used. If nothing unexpected happened, these two items should be able to enhance both Yi Xian's fallen sky bow and the power of the demon dragon's bloodline, greatly increasing his combat strength. In addition, with the help of the three combat armors, Yi Xian's overall combat strength would definitely be reborn. It would be incomparable to his current strength. However, considering that it had already taken him several days to fuse with the weapon, plus the time he had spent in the 6th Palace of Shijue, it had already been half a month. Yi Xian was really worried that something would happen in Triumph City, so after pondering for a while, he immediately dispelled the idea of continuing to stay here and use up the Avici Crystal and Calamity Dragon transforming pill in one go. I can only put this matter aside for the time being and return to Planet Victorious Return first. Once the situation stabilizes, I'll deal with it again. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately kept the withered demon bloodblade into his undying world. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle and stepped into it. Very quickly, he turned into a streak of purple light and flew off in search of the exit. Half a day later, he finally found the void passage to leave the Death Star vortex. Yi Xian was relieved. Without hesitation, the Dongshu shuttle's speed increased sharply. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an almost undetectable ray of light and rushed out of the Death Star vortex, heading straight for Planet Triumph. Although only 10 days had passed, the changes in the Death Star field were as if the sky and Earth had been turned upside down. It was completely different now. For thousands of years, the entire Death Star field was practically filled with experts from various races. It appeared to be extraordinarily bustling, like a Starfield-grade void mine. Although the conditions were harsh, the people were quite prosperous. But now, with the disappearance of the source of source crystals, this dilapidated Death Star field instantly lost its original attraction and value, so almost all the Starry Sky Masters who had been lurking here had evacuated. Even the Tenju heavenly palaces and the Immortal Dynasty's majestic bases in this star field, Black Sky City and Old Su City, were the same. Black Sky City was originally a city-shaped magical weapon, so it was very convenient to take it and leave. As for Old Su City, what should be torn down was torn down, and what should be abandoned was abandoned. It no longer had its former grandeur, and was in ruins. Only Yi Xian's Triumph City was still rooted here. Not only was there not a single soul to be seen in this vast expanse of stars, it was even to the extent that even the boundless space and countless stars of various sizes had completely withered and died, and it revealed a shocking feeling of loneliness and desolation. Yi Xian drove the Dongshu shuttle at an extremely fast speed and streaked across the void. Along the way, he didn't see even half a figure of a starry skymaster. Even though he was mentally prepared, this kind of boundless desolation still shocked him slightly. The uneasiness in his heart gradually grew stronger, and he was afraid that his triumphant return would be like this. Everyone had already left. With continuous leaps and bounds, Yi Xian used less than a day to rush from the eastern Death region to the Triumph City in the western starfield. The familiar majestic city was reflected in his line of sight. Clearly, it was still holding the defensive light shield and had not been abandoned. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally relieved. With a thought, the Dongshu shuttle turned into a purple light and plunged into the surface of the giant planet. Soon, he arrived in front of Triumph City. Then, he took a step forward and waved his hand to store the Dongshu shuttle in the undying world within his body. His figure flashed, and he had already passed through the defensive light shield and entered the majestic city. Everything in the majestic city was as usual, in good order, and there were no changes. With old devil Mosquito Butcher here, no one dared to lightly offend the heaven's might of heaven and earth. Of course, Yi Xian was an exception. Now, he was already infamous. Many starry sky masters' expressions changed when they talked about him, and they didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Even some of the more powerful forces and races had developed fear. This time, the sixth palace of 10 ultimates had been tormented miserably. Even the heaven and earth mighty expert's head had been blasted into a glossy black braised egg. It was really too cruel and too terrifying. Even the experts in Triumph City were scared out of their wits. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian suddenly return, their expressions changed one after another. Although they weren't alarmed, the expressions on their faces were incomparably strange. Yi Xian was confused, and after a moment of realization, he was immediately embarrassed. Naples, Yingtai, Gui Hai Idao, Li Wen, and the others quickly rushed over after hearing the news. Old devil Mosquito Butcher was still the same as before. When he saw Yi Xian, he grinned and scowled as he jogged over. Yi Xian immediately felt a strong wretched aura rushing towards him, and he immediately frowned. A grand heaven and earth mighty expert, yet he didn't have the dignity of a master at all. He was so filthy that he could compete with a pimp. This old thing's wretchedness was definitely incurable. It had long since seeped into his bones. From this, it could be seen that he wasn't pretending before. It was his nature. Yi Xian's expression was strange, but he felt a little better. At least on this point, the old guy wasn't deliberately deceiving him. As for concealing his cultivation, that was even less of a problem. There were countless experts in the vast starry sky. How many of them didn't do this? After being surrounded by his subordinates and exchanging pleasantries, Yi Xian found an opportunity and quickly dispersed the others, leaving behind only old ghost Mosquito Butcher. There were too many questions in his heart, so he didn't have the mood to consider anything else. He only wanted to immediately resolve his doubt. Unfortunately, the old guy was really hard to deal with. As soon as he heard Yi Xian ask about his identity and origin, as well as his purpose and scheme for deigning himself to be Yi Xian's servant, old devil Mosquito Butcher immediately began to play Tai Chi, evading the topic. In short, he didn't say anything serious. After talking for a long time, Yi Xian still didn't get any useful information. The doubts in his mind were still there, and there was no progress. In the end, he helplessly stopped. This was a heaven and earth mighty expert. If he didn't say anything, who would dare to force him to answer? Before, it didn't matter if he didn't know the identity of the other party. Now that he knew, If Yi Xian still considered himself the master and scolded him, he would be asking for humiliation. However, he didn't give up. There would be plenty of opportunities to beat around the bush. One day, he would find out all the truth. After putting this matter aside, he immediately asked about the secret of the devouring source crystal and confessed that he needed a cultivation resource to replace the level 9 9-colored planetary core origin. The effect of the 9-colored planetary core origin when breaking through the bottleneck seemed to be almost useless to him. He had encountered this problem when he had just entered the black hole realm. Obviously, it was quite serious. He still had a long way to go. I don't know much about the devouring source crystal, but I think it must have some special use. You have to inquire about this from the everlasting dynasty. Ordinary people don't know much about it. As for the fact that the effect of the level 9 9-colored planetary core origin gradually weakens after entering the black hole realm, it's even more impossible. I've never heard of it. Before Yi Xian could finish his words, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher immediately took over the topic. He looked at Yi Xian, who was staring at him like an idiot, and shook his head and sighed. There must be something wrong with you or your cultivation method. Yi Xian's mind exploded. It was as if he had been enlightened and instantly came to a realization. Chapter 32:12. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Another path of evolution. Yi Xian had obtained the Dongshu scripture from the official auction house of the Heavenly River planet using a high-grade star core. It was known as a top-notch starry sky treasure level technique, and its value was immeasurable. Unfortunately, it only had the cultivation method for the first 8 realms, and it was severely damaged. Otherwise, it would not have fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. The original owner would not have put it up for auction, and the other experts who participated in the auction would not have missed it easily. They would have fought endlessly for it. Before Yi Xian started cultivating this technique, he had actually thought about it carefully before he finally decided on it. At that time, the black hole realm was too far away for him, and he could not touch it in a short time. He could have cultivated this technique while searching for the cultivation method for the 8th realm and beyond. He had the devouring system as his foundation, so he was quite confident. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. In less than half a year, his cultivation realm had soared to the level 1 black hole, but he had long forgotten about looking for the follow-up cultivation method, so he had never looked for it at all. It was only today that he suddenly realized that a crisis had quietly befallen him without him noticing. Now that the path of cultivation had been cut off, Yi Xian's cultivation would stop at the level 1 black hole realm before he found the next cultivation method, and it would be difficult for him to advance any further. This technique was known as a starry sky treasure level technique, and its value was immeasurable. The sea of stars was vast and boundless, so it was not realistic to want to find the next cultivation method in a short time. Although Yi Xian did have some clues, and if he wanted to, he could find the person who had entrusted him with the technique from the official database of the Heavenly River planet. However, it was meaningless. If there was any hope of finding the next cultivation method, the other party would never give up the first half of the incomplete technique. In addition, the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the Headless Infant Corpse originally had hopes of gathering the complete Void Dimension art. The former had an extraordinary origin. Most of the bloodline secrets and supernatural abilities of the Desolate Era's creatures had been passed down in the tower. Even if it wasn't complete, all of the inheritances were weaker versions. If the tower really had the inheritance records of the Dongshu scripture, it would not only contain the cultivation method for the first 8 realms, no matter how incomplete it was. At least, it would allow Yi Xian to have no worries in the short term. The Headless Infant Corpse was the same. Its origins were far too astonishing. It could command all existences on its side during the War of the Ancients, including Supreme Master Huang. If the Dongshu giant tortoise had participated in that battle, it would be of great use to Yi Xian even if the Headless Corpse only knew bits and pieces of information regarding the whereabouts of its inheritance. It could guide him in the right direction, and it would be much easier for him to find it. Unfortunately, all of this was just wishful thinking. Yi Xian was basically certain that both the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the Headless Infant Corpse were completely unaware of the Dongshu giant tortoise's cultivation method inheritance. This was because the Dongshu giant tortoise had never appeared in the ancient battle that Yi Xian had seen in the inheritance. Even though it should be a supreme being from the same faction as the headless infant corpse, golden divine dragon, and other existences, it was just too mysterious. Back then, it didn't participate in the battle, so there was a high chance that it was still alive, not dying yet. Even if the Dongshu skill, which represented its bloodline inheritance, had appeared, it couldn't have appeared before or after the ancient battle. There had to be more to it. If Yi Xian tried to find it from the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the headless infant corpse, it would be in vain. There are thousands of paths to cultivation. Although there are differences in power and speed of advancement, in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. Since the path of this skill has been cut off, why don't we change to another path and take another path of evolution? We can cultivate while looking for the remaining parts of this skill. Why should we worry about it? Seeing Yi Xian frowning and worrying, old devil mosquito butcher rolled his eyes again. Obviously, he didn't take this matter to heart. He said in an extremely relaxed tone, for example, the gene cultivation fluid popular in the human race's science and technology camp is a good choice. The biggest drawback of this path is that high-grade gene cultivation fluid is hard to come by, and its value is too high. It's not a problem for you at all. What's there to hesitate about? Yi Xian was stunned. At first, he was a little tempted, but then he reacted immediately. He glared at old devil mosquito butcher and said, "Can you not come up with so many lousy ideas? It's enough that the path ahead is cut off once. How can I make the same mistake twice? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Yi Xian had some understanding of the evolution path of using gene cultivation fluid to break the shackles of the human body's potential and break through the bottleneck to improve one's realm. This evolution method was efficient and direct. If the gene cultivation fluid was effective, one could immediately break through the bottleneck and enter the next minor realm. Even if it failed, one could at most try a few more times. The level 1 gene cultivation fluid was suitable for the first major realm, the core realm. The level 2 gene cultivation fluid could only be used after one entered the meteor realm. Otherwise, one could not bear it and would face the danger of exploding. The gene cultivation fluid used by black hole realm experts was level 8. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid corresponded to the 9th major realm, the origin realm. In other words, if Yi Xian decided to take this path of evolution, he could at least enter the 10th major realm, the grotto heaven realm, because he could get his hands on the level 9 gene cultivation fluid at any time. But that was all. After entering the grotto heaven realm, he would still face the dilemma of having his path cut off. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid was the highest level available in the everlasting dynasty. Yi Xian had never heard of the so-called level 10 gene cultivation fluid. Even if you end up in the grotto heaven realm, it's still better than being stuck in the black hole realm, right? The difference between two major realms is like heaven and earth. Mosquito Butcher did not agree with Yi Xian's point of view. He shook his head and said, "This evolution path of using gene cultivation fluid to break the shackles of the human body is completely different from the cultivation method you practice. They do not conflict with each other. No matter how far you go, as long as you can find the next cultivation method of the Dongshu formula, you can continue to practice it at any time. It will not affect you. Besides, don't think that this path is destined to stop at the grotto heaven realm. This saying is outdated, because the level 10 gene cultivation fluid has been successfully developed. Just a few days ago, the entire dynasty was shocked because the family that developed the level 10 gene cultivation fluid revealed even more shocking news. The bottleneck of the development of the gene cultivation fluid that had been stagnant for many years has been broken, and a milestone has been achieved. Perhaps one day in the near future, level 11, or even higher, gene cultivation fluids will be released one after another. This evolution path that has been stagnant for many years can finally take a big step forward again. What? There is such a thing. I have only been away for a few days, and even the level 10 gene cultivation fluid has been developed. The news was so shocking that Yi Xian almost could not believe it. However, Mosquito Butcher would not joke about such a thing. Besides, he could find out the truth after checking it later, so he believed it immediately. He immediately asked, "Besides, Has the news been confirmed? Is the family that claims to have developed the level 10 gene cultivation fluid reliable? How dare they say that they will be able to develop the level 11 gene cultivation fluid of higher quality soon? Don't they feel that they are just trying to impress the crowd? Chapter 32:13. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Opportunity and Turbulence. It's that powerful? Yi Xian was shocked. The level 9 liquid could allow a black hole to enter the origin, while the level 10 liquid could allow the origin to enter the grotto heaven. That was true in theory, but it might not be effective in the first try. Even in the early stages, the starry sky experts who used the gene cultivation liquid to break through the bottleneck of a major realm often had to try many times before they succeeded, let alone in the later stages. But now, this newly developed level 10 liquid had helped that starry sky expert break through on the spot. This was definitely not a coincidence. It seemed that this family was telling the truth. They had indeed made great progress in the research of the gene cultivation liquid, setting a new milestone. The path of technological enhancement in the human camp had ushered in a new opportunity. It was about to shine brightly. Cultivation power, physical power, and spiritual power. These were three different kinds of power, all of which would eventually reach the pinnacle. Yi Xian had originally cultivated three paths at the same time. In the past, he mainly cultivated the hollow dimension technique, while his physical power and spiritual power were only supplementary. Now, he was only temporarily adjusting the direction of his focus. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart calmed down and he quickly made a decision. He had the primordial divine dragon's bloodline to temper his body, and with the help of the gene fluid to break through the shackles of the human body, he would definitely improve at a godly speed on this path of body cultivation. Now that the latter part of the hollow dimension technique is missing, the path of cultivation is cut off. Before we find the next part of the technique, we can only go on the path of body cultivation to break the shackles of the physical body. However, the gene cultivation liquid after level 9 has been monopolized. This situation is too passive. Our lifeline is in the hands of others, and we will be restricted in the later stages. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The gene cultivation liquid must be in our own hands. If others can make it, why can't we? You want to develop the gene cultivation liquid yourself? The wretched mosquito slayer nodded. This idea is feasible. And now that the opportunity has presented itself, we can't miss it. In the human camp of science and technology, there are many families that develop the gene cultivation liquid. Each of them has different secret techniques. If we can combine the secret techniques of each family, we will most likely have a greater breakthrough. Unfortunately, the human race has always been like this. Be it inheritance or secret techniques, they have never shared them. The concept of the big families is too deep-rooted. But this time is different. The success of the level 10 liquid is like a bomb that has touched the nerves of all the families. The family that developed the level 10 gene cultivation liquid is the name of Tuoba Art. And is. They obviously want to use this opportunity to obtain some secret techniques from other families to create the gene cultivation liquid in the later stages. Therefore, after the release of the level 10 gene fluid, the Tuoba family has issued a call for all the top families in the three empires to gather on the Heaven Warring Planet to discuss. At this point, Mosquito Slayer narrowed his triangular eyes and grinned at Yi Xian. The Shenyuan family of the Heavenly Underworld Planet is one of the families that received the invitation. If you are going to the Heavenly Underworld Planet, you better keep a low profile when you meet the Shenyuan family. I heard that a few days ago, there were angry roars from the Shenyuan family from time to time. The chosen wealthy son-in-law has been womanizing again and again. Every time, he makes such a big scene. He is simply unscrupulous. This matter has become a laughingstock in the Heavenly Underworld Planet. Old man Shenyuan is furious. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly had a headache. This must be caused by the news of his marriage with the ugly woman in the 6th palace of the 10 Absolutes. Previously, there was the disturbance of concubine Mai ordering him to quickly return to the dynasty to complete the marriage. Not long after, there was another. It was inevitable that the Shenyuan family would be laughed at. Although it was all a misunderstanding and Yi Xian was innocent, he was not without responsibility. When he first visited the Shenyuan family, it was just a normal visit, but he gave them a level 9-colored gene cultivation liquid. Who would have thought more about it? Therefore, this misunderstanding was getting bigger and bigger, bringing confusion to the Shenyuan family. Yi Xian felt a little guilty. No matter what, I must go to the heavenly underworld planet. Haven't I been sent away? Well, it's fine if I don't use the title of prince. It's just a change of identity. It's no big deal. After the follow-up itinerary was set, Yi Xian quickly asked about the current situation of the human race in the third universe. Whether it was the change in the Death Star field or the disturbance in the sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes before he returned, it was no small matter. You still have the nerve to ask this. The entire WN Luo Federation is about to collapse because of you. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes at the mention of this matter, and then explained everything clearly. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. In short, the situation was too chaotic, and it was more serious than he had imagined. First of all, the various races of the Federation in the second universe had launched an attack at the same time. They had suffered heavy losses this time. Only a few starry fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters had escaped from the fleet stationed in the Death Star field, and almost all of them had been wiped out. Now, it was basically certain that the formation of the Death Star field was caused by the sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes, Tian Chenzi, in order to nurture a clone. Even if the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace kept denying it, the various races of the Federation in the second universe did not buy it at all. They put pressure on the WN Luo Federation headquarters and demanded severe punishment. Otherwise, they would not give up and would withdraw from the Federation. They even claimed that they would not rule out the possibility of war with the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace. In fact, in addition to the various races of the Federation in the second universe, the crisis and pressure that the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace faced included the Tianji clan in the first universe, as well as the Immortal Dynasty in the human race's science and technology camp in the third universe. The Tianji clan had also suffered heavy losses this time. Although there was no movement at the moment, they were definitely brewing some kind of big move. The internal strife in the Federation this time was a rare opportunity. If the various races of the Federation in the second universe and the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace really fought, the Tianji clan would most likely take advantage of the situation to invade. The dynasty was obviously very angry. In the face of the revolt of the various races of the Federation in the second universe, the Immortal Dynasty, which was also part of the human race's formation palace, had actually remained silent. Putting aside the fact that Tian Chenzi had forced the dynasty's direct bloodline Prince Long Xian into a marriage alliance and wanted to borrow the dynasty's power to resist the various races of the Federation in the second universe and resolve the crisis, just the truth of the formation of the Death Star field and the accidental exposure of the undead Dark Phoenix was enough to make the dynasty dissatisfied. The third universe was shared by the human race. Because of his own selfish desires, Tian Chenzi had actually destroyed such a vast star field. It was really hard for people to accept. And the exposure of the undead Dark Phoenix undoubtedly proved that the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace definitely had some kind of shocking arrangement. This was not an ordinary starry sky beast, but an existence that only existed in some ancient legends. It was evil and ferocious, like the desolate evil dragon and other ancient life forms. It represented calamity and destruction and was extremely inauspicious. But it was hidden deep within the ancestral land of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace, which was shocking. And this was only the sixth palace of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace. What about the other 9 celestial palaces? Did they also have a similar ancient existence hidden in the snow? What did they want to do? Chapter 32:14. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was terrifying to think about it. In short, Tian Chenzi is in deep trouble because of you this time. His efforts were in vain, and the destruction of the sixth palace's ancestral land is a small matter. The key is that you have implicated the entire Tenju Celestial Palace. Apart from the external crisis from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Second Universe Federation, the Tenju Celestial Palace is already in chaos internally. At this point, The expression on old Devil Mosquito Butcher's face became more and more strange. That Devourer treasured body should have been refined into a doppelganger by you, right? Although Tian Qianzi strongly denied it and insisted that the doppelganger was yours, he was framed as a scapegoat. But no one believes this kind of talk. Even Tianju Palace asked him to personally capture the person. Obviously, they also have some doubts. However, after the devouring doppelganger escaped that day, there was no trace of it. Even Feng Duanfeng was the same, completely disappearing. It is said that Tian Qianzi has been like crazy in recent days, mobilizing all the experts of the Sixth Palace and doing their best to search. He is going crazy. Oh, by the way, your wife seems to have disappeared too. On that day, the undead Dark Phoenix's pursuit failed and returned to the collapsed Sixth Palace's ancestral land. Someone saw her being taken away by a black light that emitted a strong dark aura. Since then, she has disappeared with the undead Dark Phoenix. It is said that when the braised egg spirit heard about this, he vomited blood on the spot. Braised egg spirit? Yi Xian was stunned for a moment. The image of Tian Qianzi's bright head that had been blasted into a black sparrow by the Thunder Origin Pearl immediately surfaced in his mind. He immediately felt awkward and rubbed his nose, too embarrassed to say anything else. Isn't it just a braised egg spirit? I didn't expect you to have such a method. It's simply amazing. The mighty Chen Kuan of the 15th realm couldn't recover. I guess he will be like this in the future. Until now, he still has an oily black head. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher laughed even more wretchedly. That scene must be very enchanting. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. Sigh, a braised egg spirit running around like crazy, crying. Just thinking about it makes me drunk. It's a rare sight. Cough. Couldn't recover? Could it be that he was struck so badly that his form? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian felt even more embarrassed. He coughed twice and quickly changed the topic. That's right, what is the origin of that undying Dark Phoenix? Is it very shocking? In any case, it shouldn't have appeared in the current world. It's related to the Desolate Era. I won't say much about it, as I don't know much about it. If you want to find out more about it, you can ask around. How would I dare to talk about it? At the mention of this, old Ghost Mosquito Butcher became serious for once. His face was solemn. Yi Xian didn't know if it was an illusion, but he clearly caught old Ghost Mosquito Butcher glancing at his left chest. That was where the tattoo of the zombie lantern was. As his heart trembled, he suddenly remembered that the Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to have said something similar. Originally, he said that he would give Yi Xian a good fortune, but later, when he learned about the existence of the headless infant corpse, he laughed at himself. The old Ghost Mosquito Butcher in front of him was obviously the same. Could it be that he had also sensed something? The reason why he stayed by Yi Xian's side and refused to leave was all because of the headless baby corpse. Was the so-called heaven measuring spell so powerful that it could deduce the mysteries of heaven? If so, old Ghost Mosquito Butcher must know the origin of the headless baby corpse. Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He almost asked more questions, but at the thought of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, he finally gave up. These two old guys were equally mysterious. The former immediately shut up when the headless baby corpse was mentioned. How could the latter be an exception? It would be a waste of time to ask, and it would only alert the enemy. It was better to pretend that he didn't know and find a chance to beat around the bush later. As for the undead Dark Phoenix, according to old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, it seemed to be related to the Desolate Era. This was too shocking. Yi Xian was shocked. Was it really a creature of the Desolate Era from the same era as the giant golden dragon and the desolate ancient Yaksha? Yi Xian's mind raced as he recalled the battle of the Desolate Era that he had seen several times in the inheritance scenes. Vaguely, he did catch a wisp of aura. In the battle in the Desolate Era far away in the inheritance scenes, it was exactly the same as the aura of the undead Dark Phoenix that he had felt in the Sixth Palace of 10 Ultimates. And it was very likely that the relationship between the two was not bloodline inheritance. It was very likely that they were the same existence. An undead Dark Phoenix from the Desolate Era actually lived until now? Not only did it survive the great battle of the Desolate Era countless years ago, but it was also related to the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, the overlord of the human cultivation camp today. A chill suddenly rose from Yi Xian's back, almost making him shudder. If all this was true, he would be in big trouble. In the great battle of the desolate era that he had seen in the inheritance scenes of the heaven-falling bow, the existence suspected to be the undead dark phoenix in the distance was clearly the power of the enemy camp. Although his strength was not comparable to the likes of the desolate ancient Yakshaw and the golden divine dragon, he was definitely not weak. He should be on the same level as Lord Void Ladle, a top-notch mighty figure second only to the supreme desolate ancient. Yi Xian did not dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. Even if its strength was far less than before for some reason, and the strength it showed was only beyond the 15th realm of heaven and earth, what if it recovered in the future and returned to its peak strength in the desolate era? Besides, since the undead dark phoenix had appeared, who could guarantee that there were no similar creatures of the desolate era hidden in the ancestral lands of the other 9 palaces? All this was extremely frightening. Yi Xian did not dare to think too much about it. His back was already dripping with cold sweat. What was the secret behind this? How could it be related to the enemy camp of the desolate era countless years ago? What was the relationship between the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace and the enemy camp of that battle? What was their plan? There is no need to worry about the devouring doppelganger. He can protect himself. Let him be alone in the cultivation camp controlled by the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace for a while and grow quickly. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian instructed the wretched mosquito slayer, "As for me, since I am going to leave for the Heavenly War Empire, don't reveal the news of my return to Triumph City, lest Chen Chenzi is attracted. He knows the details of the devouring doppelganger. If he can't find him there, he will most likely turn around and kill his way here." So what if he comes? I already have old scores to settle with him. Why should I be afraid of him? When Tian Chenzi was mentioned, the wretched mosquito slayer's face immediately sank. There was obviously an old grudge between the two, which made Yi Xian have various guesses in his mind. A demon had an old grudge with the 6th master of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace. This matter was indeed fanciful. Of course, you are a mighty figure of heaven and earth. Naturally, you are not afraid of him. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Not only him, Tian Chenzi. Even if the undead dark phoenix is attracted, it doesn't matter, just drive it away. Old devil mosquito slayer was speechless, but he was still as shameless as before. He grinned at Yi Xian, his wretched aura blowing in his face. Get ready. Ask Naples to send me some gene cultivation fluid. I want everything from level 1 to level 9. Chapter 32:15. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Breaking the shackles. Yi Xian didn't know much about the details of the gene cultivation fluid research. Many of the core technologies were kept secret by some of the big families. Even if they were all stored in the Devouring Systems database, he could only gather some well-known information. Of course, if he wanted to obtain the core secret techniques in the hands of the big families, he could use his personal space communication system to hack into the other family's internal star network and steal it directly. In fact, this was one of the many plans Yi Xian had in mind when he embarked on the path of gene fluid research. In a nutshell, the genetic cultivation fluid was actually a type of superenergy biological potion that was blended with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures in proportion. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be some spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines in the universe, or some minerals that were melted through special means and mixed in. There were even materials such as the essence, blood and bone marrow of those void ferals. In short, it was extremely complicated and could be said to be all-encompassing, containing countless changes. Anything was possible. In the entire human race's science and technology camp, there were countless families and forces that researched the gene cultivation fluid. Even some individual cultivators were passionate about this path and never tired of it. However, the research forces and families of the countless big and small countries under the 3 big empires could only concoct level 1 to level 7 fluids. Level 8 fluids could only be concocted by a few of the top families in the 3 big empires' imperial capitals. As for level 9 fluids, only a few of the top families on the imperial capital's immortal planet could concoct them. Even the Shenyuan family on the heavenly underworld planet did not have this ability. The concoction of the gene fluid required a huge amount of natural treasures. The purity and ratio of each type had extremely strict requirements. When all these requirements were mixed together, the changes were simply unimaginable. Therefore, the difficulty of concocting the gene fluid would increase exponentially with every level. The difficulty was certain, but the most important thing was still the foundation and experience. However, this time, the Tuoba family of the Heavenly Battle Empire's imperial capital, Heavenly Battle Planet, had actually skipped the accumulation of experience needed to concoct a level 9 fluid. They had directly obtained the ability to concoct a level 10 fluid. Even the top families on the imperial capital's immortal planet were left behind. This matter not only shook the entire empire and shocked everyone, but in the eyes of some existences, there were many suspicious points. Without a doubt, it wouldn't be long before all the top-notch families in the entire dynasty that were researching genofluids gathered on the Heaven Battle Planet. Yi Xian had long since understood this, so he was not in a hurry to set off. If he wanted to make some gains on the Heaven Battle Planet, he needed to make some preparations before setting off. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping wood. Not long after Mosquito Butcher left, Naples and the others arrived and chatted with Yi Xian for a while. In the end, they left behind a small space box and left. The small box contained the genetic cultivation fluid that Yi Xian needed. It contained everything from level 1 to level 9. Although the level 9 liquid was precious, it was not easy to concoct it. The top families on the Undying Star could only concoct 10 vials of it every year. The entire human race's science and technology camp could only produce a few dozen vials of it. Even so, aside from the normal consumption, the dynasty would leave behind some of it every year as a reserve resource. Even the WN Luo Federation's contribution point exchange warehouse had a lot of it. Yi Xian had exchanged for 3 vials in one go. From this, one could roughly estimate the amount of level 9 liquid in the dynasty's treasury. It was not enough to squander freely, but for some important members of the royal family, 10 vials could be easily obtained. This time, before Yi Xian left the Undying Star and was sent to the Death Star field, not only did he extort a lot of resources from the dynasty through Uncle Kong's efforts, he also personally went to the 5 princes and extorted them one by one. In the end, he took away a huge amount of resources from the Undying Star, and the genetic cultivation fluid was one of them. Before establishing Triumph City, Yi Xian had only kept some of the treasures. The rest were all given to Naples as reserve resources for the development of Triumph City. In this small space box, there were 10 vials of level 1 to level 9 liquid. It was enough for Yi Xian to use. The genetic cultivation fluid stimulated the human body's blood and cells to unearth their potential, causing genetic changes and breaking the shackles of the human body. This would allow the evolution of life levels and the transformation of strength. This was an independent evolution system. Even though Yi Xian was now a black hole-level existence, if he wanted to embark on this path of genetic evolution, he would still have to start from the level 1 liquid. Different levels of genetic cultivation fluid had different colors. The level 1 liquid was as red as blood. Although its energy was not very strong, it was very unique. The level 1 liquid stimulated the human body's potential and completed the first transformation of the cell's genes. It was equivalent to opening the first door on the path of genetic evolution, allowing ordinary people to step into the hall of genetic evolution and become a Star Corps rank 1 starry sky powerhouse. Yi Xian was now a powerful existence in the black hole level, so the energy contained in the level 1 liquid did not have much effect on him. Yi Xian did not expect the level 1 liquid to increase his strength in any significant way. This was indeed the case. The stimulation of the level 1 liquid on his flesh was very weak. If he did not feel that all the cells in his body were slightly numb, he would even suspect that the first vial had failed. After that, Yi Xian swallowed the vials one by one. The first vial was effective, and in less than an hour, he had swallowed a total of 8 vials. Yi Xian did not feel anything after swallowing the first 7 vials. Only when he swallowed the last vial of the level 8 liquid did he finally see the effect. The level 8 liquid could allow a peak galaxy level 9 existence to directly step into the black hole level 1 existence. Although Yi Xian was already at the black hole level 1 existence, that was the power of his cultivation and not the power of his physical body. After swallowing the last vial of the level 8 liquid, he immediately felt as if all the cells in his body were being strongly stimulated. Apart from that, he could even faintly feel the invisible chains that represented the shackles of the human body's potential. They were in his body, entangling all the cells in his body, imperceptibly imprisoning his strength. They were all over his body. Finally, as the strong stimulation of his cells gradually faded, Yi Xian clearly felt that these invisible shackles had lessened a little. This was the effect of the level 8 liquid. Yi Xian stopped after that. He was currently unable to consume the level 9 liquid. Its effect was to allow a peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 8 starry sky expert to directly break through to the origin level 1 level 9 origin level. Yi Xian's physical body was only at the black hole level 1, so it was still too early. He had to wait until his physical body reached the peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 1 before he could continue to consume the level 9 liquid and step into the origin level in one go. The evolution of my physical body's physical body has begun. Furthermore, my physical body's physical body has synchronized with my cultivation. I have also reached the black hole level 1, so the next step is to use all kinds of methods to push my physical body's physical body all the way to the peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 1. Chapter 32:16. The descent of calamity. The better choice Yi Xian was referring to was the other two treasures he had obtained from the exchange store not long ago in the Death Star Vortex, the Avachi Origin Crystal and the Calamity Dragon Pill. Avachi Origin Crystal, energy crystal formed from the accumulation of endless Avachi 9 hells. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Rank. Grade, Pure and Flawless. Calamity Dragon Pill, refined according to an ancient recipe, a miraculous pill essential for the transformation of a flood dragon into a dragon. Grade, Starry Sky Epic Rank. Grade, Excellent with slight flaws. Currently, Yi Xian had already opened the path to the evolution of the human body and could continue to cultivate like before. However, the energy from the star core would no longer be used to increase the power of the void cave technique. Instead, it would be used to temper his body and increase the power of his blood and qi. However, there were many other ways to achieve this kind of physical evolution besides the energy from the star core source. For example, the strange fruits borne by some strange trees in the universe could also be consumed if they had the effect of tempering one's meridians and bones. They would also have the effect of improving one's vitality. Of the two treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for from the system's exchange store, the Avachi Origin Crystal was prepared for the Heavenly Fallen Bow's divine ability. It shouldn't have any effect on the increase of his physical body's vitality, but it could increase the power of Yi Xian's divine ability, which was also beneficial to his combat strength. As for the Calamity Dragon Pill, it was prepared for his demonic dragon bloodline, and the improvement of his bloodline was actually the growth and transformation of his vitality. Therefore, according to Yi Xian's estimation, if this Calamity Dragon Pill really had a miraculous effect, his current level of vitality would definitely be able to achieve a metamorphosis, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the second-order black hole. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian decided to consume the Calamity Dragon Pill and absorb the Avachi Origin Crystal at the same time. This was because there was no conflict. The Avachi crystal was a crystal. Yi Xian could not directly consume it like an elixir. He could only hand it over to the devouring system and let the system absorb its energy and channel it into the small golden bow suspended above his knowledge sea. There was no need for Yi Xian to interfere or pay too much attention to this. He could completely immerse himself in refining the medicinal power of the Calamity Dragon transforming pill. After making the decision, he immediately took out the two treasures. He threw the Avachi Meta Crystal to the devouring system in his body, and the Calamity Dragon Pill into his mouth and swallowed it immediately. After that, Yi Xian went to the courtyard outside and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The reason why he didn't stay indoors was because he was worried that the demonic dragon's phantom image would appear behind him again. He was afraid that the aura would soar into the sky and tear the entire house apart. Ding! Congratulations to host for discovering Avachi Crystal. Would you like to absorb its energy immediately? At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out. Yi Xian immediately gave a confirmation. At the same time, he instructed the engulfing system to directly inject the energy into the small golden bow after the absorption was complete. Then, he focused on the matter of absorbing the medicinal power of the Calamity Dragon transforming pill. This pill was miraculous. It melted in his mouth and turned into an invisible hot energy that directly rushed into Yi Xian's knowledge sea and entered the black gold dragon scale. Boom! Roar, as Yi Xian expected, as the invisible hot medicinal power of the Calamity Dragon transforming pill rushed into the black gold dragon scale, the originally silent dragon scale was immediately activated. A surge of majestic demonic dragon pressure surged out, and at the same time, a clear dragon roar rang out. A phantom image of a demonic dragon covered in mysterious black gold dragon scales appeared behind Yi Xian and soared thousands of meters into the sky. Fortunately, the starry sky energy shield covering the entire Triumph City was several thousand meters in height. Otherwise, the energy shield would have been shaken by such a strike. But even so, all the masters in Triumph City were still alarmed. They all turned their heads to look in the direction of Yi Xian's central city castle, their faces filled with amazement and shock. The demonic dragon was a creature that could no longer be found in this world and only existed in ancient legends. Although what they saw at this moment was only a phantom image of a demonic dragon and not its real body, it was enough to prove that Yi Xian's body contained some kind of ancient demonic dragon inheritance. How could it not cause one's heart to surge with emotion and be indescribably excited? As for the outside world, Yi Xian didn't care. This was Triumph City, the safest place for him. Even if he didn't set up any defenses while cultivating, he didn't need to worry about any danger. At the same time, as the power of the black gold dragon scales was fully activated, the phantom image of the demonic dragon appeared behind Yi Xian and soared into the sky. The invisible heat that represented the medicinal efficacy of the Tribulation Dragon transforming pill, after being converted by the black gold dragon scales, was quickly regurgitated and rushed out like a raging river from the black gold dragon scales. As soon as it entered Yi Xian's knowledge sea, this raging river instantly exploded, turning into countless tiny streams that radiated out of Yi Xian's knowledge sea and began to nourish Yi Xian's every cell, every inch of his flesh, blood, and bone marrow. Hualala, from this moment on, Yi Xian once again sensed the fine chains wrapped around the countless cells in his body. These chains represented the shackles of the human body's potential, imprisoning power. This time, the feeling was even clearer. Moreover, as the countless streams of the Tribulation Dragon transforming pill flowed past, the countless shackles that densely covered every cell in Yi Xian's body actually began to emit strange clanking sounds, as if they were being pulled and torn apart by an invisible force. An indescribable sharp pain suddenly came, and Yi Xian felt as if his entire body was being ruthlessly cut by countless invisible knives. This was the effect of the Tribulation Dragon transforming pill's medicinal efficacy pulling at the shackles, causing the transformation and evolution of his flesh and blood cells. The more intense the pain, the more obvious the medicinal efficacy of the pill was. Once this transformation and evolution was completed, the shackles of Yi Xian's flesh and blood cells would be torn apart even more, and the power of his blood and qi would soar. Understanding this, Yi Xian immediately became excited. At this moment, it could be said that he was feeling both pain and happiness. This feeling was too overwhelming, and it was indescribable. At the same time, the 9 netherworlds' fiendish energy of the Avachi origin crystal had also been completely absorbed by the devouring system. The entire Avachi origin crystal could be said to be of perfect quality. After the energy was absorbed, the crystal directly disappeared, leaving not a single trace behind. It turned into a pure black energy with a faint blood-red tinge, and was directly injected by the devouring system into the small golden bow suspended above Yi Xian's knowledge sea. Screech! Following the injection of this pure black 9 netherworlds fiendish energy, the small golden bow suspended above Yi Xian's knowledge sea was also completely activated. An incomparably tyrannical roar resounded, and behind Yi Xian's back, where the demonic dragon phantom had just dissipated, in an instant, another terrifying phantom appeared, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Countless experts in Triumph City once again turned their heads to look at the phantom behind Yi Xian. Their bodies trembled, and they felt a chill. Chapter 32:17. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless fantasy translation. The heavenly eye reappears screech. This screech was filled with boundless chilliness and murderous intent. It came from the primordial yaksha. The 1,000-meter-tall illusory figure that appeared behind Yi Xian was a sinister yaksha with demon wings on its back and a giant golden bow in its hand. It was exactly the same as the primordial yaksha that Yi Xian saw in the Heavensfall bow's inheritance. No, there was still a difference. The only difference was the energy arrow that appeared on the giant golden bow in his left hand. In that epic battle, even the primordial yaksha's true form had gradually drawn the bow to its fullest. The Heavensfall arrow that soared into the sky was entirely golden, just like the Heavensfall bow. When Yi Xian used the Heavensfall bow's ability, the Heavensfall arrow that appeared on the bowstring was the same. However, at this moment, the heavenly meteor arrow that was condensing on the primordial yaksha's bow behind Yi Xian. Although the main color was also brilliant gold, there were clearly some black and red patterns within the dense brilliant gold that was its natural color. These patterns caused the Heavensfall arrow to emit an even more ferocious aura. It was probably the effect of the black and red Avici origin crystal. The Avici origin crystal from the 9 underworlds had indeed enhanced the Heavensfall bow's ability. It was as if the bow had been reborn. Unfortunately, although this kind of transformation was a good thing and the might of the heavenly fallen bow had become stronger, a calamity had descended upon Yi Xian because of this. To be more precise, the calamity wasn't caused by the Avici origin crystal's transformation. There were 2 factors that caused the calamity. First, the mutated demon dragon's shadow appeared, exuding a dense primordial aura. Then, the mutated primordial yaksha appeared, exuding a similarly dense primordial aura. The true forms of these 2 existences were the strongest primordial supremes in the distant primordial era, and they belonged to the same faction. 2 such auras had appeared in a short period of time, and both of them were mutated. The ancient auras were extremely strong, and in the end, all of this finally attracted the attention of some kind of power. This mysterious power could perhaps be called the will of the heavenly Tao. Ever since he experienced the primordial cage in the Demonkin star region, Yi Xian had been thinking about one thing, and that was whether the will of the heavens existed in this environment of space. He had thought about this question for a long time, and in the end, he was inclined to deny it. The level of the will of the heavenly Tao was too high. The galaxy was so vast. If there was really a starry sky-level will of the heavenly Tao controlling this endless galaxy, how powerful would it be? Perhaps even the primordial heavenly Tao of the primordial era could not compare to this, right? This was too terrifying, too unrealistic. It shouldn't exist. In his opinion, although there was the great Tao of the starry sky and thousands of laws in the vast starry sky, the will of the heavenly way, which was like the ruler of all things, should not exist. Yi Xian had also never heard of any expert in the starry sky who would face a heavenly tribulation when breaking through a realm. This just so happened to confirm his guess. However, all of this was completely overturned at this moment. Rumble. Boom, in the instant that the 1,000-meter-tall desolate ancient yaksha appeared behind Yi Xian, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly sounded out from the boundless galaxy outside of Victorious Return City's starry sky barrier. A canopy of cyan thunderclouds was rapidly gathering, and in the blink of an eye, it had already extended for tens of thousands of kilometers, occupying nearly half of Victorious Return's sky, and was still expanding. This was clearly the rhythm of a heavenly tribulation. The countless army commanders in Triumph City were all stunned. Was someone about to undergo a heavenly tribulation? In the starry sky environment, this was simply a matter of legend, something that no one could imagine. What the hell is this guy doing? He actually attracted the attention of the will of the heavenly way? How is this possible? Looking up at the sky, this time, even the wretched mosquito butcher, whose cultivation was at least at the 15th great realm, showed an extremely dignified expression, even slightly pale. He muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on? This shouldn't be. Isn't the great Tao of the starry sky the convergence of thousands of laws? How could the will of the heavenly way appear? This is too shocking. No, the cyan tribulation clouds are not condensed by this plane itself, but by crossing through the void. In the end, The wretched mosquito butcher's eyes lit up as he examined the countless cyan thunderclouds in the sky above Triumph City. He finally discovered something and immediately exclaimed, "In the deepest part of this vast thundercloud, there is clearly a strong aura from another plane." "What is that?" "A giant closed heaven's eye. A heavenly eye of the great Tao." "What is its origin?" "It is actually cyan, hidden behind a crack in the void. That is another plane. It is precisely because it sensed something, even if it is in a deep sleep at this moment, it actually subconsciously tore open the void, and the endless cyan thunderclouds descended. Roar. At the same time, as the sharp pain of all the flesh and blood in Yi Xian's body completely disappeared, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded again. The phantom of the demonic dragon that had just disappeared appeared again, side by side with the desolate ancient Yaksha, who was almost fully drawn, behind Yi Xian. The eyes of the two powerful supreme beings were full of strong killing intent as they looked at the crack in the void in the depths of the cyan thunderclouds. They seemed to have also sensed something. It was a very familiar aura, but it was very weak now, as if it was in a deep sleep. The efficacy of the Calamity Dragon Pill was completely absorbed and the shackles on countless flesh and blood cells in Yi Xian's body were torn a little more. It was indeed useful. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the realm of the physical strength of Qi and blood has increased. Current realm, Black Hole Level 2. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the realm of the physical strength of Qi and blood has increased. Current realm, Black Hole Level 3. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the desolate ancient divine skill Skyfall Bow has completed its transformation. Its power has skyrocketed, and the evolution is gratifying. Ding. Congratulations to the host, the level of the demonic dragon bloodline has increased. The power of the related demonic god bloodline has skyrocketed by 10%. Ding. Congratulations to the host. When the system prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian opened his eyes. The moment his consciousness returned, he was stunned by everything in front of him. Looking up into the distance, the power of the demon soul pupil between his eyebrows bloomed, and there seemed to be an invisible light shooting out of it, entering the deepest part of the cyan thunderclouds high in the sky of Triumph City. With the help of the demon soul pupil's ability to see the source, Yi Xian clearly saw a crack in the void. The void on the other side of the crack had a strange aura. It was definitely not the third universe, but another distant mysterious world. Cyan Heaven's Eye. When the tightly shut cyan eye entered his line of sight, Yi Xian was instantly overwhelmed with shock and cried out involuntarily. It was too familiar. Chapter 32:18. One arrow turns disaster. The moment Yi Xian saw the cyan heavenly eye, he understood. Even though it was only an intuition, he was certain that this cyan heavenly eye was the commander of the enemy camp in the primordial war. It was suspected to be the will of the primordial heavenly Tao. Not only was it the true body, even the second heavenly eye that appeared in the primordial cage in the demon domain should be a doppelganger. And now, Yi Xian saw the real thing. Although the heavenly eye was closed and seemed to be sleeping, at this moment, he was so shocked that his hair stood on end. In the end, he was still targeted. Ever since he experienced the primordial cage in the demon domain, Yi Xian had always suspected that the commander of the enemy camp who participated in the primordial war should not have fallen, although Yi Xian did not see the result of that battle from the inheritance images. But since the primordial cage appeared, his guess was very likely to be true. Otherwise, who set up the primordial cage in the demon domain? Until today, this guess was finally completely confirmed. Yi Xian also suddenly felt an unprecedented strong sense of crisis because of this. Regarding the sudden arrival of this calamity, he understood after thinking for a while. This was obviously related to the heaven-falling bow's magical ability and the demon dragon's bloodline that had greatly increased in power, but this was no longer important. What was important was how to resolve the crisis in front of him. Never had he imagined that swallowing a single Calamity Dragon disaster transformation pill would actually cause such a terrifying calamity to descend, forcing him to transform the disaster. How was this a Calamity Dragon disaster transformation pill? This was simply a calamity summoning disaster summoning pill. Fortunately, the heavenly eye was not in a good state now. It was closed and seemed to be in a deep sleep. Could it be that it was severely injured in the primordial war? If so, the situation was not so serious that it could not be resolved. The headless infant corpse still had a chance to grow. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly had a strange intuition in his heart. He had a premonition that perhaps one day in the future, the primordial war in the distant primordial era would finally reappear in this world. But that should be very far away. At least for now, whether it was the headless infant corpse, the enemy camp commander, or the heavenly eye suspected to be the will of the primordial heavenly path, they were not in good condition and were in a deep sleep recovery period. His guess was confirmed again. At this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on Yi Xian's left chest suddenly heated up. He clearly captured two mysterious energies flowing through his body and finally entered the black gold dragon scale of the golden bow hanging above his sea of consciousness. At the same time, after the corpse lantern tattoo shot out the two mysterious energies, it went into hibernation again without any aura. When the aura of its old enemy appeared, it had no intention of showing up to fight. Judging from the two mysterious energies that had entered the golden bow and the black gold dragon scales, the headless corpse was probably trying to use them to resolve the current crisis. But it had no intention of showing up. This was the first time Yi Xian had seen the headless infant corpse avoid a battle. But it should not be because it was afraid, but because it was waiting. Screech! Screech! The small golden bow and the black gold dragon scale that floated above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness were respectively infused with a mysterious energy from the headless infant corpse, causing the 2,000-meter-long illusory figures behind him to change at the first moment. The demonic dragon's roar and the primordial yaksha's roar sounded at the same time. Then, the two terrifying shadows of the primordial lords began to merge. At the same time, the heavenly arrow on the giant bow in the primordial yaksha's left hand shone brightly. In addition to the original golden color and the black and red patterns added by the transformation, there was a vague shadow of a black gold dragon hovering above the arrow. Yi Xian's body violently shook as he immediately came to a realization. Without even thinking, he immediately shouted, "Immediately remove the starry sky barrier." Immediately. At this moment, all the powerhouses in Triumph City were completely stunned, including Naples and the wretched mosquito butcher. They could vaguely see the faintly discernible scene in the depths of the cyan thundercloud. Their hearts were filled with shock, and they were completely dumbfounded. Hearing Yi Xian's shout, Naples reacted immediately and immediately issued the order. With a buzzing sound, the huge starry sky barrier that originally covered the entire Triumph City disappeared in the blink of an eye. This starry sky barrier was a pure energy form. It required a large amount of energy to form, so removing it was very simple. All they had to do was shut down the energy supply channel. Shoo! Just as the starry sky barrier of Planet Victorious Return disappeared, an extremely sharp whistling sound came from behind Yi Xian. The primordial yaksha's skyfall arrow was already fully drawn, and the arrow was finally released. In fact, it wasn't just a simple heavenly arrow that was released. Or rather, it wasn't just a simple heavenly arrow. The moment this heavenly arrow left the bowstring, the primordial yaksha and the black gold demon dragon that had merged into one suddenly shrank at an unimaginable speed and merged into the arrow. When the tail of the heavenly arrow was about to leave the bow, the entire huge golden bow also turned into a golden light and merged into the arrow. In the blink of an eye, there was only one terrifying energy arrow left behind Yi Xian. It was colorful, and its aura was so terrifying that even he felt like his knees were shaking and he almost couldn't stand still. It was a simple arrow, but inside the arrow, there were two terrifying primordial supreme divine ability phantoms. Just how terrifying would its power be? It was simply enough to make one's imagination run wild. Yi Xian's heart instantly jumped to his throat. He had never been so nervous before because he clearly saw that terrifying heavenly arrow streaking across the sky of Triumph City and rushing into the boundless Milky Way in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to plunge into the center of the cyan thundercloud that was still brewing, in the depths of the thundercloud, in the void crack that connected to a different plane, the cyan heavenly eye that had been closed all this time seemed to tremble slightly. It felt as if the cyan heavenly eye had suddenly sensed something and was about to wake up. Yi Xian's hair stood on end. He began to pray in his heart that it wouldn't wake up. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the headless infant corpse that wanted to grow for a while and avoid a future battle was forced to appear and fight, Yi Xian still couldn't bear the consequences of such a battle. To be precise, it should be the third universe, the entire myriad Luo Federation, and the first universe where the Tianji clan resided. None of the three universes could bear the consequences. Boom! In less than half an instant, a terrifying explosion sounded. In the end, the cyan heavenly eye in the depths of the void crack couldn't open, and it didn't have the chance to do so. The heavenly arrow plunged into the cyan thundercloud and instantly exploded. A large expanse of the void was completely destroyed by a terrifying energy, turning into a void black hole. Even the void crack that connected to a different plane disappeared. Chapter 32:19. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Restarting the journey. A simple yet tyrannical arrow destroyed all of the thunderclouds. Even the cyan heaven's eye had sensed something and tore through the void to descend was completely erased. The power of a single arrow had turned into disaster. Yi Xian let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Very soon, the astral barrier that had just been removed reappeared. This was because the cyan thunderclouds in the distance had disappeared and a black hole had appeared. The majestic city could not be exposed to such an environment for too long. A newly formed black hole was still very dangerous. Although it was too far away and it was impossible for it to devour planet Triumphant Return, at least not for the next 100 years, a newly formed black hole was accompanied by a large number of terrifying rays. Following that, the upper echelons of Triumphant Return City arrived one after another. The wretched Mosquito Slayer was at the front, followed closely by Naples and the Eternal Dynasty's State Preceptor, Dir, who had long been transformed into a member of the mech race. He was no longer the one who had wholeheartedly pursued the love of the butterfly. Instead, he had become a taciturn Ying Tai. Then came Zhuo Feng Tai, Li Mosquito, Bhi, Niboshan, Demon Slave Chief Barker, as well as the two Demon Slave Thousand-Man Brigades Chiliarchs, Gui Hai Idao and Kang Qingyu, who had followed Yi Xian from the beginning. Apart from that, Yi Xian even saw Du Wenshuan, who had been staying inside the Black Mosquito to research the folded space. Behind him were the 1,000 or so Federation elites who had been released from the Black Wind's 10,000-man hell. These people had now defected to Yi Xian and were extremely arrogant, declaring themselves as the so-called Triumphant Returns think tank. In fact, in Yi Xian's eyes, these people were a bunch of vermin who shared the same stench as the wretched Mosquito Slayer. Nothing good would come of them being together. This was also because Triumphant Return City was currently located in the Death Star region. The void surrounding it was filled with a large number of dead stars that did not even have any energy aura. Otherwise, if there were any life planets in the surrounding void, who knew how they would be tormented by these vermin? Even though the crisis had been resolved, and even the future threats had been eliminated as well, the other party had sensed something and tore open a spatial rift to lock onto this region of stars. It had turned into an enormous black hole that left no traces behind. No matter how extraordinary its abilities were, it would absolutely be unable to find this place again. However, perhaps it was because everything that had happened before was too shocking, but the faces of the experts who had arrived one after another were still filled with shock at this moment. Even the almighty figure of the universe, old geezer Mosquito Butcher, was unable to completely recover. His slightly pale face had a heavy and solemn expression, and his signature wretched aura had vanished. This is truly rare. You don't have to worry about what happened before, and you don't have to think too much about it. The crisis has been resolved, and the possibility of future troubles has been completely eliminated. Yi Xian felt a headache when he saw that none of his subordinates made a sound after entering the castle, but their expressions were all strange. He knew that these fellows definitely wanted to ask, including the demonic dragon phantom that appeared behind Yi Xian, the desolate ancient Yakshaw phantom, and the unexpected arrival of heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, it was from another mysterious and unknown plane of the universe that had broken through the boundary and descended. All of this was extremely strange. Among the experts present, except for old geezer Mosquito Butcher, who might know some of the truth, the others should be completely confused. After all, the commotion was too great and too frightening. It was understandable that they could not remain calm. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not say much about all of this, nor could he explain it. In the following period of time, you can set your mind at ease and develop Triumph City in the Death Star field. Grow stronger as soon as possible. I have a hunch that the human race of the Third Universe, and even the entire Myriad Luo Federation, will undergo a great change. And it is very likely that the Tianji clan, the old enemy of the First Universe, will also be involved. When the time comes, all three universes will fall into some kind of turbulent vortex. We must take advantage of the storm to grow stronger as soon as possible. Only then can we have the strength to protect ourselves. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and swept his gaze over the experts under his command. In the end, his expression turned serious as he continued, regarding everything that happened just now, do not leak it out, including the matter of me returning to Triumph City this time, in order to avoid attracting trouble. As for me, I will leave tomorrow and change my identity to walk in the territory of the Eternal Dynasty, to train and grow. At this point, seeing that Naples, Ying Tai, and the others were about to speak, Yi Xian immediately raised his hand and shook his head. No one says anything. This time, I have decided to go alone. I will return soon. When the time comes, Triumph City will appear out of nowhere. In fact, this time, Yi Xian would not only be going alone, but even the trump cards he had were far inferior to before. The Tower of Desolate Antiquities Inheritance, Venerable Void Ladle, the Demonic Dragon's Phantom, and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn were all moved into the devouring doppelganger's body as if they were summoned by the Headless Infant Corpse. Apart from the Headless Infant Corpse, Yi Xian's current methods were only secret techniques of the Mind Power, Annihilation Spear, Destructive Vortex, Absolute Shock, Perfect Shock, as well as the Mind Thunder technique, Mind Crush, Mind Charm, and so on. Other than that, there were also the Heaven Falling Bow, the Demonic Soul Pupil, and the bloodline abilities of the Black Gold Demonic Dragon, Giant Dragon Roar, Demonic Dragon's Eye, and Dark Seeing Light. Of course, there was still the Thunder Emperor's seal in his Sea of Consciousness that still contained 7 thunder beads, but he would not use it normally. This time, he would go out alone to train. He would try his best to resolve the crisis with his own strength, so that he could grow quickly. For a long time, he and his devouring doppelganger would be toying with each other, growing together. His devouring doppelganger would cause a ruckus in the 10 Ultimates Heavenly Palace of the human race's true cultivation camp. As for him, he would change his identity and look for opportunities to research gene cultivation fluid in the human race's eternal dynasty. At the same time, he would secretly look for the continuation of the Hollow Void technique, as well as information about the mysterious effects of the devouring origin crystal and other places of origin. As for the experts accompanying him, he only brought the mosquito beast Prince Shueben, who was in the beast bracelet on his wrist. He did not even bring the 8-starred Wang Ladle, the 10 million mosquito beasts, or the army of 100,000 ladle soldiers. These subordinates had already been exposed and were branded with Prince Shen's brand. Even if he brought them along, he could not use them casually. Otherwise, his identity would be exposed. In terms of treasures, other than the most basic treasures of a Starry Sky expert, the withered demon Bloodblade, the indestructible glass armor, and the hollow void shuttle, Yi Xian only brought the wild dragon ship and the giant life fortress. He did not bring the black mosquito ship, the black wind ship, and the other demonic human fortresses, as well as the lightning fortress. They were all left in Triumph City for the wretched mosquito butcher and Naples to use. This way, Triumph City could develop and strengthen as quickly as possible. Although this Death Star region was desolate and uninhabited, it was still very rich in all kinds of mineral resources. Although it did not attract the Starry Sky experts of the 3 major planes like the devouring origin crystal, it was still very valuable for the development of Triumph City. The key was that this was a land without a master. Any mineral resources on this Death Star region could be excavated as they wish. Chapter 3220. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Tianjin Empire. Yi Xian had originally planned to travel alone and bring only the mosquito Prince Shueben with him. However, in the end, he had no choice but to compromise when his subordinates requested to go with him. He decided to bring a group of people with him, but he didn't want any powerhouses. That would go against his original intention of relying on his own strength to grow rapidly on this expedition. He decided to take Gui Hai Yidao and the 1,000 demon slaves under his command with him. Yi Xian had made this decision after some consideration. First of all, although Gui Hai Yidao and the 1,000 demon slaves under his command had been lavished with all kinds of cultivation resources during this period of time to allow them to rapidly improve their strength, their current cultivation base was far superior to when Yi Xian had first obtained the Black Mosquito Bastion. Chiliarch Gui Hai Yidao was already at the peak of the 9th level of the Star Realm, and the 1,000 demon slaves under his command were all at the 4th level of the Star Realm. Even so, for Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the Black Hole Realm, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't rely on them in the face of true danger even if he brought them along. If Yi Xian, who was at the Black Hole Realm, felt threatened, what use would 1,000 demon slaves at the 4th or 5th level of the Star Realm be? In other words, by bringing them along, Yi Xian wouldn't go against his original intention of going on this expedition no matter what. In addition, Yi Xian had an even more important purpose for going on this expedition in addition to searching for the next stage of the Hollow Void technique, the secret of devouring origin crystals, and news of new origin crystal production areas. That was to master the secret art of concocting the gene cultivation fluid as soon as possible and attain a higher level of mastery so that he could research and concoct the gene cultivation fluid on his own. This was a very complicated project, including the collection of information on the various natural treasures needed to concoct the gene cultivation fluid. There were many aspects that required a lot of effort. Yi Xian alone might be clumsy at times and be unable to do anything else. He couldn't possibly do everything himself, right? With Gui Hai Yidao and his 1,000-man army of demonic slaves, he could solve this problem. When needed, he could send them out to share his burden. These demonic slaves were all elite demonic scouts. They were completely capable of collecting intelligence and all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. It was because of everything that had happened that Yi Xian decided to take Gui Hai Yidao with him in the end. He summoned the Dongshu shuttle as soon as possible and got Gui Hai Yidao to lead an army of 1,000 demonic slaves into it quickly. In the end, Yi Xian waved his hand and kept the Dongshu shuttle into his undying world. He turned around and returned to the main building of the castle. No matter how his subordinates tried to persuade him, he refused to budge. The Heavenly War Empire was the same as the Heavenly Dark Empire. It was one of the 3 great empires under the immortal empire of the human race. The Heavenly War Planet was the capital of the Heavenly War Empire. The Tuoba family that had suddenly released a level 10 gene cultivation fluid and shocked the entire Federation was one of the top families on the Heavenly War Planet. They were one of the top families that had researched gene cultivation fluids for generations. It was similar to the Shenyuan family on the Heavenly Underworld Planet. There were many top-notch families on any empire's capital star. These top-notch families were all in different fields, but generally speaking, among all the top-notch families on each capital star, there were at least 4 or 5 who specialized in the development of gene fluids. The Heavenly War Planet was like this, and so was the Heavenly Underworld Planet. These top families that researched gene cultivation fluids basically all had the ability to concoct level 8 fluids. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to gain a foothold on the capital star, or they wouldn't even be qualified to enter the ranks of the top families on the capital star. Yi Xian had already activated his personal space communication system and connected to the internal star network of a flagship under Naples. He entered the database and made a complete copy of the information regarding the Heavenly War Empire and the Tuoba family. After all, it was the fortress fleet of Dynasty's immortal army on the immortal planet. The basic information about the 3 empires under Dynasty's jurisdiction and some of the important top families on the capital star was backed up in the data center of the star network in the fortress. Of course, this information wasn't complete. Some confidential information could only be obtained from the database of the Immortal Empire's first-level main network. That required authority. Moreover, the main control center of the Immortal Empire's first-level main network was a mature immortal rank superbrain. Yi Xian didn't dare to take the risk of invading. That would definitely leave behind traces and expose him. Only when the immortal rank superbrain in his hands that had entered the mature stage had truly grown up and transformed into a mature superbrain would he be able to freely invade without any worries. At that time, even if there were still traces left behind, he wouldn't have to be afraid of the other party's pursuit. Since they were both mature immortal rank superbrains, Yi Xian had plenty of ways to cut off the other party's hopes of following the clues. The entire Immortal Empire occupied half of the territory of the Third Universe. In the center of this vast territory was the Immortal Empire's immortal star. The Zhu Lian star region was divided into 3 parts belonging to the 3 empires. The 1/3 of the empire's star region controlled by the Heavenly War Empire just happened to border the Death and Death Star region. Therefore, Yi Xian's star journey from the Death and Death Star region to the Heavenly War Empire wasn't very far. However, this was only in relative terms. In fact, starting from the victorious return star, with the Dongshu shuttle that was now a quasi-starry sky treasure at full speed, he would immediately enter any natural wormhole that was safe on the way and perform a long-distance wormhole jump. At this speed, it would still take about a month to reach the Heavenly War planet. As for the provoking family's summons to all the influential families in the Empire that had the ability to refine level 8 genofluids and above, it indicated that the official date of the exchange meeting would be 40 days later. In other words, even if Yi Xian rushed at full speed, he could only reach the Heavenly War planet 10 days earlier. After arriving, he would definitely have to make some preparations. After all, he was only going alone and didn't have the qualifications to enter the meeting. This problem could only be solved after arriving. 10 days was very tight. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't dare to delay. Early the next morning, he took out the Dongshu shuttle and hurriedly set off, heading towards the Heavenly War Empire's capital, the Heavenly War planet, as fast as lightning. There was still a month's time on the way, but this time, Yi Xian didn't use this time to cultivate. On one hand, this time he didn't ride on the other starry sky fortresses and other giant ships. The Dongshu shuttle was speeding all the way and required him to personally control it, so he couldn't go into seclusion. On the other hand, Yi Xian wanted to take advantage of this time to properly study the information he had copied from the Naples flagship fortress on the Heavenly War planet and the Tuoba family. Chapter 32:21. Gathering of the Winds and Clouds. This time, the Heaven Battle planet could be said to be a gathering of the winds and clouds. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, all the family clans and large factions that researched gene cultivation fluids were gathered together. Other than body technology, celestial biotech, and Shunnong Gene from the undying star of the dynasty who had the ability to concoct the level 9 liquid, all the top families in the 3 empires who had the ability to concoct the level 8 liquid had also arrived. The 3 empires in the Immortal Dynasty were the Heaven Nether Empire, the Heaven Battle Empire, and the Heaven Wind Empire. The 3 top families in the Heaven Nether Empire were the Shenyuan family, the Huangfu family, and the Nangong family. The 3 families that hosted the Heaven Battle Empire were the Tuoba family, the Gong family, and the Changyu family. As for the Heaven Wind Emperor family, the 3 families that could concoct a level 8 fluid were the Duanmu family, the Wu family, and the Shentu family. Other than that, there were also itinerant cultivator families and factions that did not come from the capital planets of the 3 empires. They also had the ability to concoct a level 8 fluid. They were the Huyen family, the Bailey family, the Pengcheng Pharmaceutical Company, and the Life Genetics Company. In the entire Immortal Dynasty, the top powers in the field of gene cultivation fluid research were these families and factions. There were 3 families in the capital that could concoct a level 8 fluid and above. There were 3 families in the capital cities of the 3 empires, as well as 4 itinerant cultivator factions and powerful families. There were a total of 16 families. Of course, among these 16 top powers, the 3 families that came from the capital's immortal planets had a transcendent status. This was because they had the ability to concoct a level 9 fluid. They were the pillars of the dynasty. But now, even the pillars of the 3 empires kept a low profile after coming to the Heaven Battle planet. After all, the Heaven Battle planet's Tuoba family had already successfully concocted a level 10 fluid. They had caught up with the rest and were the sole leader in the field of gene cultivation fluid research in the dynasty. For this, although the other 15 top families and factions had sent important clansmen to participate in this exchange, they were all holding back. They were not convinced by each other and were secretly competing with each other. In the Everlasting Dynasty, it was the first time that the top forces in the field of gene cultivation fluid research held such a large-scale exchange gathering. Although there had been similar events in the past, they were basically exchanges between the various empires and even some small countries. There had never been a gathering like today, where the top 3 empires of the dynasty and the top rogue cultivator forces gathered together. For such a grand event, the 16 top forces and families that had come to participate in the exchange had each sent a big shot to lead the team, as well as a group of true technical elites to carry out the exchange. Unexpectedly, the heirs of their respective forces had all rushed over as well. For example, Shenyuan Ziying, the successor of one of the 3 great clans of the heavenly underworld empire, the Shenyuan clan, had come to the Heaven Battle Planet. The young masters and heirs of the other 15 top-notch families had also come. This was because, for these families that researched the gene cultivation fluid, the source of their future glory was the research and formulation of the gene cultivation fluid. Although they all had the ability to formulate a level 8 gene cultivation fluid and above, the subsequent research was more and more difficult. Now that the crisis had arrived, and the Tuoba family was the dominant force, if they did not take any action, they would soon be left far behind. In the end, they would not be able to recover from this setback and would gradually be forgotten by history. Facing this kind of crisis, the other 15 top-notch families all had their own countermeasures, and a marriage alliance was one of their many countermeasures. The 16 top-notch families and factions that researched the gene cultivation fluid all had different secret techniques and recipes in their hands, and they kept them to themselves and did not share them with others. However, if they were to form a marriage alliance, there would no longer be any suspicion between the 2 families. At least, they would be able to develop a high degree of cooperation to a certain extent. Perhaps there would be breakthroughs, and they would not dare to say that they would be able to surpass the dominant Tuoba family, but it would guarantee that the 2 families would be able to resolve this crisis and not be left behind by the general trend. There was still hope. With such thoughts in mind, the 16 top-notch families and factions that researched the gene cultivation fluid all arrived at the Heaven Battle Planet one after another. Taking advantage of the fact that the conference had yet to officially begin, they all began to interact with each other every day to get to know each other better. Of course, this was basically just between the older generation and the younger generation. It was quite lively for the younger generation to meet up with each other. Yi Xian had arrived at the Heaven Battle Planet under such circumstances. After rushing all the way from the Death Star field, when Yi Xian arrived at the Heaven Battle Planet, there were only 5 days left until the official start of the conference. There was a slight delay on the way. Before entering the Heaven Battle Planet, Yi Xian had already changed his appearance. Now, he was an extremely rough and burly man in his 30s. He had a completely different style from the gentle and refined Prince Xian from before. Now, no matter who saw him, they would definitely not associate him with Prince Xian. Of course, this kind of appearance-changing technique was considered a small trick in the universe. Not to mention the powerful beings of heaven and earth, even the powerful beings of heaven and earth, who were 2 or 3 realms stronger than a shifter, would be able to see through it with a single glance. However, Yi Xian had the headless corpse of an infant, so there was no need to worry about this. Even the powerful beings of heaven and earth would not be able to see through his original identity. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he even took off the beast ring that he always wore on his wrist and threw it into the Dongshu shuttle. This was to prevent people who were familiar with him, such as the purplish warbler, from seeing through the clues and analyzing his identity. For this alias, Yi Xian used the name Linghu Chong this time. The top great families of the empire basically all had multiple surnames. Yi Xian did some research and found that there just so happened to be no great families with the surname Linghu. Even the great families of some small countries did not have the surname Linghu. Thus, he decided to use it conveniently. After arriving at the Heaven Battle Planet, he immediately used his personal intergalactic system to connect to the Heaven Battle Planet's internal intergalactic network. Then, he ordered the system to search for information. Very quickly, he found out that the prodigies of the 16 great clans were gathered at the Clear River Tower today. In order to obtain some inside information from these people, he immediately rushed over. The Clear River Tower was very famous in the Heaven Battle Empire. It was located at the edge of a vast river in the imperial capital. This river was called the Clear River. The entire Clear River Tower was 18 floors high. Generally speaking, only certain high-ranking officials and wealthy people of the imperial capital had the ability to go up to the 10th floor because the cost was too high. Moreover, the Clear River Tower did not accept Federation coins, which were blank star core crystals, but real star core sources that were full of energy. This was a cultivation resource that ordinary people could not afford. Even the powerful beings of heaven and earth would not complain about having too many cultivation resources in their hands. They would actually use them for drinking and drinking. Only the rich people of the great families and the high-ranking officials of the empire would not care about this. Chapter 32-22. Reaching the 18th floor Clear River Pavilion was well known in the Heaven War imperial capital. The 18th floor was the tallest building in the Heaven War imperial capital, excluding the few important buildings in the inner city. After reaching the top, one could see all the mountains and most of the Clear River. The scenery was beautiful to the extreme. This level 7 purple star core was the price to pay for seeing the scenery. Even if one didn't drink a cup of tea and just walked around casually, it would not be returned. Buying a level 7 purple planet core origin just to look at the scenery was simply daylight robbery. Ordinary people naturally wouldn't want to be spendthrift like this. But the young master of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Linfeng, definitely didn't belong to this group. Today, he invited the young masters and heirs of the other 15 top families to the top of Clear River Pavilion. There were 16 people, and the entrance fee to the summit alone was 16 level 7 purple star core origins. As the young master of the Tuoba family, who was the host, it was rare for him to have such an opportunity to show off. Naturally, it was impossible for him to invite these people over and just drink some tea and eat some snacks. It was noon, and Tuoba Linfeng had prepared a feast here. There were all kinds of rare beasts, spirit wine, and delicacies. They were all the best goods in the Clear River Pavilion. The wine and dishes cost at least hundreds of thousands of level 7 purple star nucleus origins. Even for him, it was an extremely painful price. But if he could take this opportunity to get close to one of the proud daughters of the 15 top families and leave a good impression, it would pave the way for a marriage alliance in the future. All of this was worth it. That's right, the Tuoba family also had the idea of a marriage alliance, but the starting point was different from the other 15 top families. The other 15 top families had this idea because they wanted to join forces to deal with the huge crisis brought by the appearance of the Tuoba family together. And the Tuoba family wanted a marriage alliance with a top family or force because they wanted to find a reliable partner. After entering the Medicine Saint's relics, they could rest assured and join forces to get the most benefits. Although the 18th floor of Clear River Pavilion was quite large, enough for hundreds of people to gather here, there were very few people here. Even if someone wanted to come today, after hearing that someone had already arrived, most of them would give up. Generally speaking, those who chose to spend money in this kind of place were not just for fun, but for a banquet with a purpose. In this kind of situation, it was naturally inconvenient to share a room with other guests. However, there was only one open hall on the 18th floor, so generally speaking, as long as there were guests who had arrived first, the latecomers would be tactful and either change the date or move to the 17th floor below. At present, there was only one table in the entire 18th floor of Clear River Tower. Other than the attendants of Clear River Tower, there were only 16 people, including Tuoba Linfeng. Because the entrance fee to this floor was based on the number of people, even Tuoba Linfeng didn't bring any attendants. The others were even more embarrassed. Originally, he thought that there would be a quiet environment, and that there wouldn't be any ignorant fellows who knew that the 18th floor already had an owner but still came to interfere and spoil everyone's mood. However, this kind of accident just had to happen. The person who came was Yi Xian. He was nearly 2 meters tall and had a thick beard. He was dressed in grey clothes. Although he had an extraordinary momentum and was obviously a powerhouse, he gave others the feeling that he was a casual cultivator. Although he was powerful, he was not qualified to enter the 18th floor of the Clear River Pavilion. Therefore, when Yi Xian just walked to the stairs of the 18th floor, An expressionless attendant immediately came over and politely raised his hand to stop him. With disdain in his eyes, he said in an extremely cold tone, "Fellow cultivator, please stop. The 18th floor is not a place you can enter casually. Why don't you take a seat on the 17th floor below?" Although he sensed that Yi Xian's cultivation was in the black hole realm, and this attendant was only in the third order of the planet realm, the fourth realm, he looked at Yi Xian with disdain. This was Clear River Pavilion. Not to mention a black hole realm cultivator, even a Dao Insight realm cultivator wouldn't dare to behave atrociously here. He was very confident and thought that he had something to rely on. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of Tuoba Linfeng and the others. However, they only glanced over and no longer paid attention to it. Tuoba Linfeng had ordered a table of delicacies, and they were all rare delicacies, including top-grade spirit wine. Even if the other 15 youths were all juniors of great clans, they wouldn't be so extravagant on normal days. Just one meal was worth several hundred to 1,000 level 7 purple planetary core origins. It was too scary. Therefore, everyone was eager to have a try and were in high spirits. This included the purplish warbler from Tianming Imperial Capital. However, she seemed to have something on her mind. Facing such a table of delicacies, she didn't smile. "I think it's quite empty up there. Why can't we enter? Are you looking down on us?" Since his current appearance was so rough, he naturally had to cooperate with him in terms of personality. Therefore, Yi Xian appeared to be extremely free and easy at this moment. As he spoke, he glared at him and shouted at the top of his lungs. You, that waiter was so frightened by the black hole realm aura that surged out from Yi Xian's body that he trembled and almost fell to the ground. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was probably a hooligan. It was his fault for being so ignorant. With such an appearance, it was easy for him to guess. However, after a slight panic, he quickly calmed down. Thinking that this was Clear River Tower, the waiter immediately sneered. Emboldened, he glanced at Yi Xian and said with a sneer, "Fellow cultivator, you'd better not make trouble here. You can ask around about the background of Clear River Tower. As for entering the 18th floor, as long as you can take out a level 7 purple planetary core origin, it will be fine. But listen carefully, this is the entrance fee. Other expenses will be calculated separately. Isn't it just a level 7 purple core? I thought you wanted a 9-colored core. What's the big deal? You're looking down on us." Yi Xian sneered in his heart. He did this on purpose to attract the attention of the 16 top gentry disciples. After all, he didn't have the qualification to enter the top gentry exchange meet in 5 days, so he could only rely on these guys. At this moment, his voice was still very loud, and his tone was even louder. It sounded as if he didn't even care about the level 9-colored star core origin. As he spoke, he flipped his hand and threw out a level 7, purple star core origin. He strode up the stairs and reached the 18th floor. Then, he looked around and pretended to ignore the 16 young heavenly legends of the top aristocratic families who were looking at him in surprise. He turned around and walked to the window seat on the other side and sat down directly. That waiter was holding the level 7 purple planetary core that Yi Xian casually threw out. He was dumbfounded. Then, a trace of embarrassment and anger appeared on his face. How dare this guy say I'm looking down on you? Chapter 32-23. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Medicine Saint's Relic. It had to be said that Yi Xian's words were indeed a bit pretentious, at least in the eyes of Tuoba Linfeng and the others. A level 3 black hole realm cultivator was indeed an expert to the attendant. However, among the 16 young masters and heirs from the various top clans present, which one of them was not a black hole realm cultivator? Even with their status, they did not dare to say such a thing, as if a level 9 colors realm was nothing. This person was obviously an individual cultivator, so how could he be so arrogant? Not to mention that a group of people had gathered here. Originally, besides the attendants of Clear River Tower, they were the only table on the entire 18th floor, and there were no other people, so it was extremely comfortable. But now, an outsider had suddenly arrived, and it was an existence with such a rough appearance. Most importantly, not only did he have a loud voice, but his temperament was also very pretentious. He was simply a killjoy, and it instantly caused the originally rather lively atmosphere to become sluggish. Except for the purplish warbler, who was still expressionless, as if he was thinking about something else, the other 15 people showed some displeasure. Humph, he's just an individual cultivator, puffing himself up at his own cost. I'd like to see how he's going to pretend later. It was not easy to invite the heirs of the other 15 top families today, so the atmosphere was quite lively, but now it was disturbed by a boorish individual cultivator. Tuoba Linfeng was angry, so in order to drive Yi Shen away, he deliberately raised his voice. With a sarcastic tone, he sneered, "Humph, in my opinion, this person can only look at the scenery on the 18th floor of Clear River Tower. I'm afraid he can't even afford a cup of tea. He can only watch us eat heartily. Such a disgraceful thing. If it were me, I would have left with my tail between my legs." In fact, this was his purpose. He did not want to have such a good gathering disturbed by such an unpresentable individual cultivator. He was forcing Yi Shen to leave with his words. As for his cultivation strength, Yi Shen was only at the 3rd level of the black hole, while Tuoba Linfeng was already at the 9th level of the black hole. He wasn't afraid at all, and if it wasn't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, with his temperament, he would have taught Yi Shen a lesson. Hearing his words, the attendant of the Clear River Pavilion, who was ridiculed by Yi Shen earlier, felt greatly relieved. The Tuoba family was a top-notch family in the Heavenly War Empire, and this time, they had even released a level 10 liquid, which shook the entire empire. At this moment, seeing that the young master of the Tuoba family was on the same side as him and actually took the initiative to mock him, he felt greatly relieved. However, although he wanted nothing more than to immediately walk up and deliberately ask Yi Shen if he wanted to order some spirit wine and delicacies as a form of humiliation, he considered that this fellow was a rough man. If he were to vent his anger on him, he was afraid that he would suffer an unexpected calamity. Therefore, although the attendant was in a bad mood, he didn't continue to humiliate Yi Shen as if he was courting death. Tuoba Linfeng saw that Yi Shen did not respond after hearing his words. If he continued to act like this, it would be a big loss to his status. Although he was unwilling, he did not continue to ridicule him and ignored him with a cold snort. In the end, this ignorant individual cultivator was only an unexpected interlude. Today's banquet was the main business. Perhaps the other party would immediately leave, so there was no need to pay attention to him. As a result, the attention of the top family heirs quickly shifted and they chatted with each other, directly ignoring Yi Shen's existence. Among the other 15 people, there were a few who were deliberately trying to get closer to Tuoba Linfeng. For example, the heirs of the Gongyang and Changyu families, Gongyang Ji and Changyu Xiaotian. These two people saw that the atmosphere of the banquet was somewhat unsatisfactory, so they turned to look at each other before speaking up, wanting to start a conversation. "Linfeng, tell us about the Medicine Saint's ruins. Although Tuoba family head has not officially disclosed this matter, we have already received the news. Don't try to shirk away from it." "That's right, in the exchange meeting in 5 days, Tuoba family head will publicly disclose this matter. In fact, some of the elders of our families have privately chatted with Tuoba family head and have already learned some things. How about taking advantage of today's banquet and Brother Linfeng explain some things to us? Since it will be announced to the world in 5 days, it is rare for us to get along so well, so let's borrow your east wind and see it first. Brother Linfeng, quickly tell us, it is said that the reason why your Tuoba family's research on the gene cultivation fluid has suddenly advanced so quickly, leaping past the 9th level and pushing out the 10th level in one fell swoop, is all related to the Medicine Saint's ruins. After we heard about this matter from the elders, we have been scratching our hearts. There is actually such a thing. Brother Linfeng, let's not keep this matter in suspense, otherwise I am afraid we will not be able to eat or sleep in peace today." As this topic was brought up, the eyes of the other top-class successors who had never heard of this matter lit up. They were instantly interested and urged one after another. Even the purplish warbler, who originally seemed to have some worries, looked at Tuoba Linfeng after hearing these words. It was obvious that he was extremely interested in this matter. When this matter was brought up, especially when he saw that the purplish warbler's gaze had finally converged on him, Tuoba Linfeng immediately became complacent. Ever since the purplish warbler had arrived on Heaven Battle Planet a few days ago, Linfeng had been shocked by her beauty the moment he saw her. Since then, he had fallen in love with her. Unfortunately, no matter how he tried to curry favor with her, the goddess had never given him any face. For this reason, Tuoba Linfeng had specially investigated and finally found out that the purplish warbler had been abandoned by the imperial dynasty's Casanova Prince Long Xian. His heart immediately became filled with resentment, and unknowingly, he also bore a grudge against Prince Xian. At this moment, seeing that the purplish warbler finally seemed to have a bit of interest in him, and this matter was indeed as Gong Yangji and Chengyu Xiaotian had said. The Tuoba family's old family head had originally planned to announce this matter at the exchange meeting in 5 days, so it didn't matter if he said it sooner or later. He could take advantage of this opportunity to show his face in front of this group of top-class successors and let the goddess have a whole new level of respect for him, and even have a good impression of him. Why not? Thinking like this, Tuoba Linfeng immediately made up his mind. After clearing his throat, he faced the crowd and cupped his hands. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly saw that annoying rogue cultivator sitting alone on the other side. He had been carefully listening to their conversation the entire time. That serious expression of his made even his ears stand up. Tuoba Linfeng was startled and immediately understood. He laughed and said, "After all this time, it turns out that you actually came to inquire about information. This fellow Daoist's appearance is rough, but his mind is quite meticulous. However, this matter is an internal secret among the top-class families. I'm afraid it's not good to spread it. If you know your place, you should quickly leave. Otherwise, this young master will call someone over and ask you to leave." Chapter 32-24. Linghu the waiter had been waiting by the side. Clear River Pavilion had its own rules. The pavilion master had announced publicly that any guest who came here to spend money could talk freely. If the waiter leaked the information, Clear River Pavilion would bear all the responsibilities. For so many years, such a thing had never happened. Over time, the officials of Heaven Battle Planet had gradually gotten used to it. No matter how secretive the matter was, with an attendant by the side, it was no longer a taboo. After all, Clear River Pavilion had a great background and was full of mystery. It was said that even the monarch of the heavenly underworld empire was extremely courteous to him. With such an identity, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. Therefore, Tuoba Linfeng was not worried about having an attendant by the side. Furthermore, the matter he wanted to discuss was going to be revealed 5 days later. Originally, he was going to make it public. Now that he pointed the spearhead at Yi Xian, he was simply taking advantage of the situation to bully others. He had long found him an eyesore. When the attendant heard that Yi Xian's attitude was so tough this time, claiming that he would summon the head steward of Clear River Pavilion to expel them, he immediately felt confident. He was no longer worried that Yi Xian would get angry and hurt him. If that really happened, the young master of Tuoba family would not sit idly by, because that was tantamount to slapping his face in front of everyone. Although that annoying rogue cultivator had an amazing cultivation and was already a black hole realm existence, he was only at rank 3. On the other hand, the young master of Tuoba family and the 16 people at his table were all in the black hole realm. What was there to fear? Under such circumstances, the attendant immediately puffed up his chest and walked towards Yi Xian with a sinister smile on his face. He directly sneered, "Fellow Daoist, please leave. Otherwise, we will really expel you. At that time, I'm afraid it won't be good for our reputation." Just as the attendant finished speaking, he didn't even see Yi Xian stand up before the former's face was slapped. His entire body was sent flying, and before he even landed on the ground, he spat out a blood arrow in the air. There were clearly 2 large molars that fell with blood. "Humph. You really are a snob. Who told you that this young master doesn't want to spend money? What's more, I just said that if you come up and hand over a 7-colored jade, you can look at the scenery as you wish. How long has this young master been here? Are you going to kick him out? Besides, how do you waiters work? This young master has been sitting here for so long, yet no one has come forward to serve me. Could it be that this young master has to personally run to the kitchen to find something to eat? Since you're so ignorant, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the owner of Clear River Pavilion. Get someone else to serve me. In addition, clean up this dog's fangs and blood immediately, so as not to affect my appetite. Ding. After being looked down upon time and time again, Yi Xian's anger rose. At this moment, he imitated the successor of the Tuoba clan and kept on calling himself this young lord. He even directly taught this servant a lesson. Moreover, he even mentioned the master of the Clear River Pavilion. All of this caused Tuoba Linfeng's table of 16 people as well as the surrounding servants to be stunned. Unfortunately, before they could do anything, Yi Xian, who had stopped talking, had already raised his hand and flicked a small crystal. It fell beside the wailing guy on the ground and made a tinkling sound, attracting everyone's attention. In the next moment, a large number of gasps came out. The rest of the servants only took a glance and were so scared that they trembled all over. Level 99 colors. This burly man with a rough appearance and a violent temper, who was suspected to be a rogue cultivator, actually shot out a level 99 colors star nucleus origin. The wailing guy lying on the ground with his hand covering his bloody mouth glanced at it and fainted on the spot. Even in the Heavenly Battle Empire's capital, level 99 colors star nucleus origin had not appeared for nearly 100 years. The last time it appeared was at the Imperial Capital's auction, which caused a sensation. This young master in front of them actually flicked out a level 99 colors star nucleus origin. This was clearly the rhythm of using it to pay for food. It was too scary. Even if the Crown Prince of the Heavenly Battle Empire came to pay for food, he would pay with a level 7 purple star nucleus origin. No one was willing to take out a level 8 black star nucleus origin, let alone a level 99 colors star nucleus origin. This was a priceless cultivation resource, which had a strong effect on breaking through bottlenecks for the Origin Realm, the Dao Insight Realm, and even more powerful Starry Sky Masters. However, this young master in front of them did not take it seriously at all and directly threw it out as food. How terrifying was his background? It was said that Prince Xian of the Imperial Court had a large number of level 99 colors star nucleus origin in his hands, but he was not so extravagant, right? How could such a background not make him faint on the spot? He was lucky that he did not directly die of fright. The Clear River Pavilion was indeed the Clear River Pavilion. The other waiters around them were shocked, but they soon reacted and each took action. One of them turned around and ran to call the supervisor, while the other two ran to Yi Xian, bowing and apologizing on the spot. Some of them carried the fainted man away in a hurry, and the bloodstains on the ground were quickly cleaned up. As soon as Yi Xian finished ordering, a middle-aged man at the peak of level 9 of the Origin Realm came in a hurry, with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. This scene scared Yi Xian. It was not necessary, right? He was only at level 3 of the Black Hole Realm. How could a strong man at the peak of level 9 of the Origin Realm be so nervous and rush here? And he was wiping his cold sweat while running? If he had not seen all this with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. For the first time, Yi Xian actually had the misconception that he'd arrived at the mortal world in the cultivation world of the starry sky. A level 99 colored crystal instantly gave him a sense of superiority as if he'd become a tycoon. This Clear River Pavilion was really a maverick place. It was a good place. I am Hu Dajiang, the director of the Clear River Pavilion. How should I address you, fellow Taoist? At this time, the director had already come close and stood respectfully by the table. He was still wiping his cold sweat, and politely asked Yi Xian, "I have offended you a lot just now. The people below have eyes but failed to recognize you. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. He will not appear again." It seemed that the guy was going to be cleaned up. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "Director Hu, you are too serious. It's just a small matter, a misunderstanding. I am Ling Hu Chong, young master Ling Hu." "Ah, Ling Hu Chong?" Steward who was holding the 9th level 9 colored pill in his hand as he handed it over to Yi Xian. When he suddenly heard Yi Xian introduce himself, his hands trembled. It was obvious that he was quite frightened. The 9th level 9 colored pill almost fell once again. Finally, after stealing a glance at Tuoba Linfeng's table on the other side, He carefully put down the level 99 color star nucleus origin stone in his hand and said respectfully in a low voice, "Young Master Linghu, please enjoy. This meal is my treat. This thing is too precious. How can it be used to pay for the meal? Please keep it well." "No, no, no. I have never had the habit of being treated to meals and drinks. It's just a 9-color star nucleus origin stone." "What is it?" Yi Xian's heart moved, but he did not show it on his face. He picked up the level 99 color star nucleus origin stone again and put it directly in Director Hu's hand. "Serve this 9-color star nucleus origin stone. I want the best one." "Okay, I won't say more. I am a little hungry. Hurry up and arrange it." Chapter 32-25. Translator, Transan Editor, Transan Individual Cultivator Quota. At this time, Yi Xian felt comfortable all over. It felt so good to be pretentious. An existence at the peak of level 9 of the Origin Realm didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of him. It was really cool. Besides, in addition to calling himself the young master, Yi Xian's words just now were a slap to the faces of the people at the table not far away. He reckoned that this time, he must have aroused their anger. Next, they would definitely come into contact with each other. Maybe it would even lead to a conflict. When the time came, he would talk more, and presumably he would be able to get some information. In fact, he really thought too much. At this moment, although everyone at Tuoba Linfeng's table heard the provocation in his words, strangely, all of them, including Tuoba Linfeng, were quiet at this moment. They looked at Yi Xian with shock in their eyes, but not much anger. Although Yi Xian was very surprised and doubtful, he couldn't continue to provoke them since they suddenly became quiet. Anyway, no one came to drive him away. It was impossible for those guys to not say anything when they gathered together for a meal, right? In this case, he would be able to get some useful information. At this time, the delicacies at Yi Xian's table were served one after another. All kinds of fragrances assailed his nostrils, which made him very excited. Previously, although Yi Xian had ordered a few dishes, in the end, he'd instructed Steward Hu to order a table of dishes according to the 9th level. Therefore, at this moment, the dishes that were served were filled to the brim, and almost none of them were ordered by Yi Xian. However, they were the best dishes in the Clear River Pavilion, far surpassing what Tuoba Linfeng had prepared for the other 15 heirs of the top families. One of the dishes was a real dragon liver. Of course, this dragon was not the legendary divine dragon, but a kind of ferocious star beast in the void called the Subblood Hornless Dragon. When it reached adulthood, it had the cultivation of the Dao Insight realm, and its liver was highly poisonous before it reached adulthood, so it couldn't be eaten. In other words, Yi Xian's blood dragon subdragon liver was obtained by killing a Grotto Heaven realm ferocious star beast. Moreover, it was obtained within the last 3 days, because this kind of food would lose its freshness after 3 days and could no longer be eaten. Just this dish alone was enough to shock him. Before this, Yi Xian felt that it was too wasteful to throw out a 9th grade, 9-colored dish just to show off. Now, however, he felt that it was worth it. Although Yi Xian had been Prince Xian for a period of time, he hadn't enjoyed the treatment of a prince on the imperial capital's immortal star. On the way back to the imperial capital's immortal star from the heavenly river star, although he had been warmly entertained in the heavenly dust kingdom and the heavenly underworld imperial capital, the only banquet that could be compared to the banquet in front of him was the one that the officials of the heavenly underworld empire had hosted when they were in the heavenly underworld empire. It could be said that this was only the 2nd time he had eaten a table of good food made with such top-grade ingredients. At this moment, he was so excited that he even forgot about Tuoba Linfeng and the others at the table who were dumbfounded. He immediately began to eat the top-grade spirit wine. It just so happened that his appearance was also that of a starry sky strongman with a rough character. Even though his mouth was full of oil, they just happened to match each other and looked very harmonious. The first dish he tasted was the blood dragon subdragon liver braised in brown sauce. Yi Xian had eaten this dish once at the official banquet of the heavenly underworld imperial capital. Although this dish was also top grade, in terms of freshness, it was obviously a little worse than the previous one. Yi Xian suddenly came to a realization when he thought about how this kind of adult subblood dragon liver could only be stored for 3 days and couldn't be eaten after 3 days. As he ate, he muttered, "Sigh, it's already the 3rd day of this horned dragon liver. Although the ingredients are of the highest quality, the freshness is still a bit lacking, which affects the quality." As soon as this sentence was said, Director who had been waiting not far away, immediately flashed his eyes, and then quietly retreated. Based on this sentence alone, he was certain that this young master Linghu was not lying. Otherwise, how could an ordinary person who didn't even know what the subblood dragon's liver tasted like would know that it was an ingredient that had been stored for 3 days just by eating it? In fact, the value of this blood dragon liver was almost the value of a level 99 color star nucleus origin. It was the main dish, and the rest were just complementary. A dish represented an adult blood dragon of the Tao Insight Realm cultivation base. This degree of extravagance, even the young master of the Tuoba family didn't dare to enjoy it. Originally, this blood dragon liver was going to be roasted at night and sent to the owner of the Qingjiang pavilion if no one ordered it at noon today. It was enough to show its preciousness. However, Yi Xian tasted that it had been stored for 3 days after eating a piece, which showed that he often ate this kind of thing. Who else could be so extravagant and have the capital to be so extravagant? Except for the legendary young master of the Linghu family, who else could it be? In addition to Director Hu, the heirs of the 3 top families and forces in the imperial capital who could formulate the level 9 liquid from the immortal star were Zhao Qianru of body technology, Yuan Zhuo of celestial master creatures, and Dongfang Lin of Shunnong genes. At this moment, they all turned to look at each other as if they had a tacit understanding. As the heirs of the top forces from the immortal star, they were originally a level higher than the young masters of the top families such as the Tuoba family on the imperial capital star of the 3 empires. Therefore, they had also tasted the blood dragon liver. Although it was only once or twice, it was enough to let them know that Yi Xian's words were not empty. This guy was like them, who had eaten the blood dragon liver at least once or twice. His identity and background were not inferior to theirs. This was in line with the legendary Linghu family. Could it be that this Linghu Chong was really the young master of the Linghu family? On this point, in addition to the 3 of them, the others were also pondering in their hearts at this moment. A few people even whispered to each other, "This can't really be the legendary Linghu family's member, right?" But hearing him call himself the young master, it's probably not far from the truth. The surname Linghu is too sensitive. It hasn't appeared for more than 2,000 years. Even if there are some scattered clansmen wandering outside, those who are qualified to be called the young master are probably only the direct descendants of the Linghu family back then. There's something strange about this. Could it be that he's here because of the exchange this time? Is the Linghu family going to appear again? I heard that they were able to formulate the level 9 liquid more than 2,000 years ago. They are the first family in the imperial capital. No matter how amazing the Linghu family was back then, they were annihilated in the dust of history in the end. No one knows what happened back then, but this time, the Linghu family clearly came with a high profile. This is really the rhythm of their appearance. Unfortunately, they are no longer glorious now. They don't even have the qualifications to enter the exchange conference. Chapter 32-26. The Ancient Tablet of Inheritance Linghu Clan. Yi Xian was eating heartily while listening to the conversation at the table in the distance. The feeling in his heart at this time was really difficult to describe. Listening to the conversation, this so-called Linghu clan was obviously extraordinary. They were actually the leaders of the entire dynasty more than 2,000 years ago in the field of gene cultivation fluids, the first existence to formulate a level 9 gene cultivation fluid. No wonder Chief Hu reacted so strongly when he heard him mention Linghu Chong's name. However, the strange disappearance of the Linghu clan must be a secret, so the name of Linghu had long disappeared. Even when Yi Xian casually searched the Federation's star network before, he couldn't find this information. It was obvious that someone deliberately erased it. A random alias actually caused this kind of disturbance, which really made Yi Xian speechless. But this didn't matter. It was just an alias anyway. The most important thing was to enter this time's top aristocratic exchange and obtain various secret techniques related to gene cultivation fluids. Just now, he heard those guys whispering that in addition to the 16 top aristocratic families and forces, there seemed to be 10 rogue cultivator spots to compete for. Once he went back and inquired about it, this matter would be settled. Thinking like this, Yi Xian suddenly became focused and didn't have the mood to pay attention to what Tuoba Linfeng and the others were whispering. The table of top delicacies and wine in front of him was exchanged with a level 9 color jade. Although he had a lot of 9 color jade, he couldn't waste them. It was rare to be extravagant, so he must not treat himself unfairly. So, Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and began to concentrate on tasting the delicious food in front of him. Sometimes, he would pour a cup of top-grade spirit wine. The taste was simply too good, and even he was a little intoxicated. On the side, Tuoba Linfeng and the others also recovered from the shock. Seeing Yi Xian drinking the spirit wine and eating the top-grade delicacies without paying attention to them, these guys gradually adapted. No one provoked Yi Xian again, and they chatted happily. Not long after, Tuoba Linfeng mentioned the Medicine King's relics that someone had just asked about. He even deliberately mentioned the way to obtain the 10 rogue cultivators' quotas. When he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Xian. This included the Heaven Battle Planet's other 2 first-rate aristocratic families, the young masters of the Gongyang and Longyu clans. This caused Yi Xian's heart to tremble slightly. The 3 great families of the Heaven Battle Planet seemed to be a bit abnormal. They appeared to be somewhat nervous, as if they were extremely eager for him to compete for one of the 10 loose cultivator spots and use this opportunity to enter the conference. What was hidden in this? Was it related to the Linghu clan? Or was he being too sensitive, oversensitive? The Medicine King's relics is located in the void not far from the Heaven Battle Planet. It is a void secret realm. Our Tuoba clan accidentally discovered it. After entering it, we brought out a Medicine King's stele. This is clearly an inheritance, and it is suspected to be extremely ancient. Since it dares to use the name Medicine King, it shows how mysterious it is. It should be a place left behind by an ancient cultivation camp's alchemy inheritance. Our Tuoba clan only entered the periphery and was unable to enter further. It is not a matter of whether one's cultivation is strong or not, but every step in this inheritance land requires a certain level of achievement in alchemy. Only then will the subsequent passages open. Our great families are the top forces in the science and technology camp that research genetic cultivation fluids, but we all know that when it comes to true alchemy, the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp is the real terror. If the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp were to research the genetic cultivation fluid, I think at least half of the 16 great families in the science and technology camp would be squeezed out. Unfortunately, they think too highly of themselves and always think that alchemy is the right path. In their eyes, the genetic cultivation fluid of our science and technology camp is not even a pill, so they disdain to research it. Although facts have already proven that this is a fallacy, we have to admit that the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp is indeed unique in the field of alchemy. They are stronger than us. And this Medicine King's relics is clearly the top inheritance of the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp. It is suspected to have originated from the primordial era and is extremely rare. Although it is now in the control of our science and technology camp Starfield, it is inevitable that the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp will secretly enter after a long time. Once he gets the core inheritance of the relics, we will have nothing to gain and will only be making a wedding dress for others. Our Tuoba clan can be considered to have quite an achievement in the concoction of the genetic cultivation fluid. However, even if we put a few elders in the clan together, we could only break through the periphery of the Medicine King's relics. When we reached the edge of the core area, we could not advance any further. But even so, the Medicine King's tablet that we brought out still had a major breakthrough under the careful study of the elders. It allowed us to skip the 9th level of the fluid and concoct the 10th level fluid in one fell swoop. You must know that this Medicine King's tablet is just a road sign that casually stands in the periphery area. It can only be considered an ordinary thing. The real treasure and inheritance are still in the core area and have not been revealed. That is why our Tuoba clan has invited the top forces and families behind you this time. No matter what, we will work together to develop this Medicine King's relics, so that it will not be obtained by the alchemy faction of the cultivation camp in the future. After all, this time, that good-for-nothing Long Xian has caused the relationship between the cultivation camp and the science and technology camp to fall into an unprecedented tension. The human race is about to be divided by him. Oh, right, even Zi Ying was bullied by him. Our 16 great families are of the same breath and branch. Sister Zi Ying was bullied by that Long Xian. I'm sure everyone is as angry as I am about this matter, right? So what if he is a direct descendant of the imperial family? He acted recklessly, but in the end, didn't he still get sent away? If I meet that Long Xian, I will definitely teach him a lesson and vent my anger for Sister Zi Ying. This guy was obviously doing it deliberately. He was talking about the Medicine King's relics, but suddenly he changed the topic and mentioned the imperial family, Long Xian, and then turned to the purplish warbler. The heirs of the top families were stunned at first, then their faces became a little strange. They all stole glances at the purplish warbler. The latter had been stunned for a long time. For a time, he did not know how to respond, especially when the other heirs present gave him a strange look. It was obvious that Tuoba Linfeng's words reminded them of everything that happened between Long Xian and the purplish warbler. This matter was spread like wildfire outside, and the Shenyuan family's face could be said to be lost. Tuoba Linfeng thought that his goodwill would move the goddess, but he did not expect that the flattery would end up making the purplish warbler a little angry. I'm sorry, I suddenly feel a little unwell, so I won't accompany you. Goodbye. The purplish warbler glared at Tuoba Linfeng fiercely. He did not give him any face at all. As he spoke, he got up and left. Chapter 32:27. The rhythm of being crippled. Puff puff. When Yi Xian heard Tuoba Linfeng suddenly mention him, and his words were so impolite as he clamored to teach him a lesson, anger arose in Yi Xian's heart. Before he could flare up, he saw Tuoba Linfeng unexpectedly flattering the horse. He was embarrassed on the spot and couldn't hold it in for a moment before laughing out loud. Not only did the people at that table hear it, but even the waiters in the distance also heard it. Their faces were strange, and they all lowered their heads, not daring to look in this direction. However, their lips were all tightly pursed, and it was obvious that they were also on the verge of laughing out loud. Tuoba Linfeng realized that he had been a little too stupid, exposing the scars of the purplish warbler in front of everyone. Originally, he wanted to show goodwill, but in the end, he had offended the goddess. After he realized this, he naturally didn't feel angry towards Shenyuan Ziying any longer, and he only felt guilt. At the same time, he blamed himself for being hot-headed and actually making such a low-level mistake. I'm afraid that everyone present here is doubting my intelligence right now. Especially that annoying guy suspected to be from the Linghu clan. He actually laughed in front of everyone without any scruples, which was tantamount to slapping his face in front of everyone. For a time, all the anger in Tuoba Linfeng's heart was directed at Yi Xian. The young master of the Linghu clan indeed made him afraid, but that was before. Now that he was enraged, Tuoba Linfeng couldn't care less. Although the fall of the Linghu clan in one night was closely related to the three great families of the heaven-warring planet, more than 2,000 years had passed, and there might not be anyone who knew the secret of that year. There was no need for him to feel guilty. Besides, even if they knew, the Linghu clan was no longer the only overlord in the field of alchemy 2,000 years ago. On the contrary, their Tuoba clan had now produced a grade 10 elixir, and their status was the same as the Linghu clan of the past. Everything had been reversed, so the one who should be afraid should be the Linghu clan's young master in front of him. What's more, whether this person's identity was real or fake was still unknown. In terms of cultivation base, he had even less to fear. His opponent was only a rank 3 black hole, but he was a rank 9 black hole great perfection. He could crush him with one hand. Under such circumstances, he was embarrassed and angry, yet he encountered the other party's unbridled and provocative ridicule in public. No matter how good a person's temper was, they would still explode. These thoughts flashed through his mind like lightning. Tuoba Linfeng steeled his heart and got up to slap Yi Xian's table not far away. He roared, "Linghu Chong, do you think I'm made of clay? Over and over again, you're simply courting death." Boom. A blue palm shadow, about 10 feet in size, whizzed out. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above Yi Xian's head and slammed down from the sky. Yi Xian did not care about it at all. In a place like the Clear River Pavilion, one had to collect a level 7 purple star core origin just to walk around the 18th floor. It would be strange if there was no defense formation here. It was impossible to allow diners to fight here. Once someone made a move, the formation would be activated. It was impossible for Tuoba Linfeng not to know, but he forgot about it in a moment of anger. Wang. Sure enough, before Tuoba Linfeng's blue palm landed, the entire 18th floor of the Clear River Pavilion resounded with a buzzing sound. A huge silver light shield flashed out of thin air, enveloping the entire 18th floor. An invisible power appeared above Yi Xian's head like a shield, easily helping him to block the falling blue palm. Boom! With a light sound, there was not even a ripple of energy. The power of Tuoba Linfeng's blue palm dissipated in an instant, not even setting off a ripple. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. To have such power, even if it was not a universe realm expert, it was at least the power of the 13th Genesis realm, or even the 14th cosmic realm. To be able to set up such a powerful defense formation, whether it was done by himself or by someone else, the owner of the Clear River Pavilion was definitely not ordinary. As the blue palm dissipated, the silver light of the defense formation that enveloped the entire 18th floor also disappeared in an instant. It did not take the initiative to attack Tuoba Linfeng. That was obviously impossible. The reason why the defense formation was set up here was to prevent private fights. How could it take the initiative to attack the attacker? However, if Tuoba Linfeng made a move again, the silver light of the defense formation would appear again. Although it would not attack him, all the power he blasted out would be blocked, which was also very embarrassing. Therefore, even though Tuoba Linfeng was gnashing his teeth in anger, he still endured it. It was a futile effort. He had already tried it once, so how could he try it again? Young Master Tuoba, you have gone too far. Just at this moment, Manager Hu walked over with a gloomy face. He first bowed to Yi Xian to express his apology, and then turned to look at Tuoba Linfeng who was gnashing his teeth. He continued in a deep voice, "My Clear River Pavilion has been established in Heaven Battle Emperor's capital for more than 2,000 years. During this period of time, there have been a total of 3 private fights between guests. 2 of them did not listen to advice and were stubborn. In the end, after 3 provocations, they were killed on the spot by the formation. The other time, the person who attacked activated the defensive formation twice. Although he was not killed, he was still severely injured. I have to remind young Master Tuoba that you have already made a move once, and the formation did not backfire. If there is a second time, I am afraid you will be seriously injured and crawl out of Clear River Pavilion. If there is a third time, I don't need to say more about the consequences. Young Master Tuoba, please respect yourself. In addition, all the people who have made a move in Clear River Pavilion will be blacklisted as unwelcome. From now on, if young Master Tuoba has any banquets, please change to another one." After that, Manager Hu turned around and was about to leave. Only now did Tuoba Linfeng panic. What kind of place was Clear River Pavilion? It was the top venue in the entire Heaven Battle planet. Even if the Empire's crown prince held a banquet here, he would not accept reservations. Only when the person arrived and there was an empty seat could he fulfill his wish. He was still young. If he was blacklisted, it would be fine if he took the initiative to invite someone to a banquet. Although it was somewhat sullen, it was not unacceptable. But what if he came to a banquet for someone else? This was not up to him. Once the top nobles of Heaven Battle Planet invited someone to a banquet, it would basically be held here. If he was blacklisted, wouldn't he be directly expelled from the entire Heaven Battle Planet? He did not even have the qualifications to enter other people's banquets. Over time, who would invite him? This was simply the rhythm of completely crippling him. Thinking of this, Tuoba Linfeng immediately chased after him and tried to explain, "Manager Hu, this is a misunderstanding. Young Master Tuoba, please respect yourself and don't break the rules of Clear River Pavilion." Chief Hu stopped walking and turned around to glance at him. "If you continue to pester me, I'm afraid that you'll implicate your table mates and blacklist them as well." Chapter 32-28. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translation's list of Medicine King's steward who didn't pay attention to the dumbfounded Tuoba Linfeng. Instead, he walked over to Yi Xian's table with a smile on his face and politely apologized a few more times. In the end, he brought up the main matter and said that the owner of the Clear River Pavilion, Mr. Hu, wanted to personally invite him to a banquet in order to express his apology. He hoped that Yi Xian could come over whenever he was free. After that, Supervisor Hu did not say anything more. He looked at Yi Xian meaningfully, then nodded and left. Yi Xian frowned. The owner of Clear River Pavilion obviously had an extraordinary identity. He was at least an old monster who had lived for more than 2,000 years. After all, Clear River Pavilion was built by him more than 2,000 years ago. Wait. A thought suddenly flashed through Yi Xian's mind. 2,000 years ago? Was it a coincidence? Legend had it that the Linghu clan was destroyed overnight more than 2,000 years ago, and this Clear River Pavilion happened to be built at that time. The surname of Clear River Pavilion's supervisor was Hu, and the owner called himself Mr. Hu. Was this Hu related to Linghu clan's Linghu clan? Coincidentally, he came to the Clear River Pavilion today under the name of Ling Huchong. When Steward Hu heard it, he was caught off guard and reacted too strongly. Then, Tuoba Linfeng made a move. Although Steward Hu did things according to the rules of the Clear River Pavilion, he warned Tuoba Linfeng not to say too much, so as not to implicate the people at the same table. It was impossible that Supervisor Hu did not know the identity of those guys. On the surface, it seemed that he was warning Tuoba Linfeng, but after thinking about it carefully, it was obvious that he was trying to show goodwill to Yi Xian. He was willing to offend the top gene fluid research families in the entire dynasty. But why did he do all this? Did they not put these families in their eyes at all? Or was it because Yi Xian said the name of Linghu clan, which was enough to make them look coldly at these families? No matter what the reason was, one thing was basically certain. Mr. Hu, the owner of Clear River Pavilion, was very likely to be related to the legendary Linghu clan that had disappeared for more than 2,000 years. Thinking of this, Yi Xian smiled bitterly in his heart. He did not know whether this was a blessing or a curse. He had just randomly picked a surname, but he did not expect to cause such trouble. Although the other party had only said that they wanted to invite him to a banquet as an apology. However, with the Clear River Pavilion's foundation and connections in the Heaven War planet, if the other party harbored malicious intentions, it would be impossible for Yi Xian to leave the Heaven War imperial capital without anyone knowing. Of course, he still had the ability to warp through space coordinates, but in that case, once he activated it, he would either go to the Death Star vortex or directly go to the black hole of life in the first universe. Wouldn't this trip to the Heaven Battle planet be for naught? Yi Xian would never have done this if it weren't for the fact that he was in a life and death situation. It seemed that he had no choice but to make a trip to the Clear River Pavilion after he was done with the matters at hand. However, he was not afraid of this matter. On the one hand, it was not necessarily a bad thing. Even if there was danger, he could just use the universe coordinate jump ability to escape. As long as the matter was done, it didn't matter if he left or not. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt relieved and no longer paid attention to this matter. He turned his head and glanced at Tuoba Linfeng, who was gnashing his teeth and glaring at him. Linghu Chong, the enmity between you and me is completely settled today. I hope you are really a descendant of the Linghu clan from more than 2,000 years ago. Even if you are not, since you dare to use the name of Linghu and call yourself young Master Linghu, then you should not be absent from the Medicine King Peak this time. Glaring fiercely at Yi Xian, Tuoba Linfeng sneered, in addition to the 16 top forces, there are 10 rogue cultivators who can enter the Medicine King's remains. From the day after tomorrow, which is 3 days before the Medicine King Peak, all rogue cultivators can sign up to compete. As long as you can leave your name on the Medicine King's monument, you will be eligible to participate in the Medicine King's summit. The top 10 will be able to follow the 16 top forces to explore the Medicine King's remains. Don't let me down. After that, Tuoba Linfeng did not stay any longer and immediately turned around and left. The other heirs of the top clans and powers at his table also lost their interest. They looked at Yi Xian with strange expressions, and their faces were filled with bad luck as well. They flicked their sleeves and left. Not only did they not gain anything from this meal, but they were also almost blacklisted by Xinjiang Pavilion. These heirs of the top forces were also sullen and extremely unhappy. The Medicine King's list on the Medicine King's monument. As long as you can get on the list, you will be eligible to enter the Medicine King Peak. And the top 10 are actually able to enter the Medicine King's ruins together with these 16 first-rate families and powers to explore. Hehe, it's a bit interesting. As he muttered these words, Yi Xian coincidentally finished eating most of the top-notch delicacies on the table. There was only a pot of top-notch spirit wine left, so he didn't waste it. In any case, he had the image of a rough man. He immediately stood up, twisted the pot of top-notch spirit wine, and drank as he walked down the stairs. That back showed a strong sense of unruly freedom, which was dazzling. At the same time, in a pavilion on the 18th floor of Xinjiang Pavilion, two figures were hidden in the darkness. Their faces could not be seen clearly, but judging from the figure, the one slightly behind should be Supervisor Hu. He bowed slightly and seemed to be extremely respectful. The figure half a step in front was extremely stalwart, with his hands behind his back. Looking at the back, he should be a middle-aged man in his 40s. At this time, the man suddenly spoke in a light tone, without any sadness or joy. Look at this guy, does he look like him? This is hard to say. Sure enough, it was Supervisor Hu's voice. He obviously knew that the former was asking about Yi Xian, so he did not dare to say more. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "Sir, there were indeed a few people who escaped from my Linghu clan, but this does not mean anything. I think this matter must be investigated in detail." Of course it must be investigated. The middle-aged expert, who was called Mr. by Director Hu and suspected to be the master of Clear River Pavilion, nodded his head. There was still no sadness or joy in his tone. But I think his figure and style as a Jianghu hero are quite similar to that of the former family master. Alas, if the former family master didn't have such a temperament, he wouldn't have been. I hope that he is the descendant of the master of the Linghu clan. If so, I have been running Xinjiang Pavilion carefully for more than 2,000 years and secretly collecting a lot of information. I only hope to find some clues to prove that the wish of the old master of the Linghu clan can finally be fulfilled. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. Mr. Hu, please don't say that. Although you are not a member of my Linghu clan, since the ancestor's accident, you have taken in a few of my Linghu clan's collateral relatives and have been taking good care of us and never left. On the side, Supervisor Hu was terrified and quickly interrupted Mr. Hu's words. We just saw a little hope today. How can you say such inauspicious words? Linghu Bao is terrified. Alas, I hope this time it will not be an empty joy again. Chapter 32-29. Translator, Naiwabo Studio Editor, Naiwabo Studio Tuoba Square. After leaving the Clear River Pavilion, Yi Xian found a hostel in the outer city of the Heavenly War Empire's capital and stayed there. Although the hostel he stayed in was not the best, Yi Xian asked for the best room in the hostel. It was an independent small courtyard that even had a defensive formation. Although this was the capital of the Heavenly War Empire, and the defensive formation was basically a decoration, Yi Xian still asked for this independent small courtyard where he could get a piece of level 7 purple planetary core origin every day. On one hand, it was for peace and quiet. At the same time, he did not care about resources like planetary core origins. He had a lot of them, and he could always go to the graveyard of meteorites again if he used them all up. Previously, when he was only in the planetary core state, he had already gained so much. Now that he was in the black hole state, if he really went there, he would most likely gain even more. It was possible that he could empty half of the graveyard of meteorites in one go. On the other hand, he considered that this time in the Clear River Pavilion, he had most likely attracted the attention of the 16 top aristocratic families, including the owner of the Clear River Pavilion. Since he had already used the surname Linghu, Yi Xian could only use it until the end. Moreover, after everything that had happened in the Clear River Pavilion today, he vaguely felt that although the surname Linghu was sensitive, it was also because of this that it was extremely useful. For the current Yi Xian, it was definitely more advantageous than disadvantageous. As long as there was something convenient in front of him, it would be fine. As for the disadvantages, when the matter was over, he could leave at any time without any worries. He was not afraid at all. Even so, he still felt that it was necessary to learn more about the past of the Linghu family. Even if it was for the sake of not being exposed, it was still very necessary. After entering his small courtyard, Yi Xian immediately activated the defensive formation. From then on, unless he called, even the servants in the hostel would not be able to come in without permission. After all, this was the cost of one level 7 purple planetary core origin per day. This was the benefit of being rich. Immediately after, he gave another command to the devouring system, activating the attached personal space communication system and connecting to the Heaven Battle Planet secondary star network. After successfully connecting, he directly infiltrated the central database. This place was not like the immortal planet, where there was a mature immortal rank superbrain, so Yi Xian could do all this without any pressure. Yi Xian's personal space communication system was not fully developed, but it was still at the immortal grade. As long as it wasn't an immortal planet, the core database of Yi Xian was completely defenseless, even if it was the second-level main network of the three empires. Of course, Yi Xian did not dare to touch certain extremely sensitive data repositories. Although the superbrains of the three empires' secondary main networks were not at the immortal rank, they were not far from it. Furthermore, they were mature. Even if Yi Xian's personal space communication system could be infiltrated, there would be some traces left behind. Then, it would be completely unnecessary to prevent the enemy from tracing the vine to the melon and tracing the vine to the melon. However, there was no problem at all if it was just to search for secret information about the surname Linghu. This information could not be found even in the restricted area of the second-level star network. There was not a single word about it, as it had been blocked by the government. Yi Xian did not understand the reason at first, but after he downloaded some information from a normal classified database of the Heaven Battle Planet's secondary main network and flipped through it, he finally understood the reason. It turned out that all this involved the Heaven Battle Empire and even the Immortal Dynasty's official power. Therefore, this matter was blocked later on. At any time, the people in power would do this. Everything that was disadvantageous to them would be covered up, and even if the people at that time knew, it did not matter. The long river of time would cover up everything. When that generation of ordinary people disappeared in the long river of history, their descendants did not experience that period of time, and could not find a single word about it from the dynasty's star network. This was equivalent to a period of history being strangled. It was as if it had never existed. Even if some of the long-lived star powerhouses knew about this, how could such existences go against the people in power of the empires and dynasties? Under the premise of no benefits, they would leak the truth of history and cause trouble for themselves. The general situation of the annihilation of the Linghu clan, as well as being forgotten by history for more than 2,000 years, was like this. The government did not want the truth to be made public, so it disappeared. At that time, the entire Immortal Dynasty did not have a clan or power that could concoct the 9th-level liquid. The Linghu clan was the only one, and there was no other. Unfortunately, they disappeared overnight. Then, the Tuoba, Gongyang, and Changyu clans of the Heaven Battle Empire appeared. According to Yi Xian's speculation, these three clans may be related to the annihilation of the Linghu clan, but they obviously did not get the secret technique and recipe of the Linghu clan to concoct the 9th-level liquid. If the Clear River Pavilion is really related to the Linghu clan, is the secret technique and recipe of the Linghu clan in the hands of the master of the Clear River Pavilion, Mr. Hu? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. At this moment, he suddenly no longer hesitated to visit the Clear River Pavilion in the future. The ability to concoct the 9th-level liquid more than 2,000 years ago was absolutely terrifying, and Yi Xian could not miss it. For the next 2 days, he stayed in the small courtyard of the hostel and didn't go out at all. He focused on researching the various methods of making the gene cultivation fluid. After arriving at Heaven's Battle Planet, he used his personal space communication system to steal a large amount of related data from Heaven's Battle Planet's core data vault. When there were only 3 days left before the exchange, Yi Xian left the post house and walked towards the Tuoba Square. In the outer city of the Heavenly Battle Empire, there were more than a dozen top aristocratic families. Among them, the 3 top aristocratic families that researched the gene cultivation liquid, the Tuoba clan, the Gongyang clan, and the Changyu clan, had a relatively high status. Each of them had a large territory in the outer city. This time, the exchange would be held in the courtyard of the Tuoba clan's ancestral land. At present, in the Tuoba Square outside the Tuoba clan's ancestral land, there stood a simple stone tablet that was 3 feet high. The whole stone tablet was green, and various complicated patterns were engraved around and on the back. On the front, there were only 3 big ancient words written at the top: Medicine King's Tablet. Below these 3 big words, there were some names. The surface of the green tablet was flat and smooth, like the best quality ancient jade, and even emitted a sparkling light. In fact, the surface of the whole giant tablet was covered with a layer of green mist, giving a sense of vitality. Even if one looked at it from a distance, one could immediately conclude that this tablet must be extraordinary at a glance. When Yi Xian came here, the square had already been crowded with a large number of rogue cultivators. They were all here to sign up. As long as they could leave their names on the Medicine King's tablet, they would have the qualification to enter the Tuoba clan's courtyard in 3 days and witness this exchange with their own eyes. Chapter 3230. Hungry and Thirsty Ding. Congratulations, host, you have discovered an item of inheritance. Medicine King's Tablet, the treasure used to open the core of the ancient Medicine King's legacy. After refining and absorbing it into the body, one can enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the inheritance. Do you wish to immediately collect and refine it? Heh. So the truth was like this. This Medicine King's Tablet was actually the treasure used to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the inheritance. Just like a key. Could it be that the masters of the Tuoba family who obtained it did not discover this problem? Yi Xian was dumbfounded by this appraisal result. This really made him speechless. The Tuoba family had invited all the top families to gather on the Heaven Battlestar in order to explore the Medicine King's legacy again. They hoped that everyone could join forces to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy and obtain the Medicine King's legacy. Who would have thought that the key to obtaining the inheritance had already fallen into their hands? Yi Xian's heart thumped and he almost directly ordered the system to immediately collect and refine the Medicine King's tablet. However, he soon discovered that even if he did so, it would be useless. When Yi Xian's divine sense came into contact with the Medicine King's tablet, the general information about this tablet quickly appeared in his mind. The Medicine King's tablet had a total of 3 tests. If all 3 tests were completed perfectly, the tablet would recognize one as its owner. It seemed that directly collecting and refining it was not possible. Although this mysterious ancient tablet was not an ancient item, it was also mysterious and extraordinary. If one wanted to refine it, the only way was to pass the 3 tests of the Medicine King's tablet, and each test had to be completed perfectly. This should be a kind of scale selection method, in line with the essence of this ancient tablet being the key to opening the Medicine King's remains. Only by passing the 3 tests contained within the ancient tablet, and passing them perfectly, would one have the qualifications to enter the Medicine King's remains to receive the ancient Medicine King's legacy. No wonder the several elders of the Tuoba family were unable to enter the core of the Medicine King's legacy. This ancient legacy was bound to have layers of restrictions. This was a kind of protection for the Medicine King's legacy. Only by passing the tests of the Medicine King's tablet could one safely enter. The reason why the Tuoba family erected the Medicine King's tablet here was obviously to find such a person who could perfectly pass the 3 tests of this tablet. The so-called top 10 names on the tablet would be qualified to explore the relic of the Medicine King with them. This was just a gimmick. The purpose was to attract more cultivators of the starry sky to come and try. In fact, among the existences that had left their names on the Medicine King's tablet, there were many existences from the 16 great clans. Clearly, they had already tried. If it was only to give the rogue cultivators a chance, why would they try? The front of the Medicine King's tablet was divided into 3 areas. The top was blank, which should be where the 3rd level test was. No one had tried it yet. As for the 2nd level in the middle, there were only 2 names. They were both from the Tuoba family. They should be 2 clan elders. Unfortunately, they stopped at the 2nd level of the tablet. At this moment, there were many masters of the starry sky crowding the Tuoba square. If they wanted to try, They only needed to release a wisp of divine sense to make contact with the Medicine King's tablet. There were less than 50 names on the 3 layers of the tablet. Obviously, after more people tried, they did not even have the qualifications to leave their names on the 3rd layer at the bottom of the tablet. In reality, even among these 50 names, whether it was those who had passed the first trial or the 2 suspected elders of the Tuoba clan who had passed the second trial, none of them had passed perfectly. This was because if they had passed perfectly, their names would appear in a special form on the Medicine King's stele. This was explained by the rules of the Medicine King's stele. Although this special form of appearance was not clearly described, the names of those who had left their names on the tablet simply appeared on the tablet. Obviously, they had nothing to do with this so-called special form. The 2 suspected elders of the Tuoba family whose names appeared on the 2nd layer of the tablet were also displayed in the 1st layer below, but they were ordinary names that appeared. This meant that even the 2 elders of the Tuoba family, although they passed the 2nd test, did not pass perfectly when they passed the 1st test. Moreover, they stopped after the 2nd test. Maybe they tried the 3rd test but failed. They did not even have the qualifications to leave their names on the 1st layer of the tablet. From this, it was enough to see how difficult the 3 tests of the Medicine King's tablet were. It could be said that as long as one could pass all 3 tests and leave their names on the tablet, it would be amazing enough. But to pass all 3 tests perfectly, it was simply unimaginable. After understanding all the rules of the trial, Yi Xian was completely excited. He believed that these so-called 3 trials were both a type of scale selection and a type of nurturing. Through these 3 trials, he would be able to come into contact with the basic information of the Medicine King's bloodline from ancient times. This in itself was a type of increase in one's ability to refine medicine. In the face of all this, it could be said that he was hungry and thirsty. Without hesitation, Yi Xian immediately contacted the Medicine King's tablet with the power of his divine sense again and confirmed that he would accept the 1st test. Of course, the name he submitted was still an alias, Ling Huchong. In the next moment, Yi Xian closed his eyes. From the towering Medicine King's tablet in front of him, a faint green light shot out, turning into a miniature energy shield that enveloped his body and prevented him from being disturbed by the outside world. This shield was still in effect. Its appearance meant that Yi Xian had begun to pass the test. Only when the shield disappeared did the test end. There were many similar shields in the huge Tuoba square. All the existences in the shields closed their eyes, as if they were cultivating. Their minds were completely immersed in the test of the Medicine King's tablet. Just as Yi Xian began to accept the test of the Medicine King's tablet, a group of Heaven's Prides from the 16 families, led by Tuoba Linfeng, Zhao Qianru from Body Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Worthy Creatures, and Dongfang Lin from Shennong Genetics, happened to come out of the courtyard of the Tuoba clan. They also planned to try their skills. They did not expect that as soon as they arrived, they would look up and see Yi Xian begin his test. Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian, who were the heirs of the top families of the Heaven Battle Planet like the Tuoba clan, were stunned for a moment, and then began to mock him on the spot. That Ling Huchong really came? And we have already started to pass the test. He is just a rough guy. It is said that the 1st test is the memory and identification of plants and various heaven's treasures. I think he is not even qualified to leave his name on the 1st test. Chapter 32-31. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Bright as the stars, the heirs of the 16 major clans and forces began to challenge the trials one after another, including Zhao Qianru from Body Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin from Shennong Biotech, and the Purplish Warbler from Heavenly Underworld Star. They already knew the importance of this Medicine King's tablet from the Tuoba clan. It was the only key that could allow one to enter the core area of the Medicine King's ruins safely and smoothly to receive the inheritance. Of course, in order for this key to recognize its owner, the requirements were extremely harsh. One had to pass all 3 stages perfectly. The 2 most experienced elders of the Tuoba clan in the research of gene fluids had already tried this. It was extremely difficult. It was precisely because they found that they could not do it that they took out the Medicine King's tablet, hoping that someone could successfully refine it. When that time came, As long as they brought this person along, they could finally enter the core area of the Medicine King's ruins smoothly. Even the unaffiliated cultivators could try, so the heirs and other powerhouses from the 16 major clans would not let go of this opportunity. At this time, everyone began to try at the same time, secretly holding back their energy. They wanted to leave their names in all 3 areas on the Medicine King's tablet and pass perfectly. Soon, dozens of green lights shot over and turned into miniature light shields, enveloping the powerhouses from the 16 major clans. They began to challenge the trials. Among them, in addition to the heirs of the 16 major clans, including Tuoba Linfeng and the Purplish Warbler, there were also some powerhouses from the other 16 major clans who wanted to try. Time slowly passed by. After about 7 or 8 minutes, Zhao Qianru from Body Technology was the first to open her eyes. There was an additional name at the bottom of the Medicine King's tablet, and it was hers. This caused a wave of exclamations in the surroundings. Another prodigy had left her name in the first trial. At least thousands of people had tried before, but only a few dozen people were qualified to leave their names. At this moment, Zhao Qianru had done this in less than 10 minutes. It was really amazing. Following that, the Purplish Warbler also opened her eyes and left her name. Then it was Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech. They both left their names in 10 minutes. Including Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyang Ji, and Changyu Xiaotian, the other heirs of the 16 great clans had all left their names in the first round. Sure enough, they were worthy of being the heirs of the great clans. In this aspect, they were completely able to withstand the test. Although these guys all successfully passed the test after 10 minutes, they still left their names on the monument in the end. However, no one who passed was the Medicine King's Medicine Kings. Was the Medicine Kings, was the Medicine Kings, was the Medicine Kings. If they couldn't even pass the first round perfectly, one could imagine how difficult it would be for the next 2 rounds. Linfeng, that Ling Huchong is still in the first stage. We've all passed and successfully left our names on the monument, but he's still not done yet. At this time, Gong Yangji found something unusual and exclaimed softly. Everyone's eyes converged on Yi Xian again. Changyu Xiaotian immediately laughed. This guy is a big brute. We have just tried the first test. It is a test of the memory and identification of medicinal herbs and various heavenly materials and earthly treasures. With his rough temperament, it is estimated that he can't even remember 1/10 of it and can't recognize it. Ha ha ha, Tuoba Linfeng also laughed and was in high spirits. He called his friends to gather at Yi Xian's side. Let's go and have a look. We are not in a hurry to pass the second trial. After a while, when that guy finishes and opens his eyes, he will see us surrounding him. I guess he will find a hole to hide in on the spot. Just thinking about it is so satisfying. As Tuoba Linfeng's voice sounded out, Gong Yangji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others immediately followed him. Yuan Zhuo, Dongfang Lin, Zhao Qianru, and the others hesitated for a moment. They recalled how Yi Xian had almost caused them to be blacklisted by the Clear River Pavilion. They were also angry, so they followed him. Purplish Warbler frowned slightly. She looked at Yi Xian, who was shrouded in the green light. She also did the same and followed behind. However, she was not there to laugh at Yi Xian. In fact, since Yi Xian casually threw a level 99 colored pill on the 18th floor of Clear River Pavilion yesterday, she always had a strange feeling in her heart. She always felt that this guy with a rough appearance gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Even his style of doing things, in her opinion, had a little shadow of Yi Xian. However, the difference in appearance between the two was too big. Furthermore, Prince Xian should still be in the star area controlled by the cultivation camp and should not have successfully escaped so quickly. Therefore, she was hesitant in her heart. She was suspicious, but she also felt that it was unlikely. She was extremely conflicted. The reason why she followed Tuoba Linfeng and the others was that she wanted to observe closely and see if she could find any clues to verify her guess. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire mind had been completely immersed. He was absorbing all kinds of basic knowledge about the path of medicine refinement as if he was intoxicated. The first stage of the Medicine King's tablet tested the challengers' memory, as well as their ability to distinguish all kinds of medicinal herbs, heavenly and earthly treasures, and even various kinds of ferocious beasts' flesh and minerals that could be used as medicine. The path of medicine refinement was ever-changing. There were too many kinds of medicinal herbs that could be used. These were all the basics. Not only did one have to remember their names, but they also had to grasp their effects. At the beginning of the first stage, hundreds of millions of medicinal herbs, minerals, and ferocious beasts would appear in front of the challenger's eyes. Each of them had a detailed description of their effects, and they passed by at an extremely fast speed. What the challenger needed to do was to try their best to remember them. After this stage, the Medicine King's tablet would randomly select 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs and ask the challenger to identify them. At the same time, they would tell the challenger their effects. If one could identify 1/10 of them, they would be able to leave their name on the tablet. If one wanted to pass perfectly, not only would they have to identify all 10,000 kinds of medicinal herbs and minerals, they would also have to identify their effects, characteristics, and other details without missing a single word. The medicinal herbs that were selected and asked to be identified by the Medicine King's tablet were naturally not ordinary. Basically, they were all rare existences in the world. For the challengers, almost all of them were new to them, and they would pass by very quickly before their eyes. Therefore, even if the experts in the black hole realm or even more powerful in the starry sky realm tried to memorize them by force, it was impossible for them to remember all the names and details of the medicinal herbs that flashed past their eyes. Even Zhao Qianru, who was the fastest to pass the first stage, only took her about 7 minutes. When she finally passed the first stage, she had only successfully identified a little more than 3,000 kinds of medicinal herbs, and only a little more than 1,000 of them had been described in detail. In her opinion, there was no such thing as an expert who could perfectly pass the first round and successfully identify 10,000 herbs randomly picked out from the tablet of the King of Medicines. Not to mention the details of their effects without a single word. Even a supreme expert of the universe realm with a terrifying divine sense would not have such an ability. Chapter 32-32. Pass again perfectly. Oh my God, what happened? The Medicine King's stele is shining brightly. Look, there's an additional name in the first stage area below. It's at the very top of this area. Furthermore, it's displayed in the middle. The strange light phenomenon on the Medicine King's tablet was released by this name. Ling Hucheng? Was this a challenger? Why is his name in the middle of the list, and why is it shining like a star? Heavens, could it be that he passed the first round perfectly? Is this person a monster? Although in the final test, he only needs to identify 10,000 types of medicinal herbs and at the same time, he has to state their specific medicinal effects word for word. However, these 10,000 types of medicinal herbs were randomly selected from the previous hundreds of millions of types. He actually passed the test perfectly. Doesn't that mean that he has memorized all of the hundreds of millions of medicinal herbs and medicinal effects? That's impossible. If he has this kind of ability, how does his brain work? Ling Hucheng? Ling Hu? This name. Heavens, what am I thinking of? This is too shocking. Following the appearance of Yi Xian, Ling Hucheng's pseudonym, at the top of the first section of the Medicine King's stele, he shone with a dazzling light like a star. The entire Tuoba Plaza instantly exploded, and countless supervoid powerhouses cried out in shock. It was also at this moment that the green light enveloping Yi Xian disappeared. This meant that he had finally completed the trial. In total, it took more than 40 minutes. However, the reason why it was slow was obviously not because it was slow in memorizing. Most of the time after that should be used to identify and describe the specific medicinal effects of those medicinal herbs in detail. There were a total of 10,000 types of medicinal herbs, and after identifying each one, it still had to describe the specific medicinal effects word for word. In just over 40 minutes, it was simply unimaginably fast. When this realization flashed through his mind, Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyang Ji, Changyu Xiaotian, and the others all opened their mouths wide. Even Zhao Qianru from Body Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shennong Biotech were shocked. They were completely stunned. The purplish warbler, who was standing at the very back, gaped at the calm and collected Yi Xian. At this moment, She suddenly felt that she must have mistaken him for someone else. Although Prince Xian was perverted, he shouldn't be to this extent, right? She had also passed the test just now, and she had a very deep understanding of the difficulty. She was an elite from an aristocratic family of alchemists, and Prince Xian had never come into contact with this field. No matter how monstrous he was, how could he do better than her? This Ling Hucheng in front of him was clearly a supreme genius of the same level as him. The two of them were proficient in different fields. However, there was no doubt that Ling Hucheng's outstanding talent was definitely comparable to Prince Xian's. Has that fellow finally met his match? As the purplish warbler muttered to himself, he felt extremely conflicted. He didn't know if he should be happy for Ling Hucheng or worried for Prince Xian, who had finally met an opponent of the same level. He passed the first test perfectly in just over 40 minutes. That's faster than I thought. I thought it would take at least 2 hours. Sigh, it seems that this Medicine King's tablet is only SOSO. It's so disappointing. As soon as Yi Xian opened his eyes, he saw Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian standing a few feet away from him. Their expressions were as if they had just been struck by lightning. He immediately reacted. He knew that these three fellows wanted to see him make a fool of himself. In the end, they were slapped in the face. While secretly rejoicing, he took the opportunity to act cool. As he muttered indifferently, he raised his hand to pick his nose and dug out a lump of black stuff. With a flick of his finger, he dropped it on the person under Tuoba Linfeng's nose. Then, he closed his eyes again and extended his divine sense towards the Medicine King's tablet. He kept whispering, "Forget it, forget it. Since it's so simple, I might as well pass these 3 tests perfectly in one go. Anyway, it's still early. When I'm done, I can go for dinner." In the next moment, from the towering Medicine King's tablet in front of him, a green light once again shot out and fell on Yi Xian, enveloping his body. The second test began. Oh my god, this guy is too fierce. He actually clamored to pass the last 2 tests before dinner. It's only been more than 2 hours. His tone is too big. That's not the key. Didn't you hear him say that he wants to pass perfectly? This is clearly the rhythm of taking away this Medicine King's tablet. The Tuoba family has already said that if he can pass all 3 tests perfectly, this tablet will recognize him as its owner. They will let him take it away and will not stop him. But is that possible? I heard that this tablet was obtained from an ancient relic and is related to some kind of inheritance. The Tuoba family obtained it with great difficulty. Can they really let someone take it away? You're thinking a little too far. There are still 2 more tests. Passing the first one perfectly doesn't mean anything. At most, it means that this rough man has great wisdom and an amazing memory. The next 2 tests are the real test of alchemy ability. It's not a simple rote memorization. He has no chance. These are not important. The only thing I want to know now is one thing. Is this Ling Hucheng really related to the Linghu family back then? Don't tell me that you've forgotten how glorious the Linghu family was back then. In my opinion, he should be the successor of that bloodline. Didn't you see that he just flicked a suspicious object and it just happened to land in the middle of the Tuoba family's young master? This is clearly intentional. It is said that the Tuoba family led the incident back then. At that time, they were just a small second-rate family. The Linghu bloodline is destined to rise today. They are here for revenge. Sure, this can't be said. There will be great horror. Do you want to die? With these words, the sluggish Tuoba Linfeng finally returned to his senses. He raised his hand in horror and pulled out a suspicious black object the size of a mung bean from the middle of his nose. He put it in front of his eyes and looked at it. He immediately put his hands on his knees and retched. Gong Yangji and Changyu Xiaotian, who were like best friends, also didn't care about loyalty at this time. They pinched their noses and retreated like they were avoiding ghosts. In fact, this wasn't the disgusting thing they imagined. Although Yi Xian dressed up as a rough man, how could he be so sloppy? This was nothing more than a small mound of dirt that he had secretly rubbed out using the power of his cultivation base. Because it was too similar, it actually frightened Tuoba Linfeng to the point of being frightened out of his wit. Son of a bitch, too shameless. This young master is not done with you. Ret. After retching for a long time, nearly 10 minutes, there was no one within 10 meters of Tuoba Linfeng. They all retreated to a distance. At this time, Tuoba Linfeng, who had retched for a while, finally gradually recovered. After stopping the retching, he looked at Yi Xian with eyes that were about to split open. Chapter 32-33. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. No challenge at all. Linghu Chong. This time, the name that appeared on the top of the second section of the Medicine King's tablet was exactly the same as before. It was also the same 3 words that were shining brightly like stars. This meant that this burly man named Linghu Chong, who could pull out a suspicious black object the size of a mung bean from his nose, had once again passed the test perfectly. And it was the second test. The only difference was that he used more than 40 minutes in the first test, and only 10 minutes in the second test. It was simply unbearable. Many people around Tuoba Square had already vomited blood due to anger. If this second level was perfectly cleared by a refined and elegant gentleman, they could more or less accept it. However, this boorish man in front of them was simply too different. Moreover, he only used 10 minutes to perfectly clear the second level. All of this was too shocking, too shocking. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Puff. After finally stopping from vomiting, Tuoba Linfeng was once again shocked by the name of Linghu Chong on the Medicine King's tablet. He roared like a madman. Finally, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. This was forced out by anger. Even Zhao Qianru from Body Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, and Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech were all shocked at this moment. Then, a touch of unwillingness appeared on their faces. They all gritted their teeth and extended their divine sense towards the Medicine King's tablet. Including the purplish warbler, Tuoba Linfeng, Gongyang Ji, and Changyu Xiaotian, all of them did the same. They were really unwilling and thought that the second test might be easier. This time, they wanted to give it a try. Soon, rays of green light shot over and enveloped their bodies. This group of people closed their eyes and began to pass the second test. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian curled his lips and disapproved. However, his face still had a completely indifferent expression. He shook his head and said, "Sigh, this is too disappointing. There is no challenge at all. Who would have thought that the second test would be easier? It seems that the third test will take less time. It's a bit boring." After saying that, he closed his eyes again. Another ray of green light shot from the Medicine King's tablet in the distance and enveloped his body. Yi Xian began to pass the third test. Countless experts in the surroundings looked at each other, completely defeated by this scene. Thinking that someone had passed the first 2 Medicine King's tablet perfectly translation, their breathing was extremely rapid. Could the third test be the same? If that was really the case, wouldn't it mean that the Medicine King's tablet would lose its owner? At this moment, all the experts in the square, their hearts were in their mouths. In contrast, Yi Xian, who had passed the third test in less than 2 ints, in less as he was the Medicine King's was translation as he. To him, the first 2 stages were simply too easy and satisfying. The first test was to test one's memory. Of course, this level of memory was no ordinary test. Hundreds of millions of kinds of herbs and minerals that could be used in medicine, including their detailed medicinal properties, flashed before one's eyes. Even if one was a powerful figure in the universe, it would be impossible to remember half of it. However, this was not a problem for the devouring system. Who could be like Yi Xian and bring along a supercomputer? Moreover, it was not an ordinary supercomputer. Its intelligence center was an immortal-level supercomputer. Although it was not as powerful as the intelligence center of the Immortal Star Dynasty's first-class main network, it was already mature. However, an immortal-level expert was an immortal-level expert. Its computing power was unquestionable. Everything that flashed before Yi Xian's eyes was instantly recorded by the devouring system. The next test was to randomly pick 10,000 herbs. This was practically cheating. As soon as the Medicine King's tablet picked one, the devouring system would select the target in Yi Xian's mind, including the detailed medicinal properties. He just had to read it. The reason why it took him more than 40 minutes was because there were too many herbs. Just using his consciousness to copy them would take so long. As for the second test, it was even easier. The second test gave him 1,000 pill formulas. Of course, they were all incomplete. They all lacked a certain herb, mineral, or ferocious beast materials that could be used in medicine. These could be found among the hundreds of millions of herbs provided in the first test. The second test was to test the challenger's understanding of the medicinal properties of these herbs instead of rote memorization. The challenger was required to analyze these 1,000 pill formulas and finally determine what kind of herb was missing, as well as the exact amount to be used. If there were no mistakes, then the challenger would also pass perfectly. To put it bluntly, this was a kind of calculation ability. Yi Xian did not care about it at all and directly threw it to the devouring system to calculate. The immortal level supercomputer's calculation ability was obvious. Yi Xian only spent 10 minutes to perfectly pass this test because every time the devouring system calculated a herb, he would immediately copy the answer with his consciousness. In addition, there were only 1,000 herbs to copy and hand in, which was much less than the first test. Therefore, he felt that it was easier and easier, and he accidentally passed perfectly. The reason why he said that it was too unchallenging wasn't because he was pretending. It was because of Yi Xian's true feelings. However, in the ears of the other experts around Tuoba Plaza, it was truly hateful. Many of the experts had long since suffocated to the point that their faces were flushed red as they glared fiercely at Yi Xian. For the first time, they realized that some people with a rough appearance, who seemed to speak whatever they wanted, and who had no shrewdness at all, were sometimes so hateful. This time, Yi Xian started after Tuoba Linfeng and the others. Of course, the latter group of 16 was challenging the second test, while Yi Xian was already at the third test. Yi Xian's test had only started for less than 5 minutes when Tuoba Linfeng was the first of the 16 to open his eyes. There were 1,000 incomplete pill formulas, and he could only analyze up to the 50th one. He could not continue after that, so he was directly expelled. This time, he did not leave his name on the list and was eliminated. He did not even have the qualifications to challenge the third test. If he wanted to challenge the next test, he had to leave his name on the list in the previous test to qualify. As the young master of the Tuoba family and the future successor, his level should not be bad to this extent. He could still leave his name on the list in the second test. Unfortunately, everything before had already messed up his mind, and he could no longer perform normally. How is this possible? In a short span of 10 minutes, he actually managed to deduce all of the 1,000 incomplete pill formulas. Furthermore, even the amount of missing medicinal herbs was accurately calculated without error. Chapter 32-34. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The ancient tablet recognizes its owner within 10 minutes. The other 15 people had also finished their challenges one after another. About half of them had left their names on the second stage. In just a few minutes, another 6 or 7 names were added to the second area in the center of the Medicine King's tablet, causing the surrounding powerhouses to exclaim in amazement. But of course, the only one who passed perfectly and whose name shone like a bright star was still Ling Huchong. Among the 6 or 7 people who still left their names on the second stage, there were Zhao Qianru from Body Technology, Yuan Zhuo from Celestial Biotech, Dongfang Lin from Shenong Biotech, and Purplish Warbler. But none of them planned to continue to challenge the third stage. At this time, the group looked at Yi Xian, who had started to challenge the third stage with his eyes closed. They all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Their tone was unprecedentedly disappointed and dispirited. This brother Linghu is really amazing. He only knew the difficulty of this stage after he tried the second stage himself. I didn't expect him to pass perfectly in just 10 minutes. That's right. Out of 1,000 incomplete pill recipes, as long as you can fill up 1/10 of them, that is, 100 of them, you can leave your name on the list. I can only barely do this. Moreover, although the medicinal herbs of those 100 pill recipes have been filled up, the dosage still needs to be considered. I didn't give a detailed dosage at all. But he passed perfectly in such a short time. Not only did he fill in the missing medicinal herbs, but the dosage was also correct. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it at all. It's too monstrous. There's no need to try the third stage anymore. With our level, we don't even have the possibility of leaving our names on the list. If I'm not mistaken, the third stage should require the challenger to create a perfect new pill formula out of thin air based on the 100 million types of medicinal herbs and minerals from before. The number should be 100. 100 people? Sigh, it's easy to say. Which of the pill formulas that have been handed down today haven't been refined and tested by generations of alchemists and alchemists before they finally become perfect? Even a single pill formula needs many years of verification. This kind of creation of a pill formula out of thin air is the most difficult. It's impossible to create one, let alone 100. I reckon that even this stunning Linghu brother would lose in this round. This is simply an impossible mission. But even so, to be able to perfectly pass the first two tests, it's enough for him to leave his name in the annals of history, becoming famous in a single battle. They were right. The third stage of the Medicine King's tablet did indeed require the challenger to create an unprecedented pill formula out of thin air using the hundreds of millions of herbs and minerals that could be used in the first stage. There were only 100 of them. Don't look at how these 100 pill formulas seemed to be very few in number. The Medicine King Steely's requirements were extremely strict. 100 pill formulas, as long as he could complete 10, he would be able to leave his name on the Medicine King's Steely. If he wanted to pass the test perfectly and make the tablet of the Medicine Kings recognize him as his master, then he would have complete control over the core area of the Medicine King's remains and obtain the final inheritance. In this third test alone, he would have to obtain all 100 pill recipes, and every single one of them would have to be perfect. All the herbs that made up the pill formula had to be one type more or one type less, and the amount had to be precise to the point that it couldn't be made into a pill formula. To put it simply, it was to say that the 100 pill formulas required by the Medicine King's tablet were all of the kind that had been passed down through the ages in reality, and had been tempered by generations of alchemists before they were finally finalized. This was definitely an impossible task. Even if it was a true alchemist master, it wouldn't be difficult for him to assemble 100 pill formulas out of thin air in a short period of time. However, if he wanted to ensure that these pill formulas were as incisive as those ancient formulas that had been passed down through the ages, and that the amount couldn't be increased or decreased, that was absolutely unrealistic. But for Yi Xian, this wasn't a problem. In fact, to put it bluntly, this kind of new pill formula that came out of thin air, and at the same time, determining the most incisive ratio of medicinal ingredients, was a kind of calculation. This kind of calculation, an ordinary superbrain might not be able to do it. There were too many possibilities, and it was ever-changing. If he had to calculate 100 rough pill formulas at the same time in a short period of time, even the superbrain would break down. However, the central intelligence of Yi Xian's personal communication system was an immortal-grade superbrain, and it had already entered the growth stage, and was no longer the fragmentary grade it was before. It could barely do this. It was just that the time taken was a little too long. Until 4 hours later, his third attempt was still ongoing. The 99 perfect pill formulas from before had already been successfully submitted and approved by the Medicine King's tablet. Now, Yi Xian was going through the perfect calculation of the last pill formula. As long as the calculation was completed, he would be able to pass the third round perfectly. This was definitely the rhythm of making the Medicine King's tablet recognize him as its owner. The outside world was already in an uproar. Previously, those who had gathered at Tuoba Plaza were only a few rogue cultivators, as well as the younger generation of the 16 great powers. They had also come to try to pass the round, and wanted to leave their names on the tablet. But now, with Linghu Chong perfectly passing the first 2 rounds of the Medicine King's tablet, the 16 great powers were all present. The leaders of the great powers were all shocked, and they all rushed over. Looking around, the huge Tuoba Plaza was completely filled with a sea of people, and there was no empty space at all. There were even some powerhouses hovering in the air, but they were all in the distance. At least hundreds of thousands of starry sky powerhouses had gathered here, and they were all waiting for the result of Yi Xian's third round. In the void far away, Clear River Pavilion's manager Hu and Clear River Pavilion's master Mr. Hu were hidden in the void, quietly looking at Tuoba Plaza, and they were silent for a long time. After a while, manager who asked tentatively, "Mister, in your opinion, can this guy who calls himself Linghu Chong be the descendant of the main bloodline of our Linghu clan that escaped back then? The main bloodline took away the clan's alchemy inheritance back then, and it should be able to cultivate such a peerless genius. Other than that, I really can't think of any other power that could have such an achievement. Even the alchemy bloodline of the cultivation camp can't do it. This matter can basically be confirmed." Clear River Pavilion's master nodded, and his tone was filled with joy and excitement. "Old master, although the Medicine King's remnant book that you obtained from the periphery of the Medicine King's remains is only an incomplete inheritance, but if you put in a certain amount of effort and time, you can indeed cultivate such an amazing genius on the path of alchemy. I am very clear about this point. If there is no accident, Linghu Chong should be the descendant of the young lord after he escaped back then. Sigh, today, our Linghu clan is finally going to rise again." Manager who immediately became excited. Obviously, he had already made his decision in his heart, but he respected Mr. Hu's opinion, so he had not said it. Now that the other party had expressed his opinion, he immediately could not hold it in, and his voice was trembling. "You mean, send the order, we will arrange the forces at the Medicine King's remains, and fully assist the young lord in obtaining the complete Medicine King's inheritance in the core area." Chapter 32-35. A sensation in the imperial capital at this moment. The sky was already dark. But Tuoba Square was still surrounded by hundreds of thousands of starry sky powerhouses. Even at night, this place was still as bright as day. As the imperial capital, the lighting at night was very bright. However, the most dazzling thing was still the two names on the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings, which were exactly the same. Linghu Chong. It emitted an intense starlight that was as bright as the stars. At this moment, there was no one else attempting the trial in Tuoba Square. From the towering Medicine King's stele, only a single streak of green light shot out, landing on Yi Xian, who was around 100 meters away. It formed a protective barrier, protecting Yi Xian, who stood there with his hands behind his back like a statue from the outside world. The gazes of hundreds of thousands of starry sky experts were all focused on him. Ever since the leaders of the 16 great clans had arrived, Tuoba Linfeng, Shenyuan Ziying, and the other heirs of the great clans had all returned to their respective camps. But they were still paying attention to Yi Xian. The requirements to pass the 3 stages of the ancient Medicine King's tablet had already been spread out, and the entire Heaven Battle planet knew about it. Even the requirements to pass the 3rd stage had been revealed. The 2 elders of the Tuoba family who had left their names in the 2nd stage had tried to pass the 3rd stage, but they failed in the end. The 2 of them had created a few unprecedented Dan recipes, but they were not recognized by the Medicine King's ancient tablet, and the number did not reach 10. Therefore, he didn't even have the qualifications to leave his name in the 3rd stage. But even so, after passing the 3rd stage, he would at least know what the requirements of the 3rd stage were. It was precisely because of the 2 of them that the 3rd trial's requirements were revealed and spread. This caused a huge commotion at that time. When all the experts in the surroundings thought about how Yi Xian was currently creating a new pill formula and how it had already been 4 hours, they all felt a chill run down their backs. That sort of thing required a lot of calculation ability. Every minute and every second consumed a lot of mental energy. Even the Universe Almighties would be horrifying if they could last for 2 hours. They would use up a huge amount of divine consciousness, but Linghu Chong had clearly lasted for 4 hours. It was still going on. He was simply a monster. No one suspected that Yi Xian was dawdling in his work or taking a break after deducing. That was not allowed. The 2 elders of the Tuoba family who had once passed through the 3rd level had the most right to speak and denied this possibility. At this moment, the head of the Tuoba family, Tuoba Xiong, the head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhui, and the head of the Longyu family, Longyu Jinglong, were gathered together. They coldly watched from the sidelines as Yi Xian was enveloped by the green light that shot out from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Tuoba family head, in your opinion, can this kid make the Medicine King's ancient tablet automatically recognize him as its owner? After a short while, the patriarch of the Changyu family, Changyu Jinglong, asked in a low voice, his tone full of worry, "I am now worried about the gains and losses. I hope this boy succeeds, because then our chances of entering the core area of the Medicine King's remains will skyrocket, but at the same time, I don't want him to succeed, because once he succeeds, it means, don't tell me that if he can't pass the third level, you will be relieved. The head of the Gongyang family, Gongyang Buhue, took over the conversation and snorted lightly, don't regret what you have done. Even if he can't pass the third level, being able to pass the first 2 levels perfectly is enough to prove his identity as a bastard of the Linghu bloodline. Other than the Linghu family, who else can cultivate such a monster? Let's act according to the circumstances. Tuoba Xiong, who had been silent all this time, also spoke at this time. He was obviously the leader of the 3, and his tone revealed an unquestionable decisiveness. No matter what, this person's appearance is a good thing for us. He can have such amazing alchemy skills, which means that the Medicine King's incomplete book that was not found in the Linghu family must have fallen into his hands. Even if this time we can't enter the core area of the ruins to obtain the complete book, at least we can still obtain the incomplete book. Whether or not he can pass the third level, we must bring this boy along when we explore the Medicine King's remains in 10 days. It would be best if we can use him to enter the core area of the ruins. If not, we can just destroy him in the ruins and obtain the Medicine King's incomplete book. Gongyang Buhue and Chang Yu Jinglong turned to look at each other, and a ray of light flashed in their eyes, and they didn't say anything more. At the same time, in the area where the experts of the Shenyuan family were, the old Shenyuan family master stared at Yi Xian, who was covered in the green light of the Medicine King's ancient tablet, and his eyes were shining with green light. TSK, 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 this Linghu nephew, the more this old man looks at him, the more he is pleasing to the eye. As he whispered to himself, the old Shenyuan family master seemed to suddenly think of something, and turned to look at the purplish warbler beside him, and asked tentatively, "Girl, what do you think of him? Is he okay?" The purplish warbler was also a little absent-minded at this moment. She didn't know why, but when she saw Linghu Chong, she always felt a sense of familiarity in her heart, and she always thought of Yi Xian, but the gap between the two was so big. Although they were both monstrous, their styles were completely different, and their fields of expertise were completely different. This made her feel very conflicted, and she completely lost her ability to judge. At this moment, when she heard the old Shenyuan family master's words, she didn't think too much about it, and just took it literally. In addition, she had something on her mind, so she subconsciously replied, "He is indeed monstrous. This kind of person is too amazing." This was the truth. With the talent and foundation that he displayed, even the words monstrous and amazing were not enough to describe him. The old Shenyuan family master clearly misunderstood her, and hearing the purplish warbler's evaluation of Yi Xian, coupled with the fact that she was staring at him, her expression was clearly a little absent-minded, as if she was infatuated. This made the Shenyuan family master very satisfied. No matter what, there was finally hope that this silly daughter of his would not hang herself on a tree. Long Xian, that playboy radish, get lost. Today, this old man has finally found a good son-in-law that is compatible with this silly girl, and I definitely won't let him go so easily. Thinking of this, the old Shenyuan family master was immediately overjoyed. If this silly girl could form a good relationship with Linghu Xian, all of the previous effects would basically be resolved. Look, although my little girl is a little silly and has been fooled by that playboy Long Xian to the point of death, and has completely embarrassed this old man, in the end, she has finally found the right person for her, the ideal husband. In his opinion, this Linghu Xian in front of him was not inferior to Prince Xian in terms of talent, and was also a good match for him in terms of expertise. He was also in the field of medicine refinement, and had a common language with the purplish warbler, and was also a good match for the Shenyuan family. There was nothing more suitable than this. As he thought about it, the patriarch of the Shenyuan family actually raised his head and laughed loudly in the end, causing Shenyuan Ziying, who was beside him, to be suddenly shocked and feel a sense of confusion. Chapter 32-36. Everyone's attention at the top of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings, below the 3 words Ancient Tablet of the Medicine Kings, there was nothing, but at this moment, a name suddenly appeared. Linghu Chong. And the moment this name appeared, it shone brightly. Like the other 2 levels below, it was at the center of the top level. For a time, the entire ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings had the same name on all 3 levels. They were all at the top of the level, shining brightly like stars. This meant that Ling Hu Chong had finally passed the third level. Even if it was the third level, he had passed it perfectly. In the void far away, manager whose tears flowed down his face, it is indeed the young master. With such talent, who else could it be other than my Ling Hu family's young master? The heavens have pity on us. Even Mr. Hu was inexplicably excited, muttering to himself, after 2,000 years of silence, is the Ling Hu family finally going to shine again? Old master, Hu Qing has finally lived up to your expectations. I have waited for the young master to return. At the same time, the entire Tuoba Plaza fell into a dead silence. In the area where the three elite families of the Heaven Battle Planet gathered, Tuoba Linfeng, Gong Yangji, and Changyu Xiaotian clenched their fists, their eyes full of unwillingness and dejection. The three elite families of the patriarchs turned their heads to look, their eyes flashing, their faces gloomy to the extreme. Sure enough, that little bastard is back. This matter is good as well. Back then, a young master of the direct bloodline escaped. This young man should be a descendant of his bloodline and brought back the inheritance. This time, the Tuoba bloodline will all perish in the Heaven Battle Planet. It's time to settle the matters of the past. Humph, kid, don't be complacent. 10 days later, we will enter the ruins. When your light and heat dissipate, it will be the time of death. In addition, in the Shenyuan family's area, the purplish warbler's eyes burst with splendor. Although she had guessed it, when it really happened, she was still shocked. At this moment, she muttered to herself, I have always thought that my talent in alchemy is amazing. But today, I have met this Ling Hu Chong, and I feel so frustrated. I can't accept it. Yes, we have to submit, we have to submit. On the side, the head of the Shenyuan family took over the conversation. He seemed to be quite satisfied with the attitude of the purplish warbler. He grinned and said, Girl, in the future, you will be a good wife at home. How can you not accept it? In your father's opinion, Ling Hu's virtuous son-in-law is quite good. What's wrong with having a rough temperament? If you want to use gentleness to conquer strength, you have to submit to him first, then you can make him submit to you in the future. Purplish Warbler's eyes widened, #yuan%. It was also at this time that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, which had just appeared on the top floor, suddenly changed again. Swish! A blinding ray of light shot up into the sky. At this moment, all the names on the 3 levels of the ancient tablet of the Medicine Kings disappeared. Immediately after that, 3 huge ancient characters suddenly appeared. The character Ling appeared on the top layer, occupying the entire top layer. The middle layer had the word fox, and it was the same. The word Chong at the bottom also occupied the entire area. Ling Hu Chong. These 3 big words were about 10 feet in size. They were many times bigger than the 3 words on the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. These 3 words had already occupied the entire surface of the ancient tablet. At the same time, it emitted an endless amount of light. This meant that the ancient tablet of the Medicine King had been conquered. Now that these 3 words had appeared, occupying the entire surface of the ancient tablet, it was clear that the ancient tablet was about to recognize its owner. At the same time, the green light that enveloped Yi Xian suddenly retracted and entered the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Yi Xian opened his eyes. The system beep sounded in his mind at this moment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for perfectly passing the test. You have received the request of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. Do you want to accept it immediately? Accept immediately. Keep the ancient tablet. Yi Xian's heart was beating wildly. He would not be polite. This was originally the Tuoba family's public declaration. Since he had done it, it would be a waste not to take it. He immediately gave the order to accept the ancient tablet's recognition and keep it into his body. Xiu. Following Yi Xian's order, the engulfing system immediately connected with the ancient tablet of the Medicine King. The latter turned into a green light and directly entered Yi Xian's body and disappeared. At this moment, the entire Tuoba square was dead silent. Yi Xian, everyone's attention was on him. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui and Chang Yu Jinglong's eyes twitched slightly. Although this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was taken out by the Tuoba family from the ancient tablet of the Medicine King, the person who was keeping it now was the descendant of the Linghu family. That year, the Linghu family's downfall was caused by the three families working together. Hence, the unwillingness in Gongyang Buhui and Chang Yu Jinglong's heart was not one bit weaker than Tuoba Xiong's, but the three of them held back and did not flare up. They even had a smile on their faces, as if they had seen the rise of the younger generation and were comforted by it. However, in their eyes, the glorious Yi Xian was no different from a dead person. At least, that was what they thought. His heart was filled with hatred, but his face was brimming with a kind smile. Tuo Ba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, and Long Yu Jinglong soared towards Yi Xian, who was in the center of the plaza. The other patriarchs of the dozen or so top-notch families did the same. All of them had smiles on their faces and didn't fall behind. They immediately flew towards Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian was definitely a super delicious piece of meat in their eyes. One should know that this ancient tablet of the Medicine King was the only key to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Now that the ancient tablet had recognized its owner, it meant that Yi Xian could successfully enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. Not only that, he could bring a group of people with him. Of course, the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains had a restriction on the strength of those who entered. They could not exceed the Black Hole realm. Therefore, they could only be juniors. For the leaders of the 16 top families, being on good terms with Yi Xian was related to whether their juniors would be able to enter the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains with Yi Xian. This was the only hope to obtain the ultimate inheritance of the Medicine King. Girl, let's go and accompany your father to have a look. Tuoba Xiong, Gongyang Buhui, Chang Yu Jinglong and the others are all green with envy. This is not a good sign. Turning his head to look at the purplish warbler beside him, the head of the Shenyuan family could be said to be complacent at this moment. He had long regarded Yi Xian, who was also known as Ling Huchong, as his new son-in-law. The more he looked at him, the more he liked him. Seeing that the purplish warbler was rather resistant, he immediately lowered his voice and persuaded in a low voice, "Don't you want the inheritance of the Medicine King? That ancient tablet of the Medicine King is only the key to opening the core of the ancient tablet of the Medicine King's remains. It does not mean that you will definitely obtain the inheritance. Apart from him, he can also bring 19 companions below the origin realm with him. Everyone will have a chance to obtain the complete inheritance of the Medicine King." The purplish warbler was immediately moved. Seeing this scene, Old Man Shenyuan grinned again. "So, the two of you need to cultivate your relationship first. There are still 10 days, so there is still time. When the time comes, the two of you will work together to fight against the enemy. The inheritance of the Medicine King must be obtained,